All right. We should be live now. I'm just going to finish making sure the camera's good and the chat's good, like we did last time. I'm going to do refresh here. All right, as always, you guys should be able to hear yourself in chat. It might have a slight echo, that way I can also hear it just a little bit, but welcome to the stream. Looks like we already got like 5 of you guys in here, so thank you so much for joining me. We're going to be talking a ton about transmissions today, and more specifically, this little rarity right here. 6 speeds on this little piece of box. But I know we're going to be using a lot of terms and going over a lot of stuff that
Brian Carroll 2 said, "Hello Father, please forgive us for our Festiva sins." Nicholas Seward-Eck said, "Where is Steven?"
This isn't Bloomfield Industries, but yeah, okay, you're right. He's on his way. He'll be here shortly. Don't worry, Steven wouldn't miss this for the world. Or for a nap.
Maybe.
Yeah, we'll see. No, yeah, Steven's on the way. But I do want to go over some things before we get too involved here, because we'll be going over a lot of terminology and talking about a lot of things that not everybody here might be familiar with. I don't want to talk a bunch of jibber jabber and then you guys be super confused about what the hell's going on. So that's why I've got almost one of every single front wheel drive Mazda transmission up here on this table right now. Yay! And thanks to the donations from you lovely patrons. By the way, if you didn't know, we have a Salmon Industries Patreon where for a few bucks a month you can help support the channel, help support what we do here, and then occasionally get things like merch. We have another new shirt coming out.
Nicholas Seward-Eck said, "I'll be there in 5 hours OTW now."
I just made him clean up your entire mess. He came over here and been cleaning up your mess for 2 hours. You're a little late. Jeez. Well, thanks to you guys' lovely donations, we now have a second 4K camera. Look at that. So now I'm back in 4K from above. So we can see what we're doing on the table today, because all the stuff we're doing is probably going to be up here on our workbench. Along with the long delay that you get for having a 4K stream. In this case, 2 4K cameras. My laptop's over there smoking. So, I think I just heard Steven's door outside potentially, so he'll be here in a minute. But I want to start with talking about transmission options you have for front-wheel drive Mazdas. We're going to go a little loop here from smallest to biggest. This is an E series. So Mazda transmissions, very simple. E, F, G. That's the pattern it goes in. E being the smallest one, G being the biggest one. Hang on, I have a
Nicholas Seward-Eck said, "Sorry, rolling on the floor laughing. I promise I'm ordering some stuff off the store soon."
Yeah, well, there's a lot of good stuff coming, so I hope you all are. Y'all gonna be very excited to see what we have coming next 2 months here. I saw another message that's not read yet in Spanish, but this adapter going to work for a DW.
Carhole said, "Exciting stuff."
Thank you, thank you. Welcome to the stream, Carhole. This adapter for Mazda Demio 1.3 B3. Yes, this stuff would technically work for a B3. I would not recommend it though. Once you guys see what we're actually doing here as we go on, you'll see it's a very complex procedure. And I see Turkey Gobbler said he can't wait. Me neither. I'm pumped. So before the chat gets read, oh, there's a little stink bug in there. Before chat reads itself off again, I get interrupted again. I'll just blow through this real quick. This is an E series. So this is the Mazda E series transmission. This is used on the Ford Festiva and the Ford Aspire, the second gen Festiva.
Carhole said, "TTS audio is doubled, just so you know."
Yes, it is. You guys are hearing yourselves loudly through the actual audio capture, and I'm hearing you barely through the TV, and you're hearing yourself through the TV twice. I'll turn the TV down a little bit to try to help that. That way I can still see what's going on in chat. So the E series is used on any B3. So any 1.3 liter Mazda powered car, so it's your Kia Pride, Kia Vela, Ford Festiva, Ford Aspire, use this transmission. And I think some B5 powered cars. But in the US, only Festiva and Aspire use this transmission. It's tiny, it's compact, it's basically 2 units. You have the bell housing side and the case side split down here in the middle. It's cable actuated clutch, so you can see this big arm here. A cable pulls that arm to make the clutch work. It's also rod shifted, so on the back side there's a rod. That's how the gears get shifted from inside the car. Most of these transmissions operate on that principle. This can hold about 110, maybe 120 horsepower reliably. After that, you're going to start breaking stuff. The next size up transmission is the Mazda F-Series. And right here, we have the F-Series represented by this transmission from a base model Capri. So this is used on any engine bigger than the 1.3, but still making less than 130 horsepower. So this would have been your B5s over C. This would be all your B6s, the B6D, that's NA. All of that would be on the F-Series transmission. This one is a hydraulic clutch, so there's a clutch master. It's all hydraulic lines. That's how the clutch is actuated. These also came in cable versions. The cable version was used on the early 323s and stuff. The F-Series is not very desirable for Festiva people because it really is not a lot stronger than the E-Series. But it uses different mounts. So if you want to swap to this transmission as an upgrade, you'd be totally making brand new mounts, which is kind of not really worthwhile when this trans is not a whole lot stronger than this one. What you do want is the G-Series. That's what this is. This is a Mazda G-Series transmission. This is from a Capri, so B6T. You can see this is still cable actuated, so you can swap it into a Festiva very easily because there's no clutch hydraulics to mess with. It's just a nice little cable actuation.
Nicholas Suardiek
This is much
said,
bigger.
Peep the axle shaft end that Frank Bundy still didn't get out.
Yes, I still have many E-Series with stuck axles, which sucks, but it's all part of the fun, right? So the G-Series can handle a lot more horsepower. A lot of people still consider this a fragile trans. I wouldn't. As long as you don't beat on it, they can handle a good bit. This will hold 250 horsepower fairly reliably. It won't hold up to a drag car. If you're doing hard launches, digs with this thing on sticky tires, you're probably going to end up breaking it. But it is the strongest front-wheel drive transmission that we can put onto a Mazda B-Series engine. This uses an intermediate shaft as well, so it's got equal length axles with an intermediate shaft going to the block. It's bigger than the rest. It requires custom mounts to use in a Festiva. You can see we've got a removable end cap, that way you can access your fifth gear stuff and your reverse gear very easily. It's very nice. I want to touch on axle sizes real quick. The Festiva, the E-Series, is a 22 spline axle on the transmission side. The F-Series is a 24 spline axle. The G-Series is a 26 spline axle for the cable. However, there's also what we're going to call a big G for the rest of this video. That was used in like the Escort GT, and then a ton of cars Mazda made after that. So like the Ford Escort used a big G, the Probe, anything with the KLDE engine, the FSD engine used what we call a big G. This is still a G-Series, but this one is hydraulic instead of cable, so you can see the hydro arm here. And this has a 28 spline axle. So the differential is meant for a 28 spline count axle. So it goes 22, 24, 26, big G, 28. This one is from my protege. So this came on the FSDE. Then we
Nicholas
have what you
Suardiek
all are really here to see.
said, well, can you flip up the G-Series so we can see the bolt pattern compared to E-Series?
Sure. Kinda. I can put it here at least. The main point is they are the same. It doesn't look identical because, as you can probably tell from this angle, the E-Series, the starter mounts to the very top of it. Every other transmission Mazda does mounts the starter on the back of the block on the opposite side. That's really the only difference you're going to see here, along with a couple small differences on these little holes that hold the spacer plate to the trans. The location of those little small 10mm holes varies depending on the trans because it uses different plates. But the main thing is where the block bolts on. Your block for a B-Series Mazda has 4 big bolts. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is the same on all these transmissions. They can all bolt to any other B-Series engine. You'll see the G-Series, though, does have the kick-out on the side for the starter. That's where the starter bolts on the opposite end. Beyond that, this pattern, the same. And that's true for all the transmissions on this table, except for the one over here in the corner. Now, I'm going to put my gloves back on. I probably should have done that before I touched on those dirty transmissions. You can see how little I care about F-Series transmissions because I literally did not even have a clean F-Series for this little show and tell video. I literally spent the last 5 minutes right before the stream started with Brian's help yanking that off of an engine just so I could put it on this table and show it to you guys. But as far as I'm concerned, it's trash. Maybe a good bonus for a Capri person, but no use to me or any of the things I'm building. so we can tell the handles.
Light on fire.
This G series will stay here for reference for a minute, since that's the transmission. This is the exact trans I was going to put into V2. That's why it's so clean. I hand sanded and hand wire wheeled the Dremel every square inch of the transmission, and then painted the case nice and silver, and painted the end cap, and got some new hardware for it. And then it sat in the garage for the past 5 years, waiting to be put into the car. So that's why it's nice, but it's no longer
Car
going in the
hole. Said. Or tracer person, winky face.
Well, sort of. A tracer person could really use the guts, since it's a hydraulically operated clutch. The tracer would need a cable actuated clutch. I will also take a pause and mention the Kia Rio transmission. It's kind of like an FG hybrid. The Kia Rio from 01 to 05 uses a cable actuated, which is good for us, transmission. It's got F-Series type internals with a G-Series sized axle and diff. So it's basically a slightly stronger F-Series that uses axles
Car
like
hole.
G-Series does.
Said. Oh true.
So I think we're done with the E-Series for now. I'll move it out of the way.
Will's getting a workout in today.
I am. Normally I make Steve do all fun stuff like this. And now we can focus on this transmission in the back. So this is the one, like I said, from the Protege. It's our big G. This is a Mazda G6, which most of you, unless you already watched the stream a while back, probably have never heard of. This is like our new holy grail of Mazda transmissions, as far as I'm concerned. So this is still a G series. It has an even bigger differential, but if we look at the end cap here, it is aluminum, but you might notice that this cast aluminum end cap is actually the same shape and the same bolt pattern as the steel end cap on our standard G series. It is a G6 because it is a
357
front-wheel drive
HDH.
G series.
Said. Hercules Hercules.
Yeah, you can't see it. I'm just off screen, but I'm flexing right now. The G6 is very cool because it is not, like, it's only a couple millimeters longer than your standard G5. We'll talk about this more when we take the transmissions apart, but basically the G series has a secondary gear setup on the outside cap that gives you a synchronized reverse for reasons I don't understand. Just makes it easier to get in reverse. That's all it does. But they're using a whole extra 1.5 inches of this back cap just for reverse to be easier to get in and out of. The G6 replaces that weird gear setup with an actual 6th gear. It is not a 5+1 trans though. This is the 5th gear ratio in the 5-speed is the same as the 6th gear ratio in the 6-speed. Not only is it the same ratio, it's actually the exact same part. The 5th gear from this trans plops right onto the 6th gear spot on this trans. Instead, this is a close ratio box. So they've taken 1 through 5 and changed the ratio so it's a close ratio transmission like you would use for certain race series. It's also a little odd because it's not rod shifted. If I come over here to our G series and turn it, face the camera to the tick, this is how you shift this transmission. This rod comes in and out. In neutral, you move your shifter and that spins this left and right to get into all your gears. The G6 is cable shifted, which is something that a lot of modern cars do. So there's 2 cables that go all into your car, like 2 long bicycle brake cables basically, that move these levers around. And by moving this lever in and out, it moves this whole weight up and down. And then moving this other lever shifts gears. So that's basically how that rod works, but now it's on the top of the trans and it's sideways, and it uses 2 cables instead of 1 rod. So you have this sort of motion thing going on, and this motion going on. Very funky. It also has extra mount spots. So this has 4 mounts total. The B series stuff is all 3 mounts. You have a front trans mount, a rear trans mount, an engine mount. This has a rear engine and trans mount combo, a front trans mount, an engine mount, and a side mount for the trans because this is usually found on heavier engines. So if I turn it around though, somebody asked earlier about seeing the bolt pattern. If we check out the bolt pattern of our G6, you will see it looks nothing like our B series stuff because it is nothing like our B series stuff. It's got this very funky pattern. The starter spot is like on the front of the block and kind of comes in halfway. The differential side you can see is way funnier shaped due to how big this section is. It's hydraulically operated clutch, so hydro clutch, cable shifter. It's all very odd. We still have a reverse sensor. I believe there's still a capped off spot for a neutral sensor, but the cars that use this trans don't actually use that. Speaking of, let's talk for a second about cars that use this. It was a bit of a closely guarded secret, but not really. So this is used in the 2010 to 2012 2.5 liter Duratec Ford Fusion. It's kind of a hard
Nicholas
one to find.
Suardiek said, so with that being said and it being cable shifted, how hard is it going to be to install in a Festiva?
Excellent question. I had the same question when I learned about the possibility of the swap, and I thought you have to drill a lot of holes to make it cable shifted. And my understanding was that you'd have to unbolt this midsection, bolt on your B series bell housing, and then find some way to make a cable shifter in your Festiva. I have the cable shifter from the Fusion I pulled this out of. I didn't bring it along for show and tell because it's all the way out in the truck and it's raining outside. But I brought it just in case. You have to mount it to the firewall. It's a big plastic base looking thing you have to mount inside the car somewhere and cover it with the console to make it look pretty. Turns out you don't use the cable shifter. You do a rod conversion, which we will get to as we start to open this up with Steven's help. But this trans is found 2010 to 2012 only. Ford Fusion has to be the 2.5 Duratec. Obviously, that's kind of rare. Not many people chose to buy a manual Ford Fusion back in 2010. You can also find this in the 2009 to 2011 Mazda 6 with the same 2.5 liter engine, not the Sky Active stuff, and not the Mazda Speed. I know a lot of people come in here like, oh, just use the 6-speed from the Mazda Speed. Those are easy to find. That is a totally different transmission. That is a Mazda A series trans, not a G series, and it's super not compatible with anything we do. Legend has it that these are also available in a limited number of Mazda 3s in that same kind of 08 to 09-ish range. But the Mazda 3 had so many engine options and so many transmission options, finding a seller that actually has the right one is a pain in the ass. Finding this trans in general is a pain in the ass. So my goal was to put this in my protege because somebody else, not me, some other brilliant mind, found out that you can do some hackery and make this fit a Mazda V6.
Said, my uncle and aunt had 2 manual Fusions, the first gen and the second gen.
Yeah, the second gen one, if they still had that, that'd be great. But the take rate was just kind of low. I mean, manual take rate in the US has been on the decline forever, and especially on the Fusion, the manual take rate wasn't very high. I don't think you'd get the manual with the highest trim options. Don't quote me on that, though. I didn't look into it enough to know the trim options, but so far we've only been able to find this on the sport trims, which were like fairly base interior. By the 2, I mean the one I pulled this from, and as of last night, the entire Ford Fusion I just bought for the transmission because these things are sick. But I bought this for my protege because some other genius figured out that you can use these with a Mazda V6, the KLDE, or just the KL series in general. So I was going to use that with my KL, and then after studying it with Steven for a while, we learned that this should be theoretically possible to put in a Festiva, and our stream today is going to be all about taking theory and making it reality. So we are going to show you what actually needs to happen to make this fit a Festiva. It's going to involve a lot of casework, it's going to involve a little bit of drilling, and it's definitely going to involve some funky differential shenanigans. But we are going to talk about that a lot more as we start to tear this apart. If I flip this around, it's facing straight down. Hang on. Like that. And I do the same thing with our Protege G series, which is, like I said earlier, the big G. You can see when compared to the big G, the center section of this bell housing is almost the same.
Excellent stream premise.
The center part of the case.
Nicholas Suardiek said, Steven, Bloomfield Industries.
Not Bloomfield Industries, it's Bloom Tech. Thank you very much. So, here we are looking down at the differential zone. You can see from this angle, they look very similar, both in how this cap bolts on, how the differential sits, the extra support ribs that got cast into here. The bolt pattern for this, almost identical. It's very cool to see. This is even also very similar. It's not quite the same. Looking at the top, you can also see how the Protege uses those side mounts. I don't know if it's going to show up on camera, but there's a stud here and a stud here. This one has spots for those same studs, plus one extra one installed for the Fusion. So, same deal, those mount with all the studs versus the Cable G does not. I'm going to flip this guy back over and just let him chill up here for a bit. I'm going to take our Protege transmission back down because we're not going to need him for a while. So yes, so I must reiterate from earlier. This whole swap thing is not my original idea. I saw this on a Ford Probe being done in Germany, and then one person copying that and doing it in the U.S. And then in that thread, I learned that one other person has done it to an FS protege. And as far as I'm aware, that's it. Those are the only times this swap has really been done or talked about or theorized. As far as I can tell, a 6-speed swap has been done successfully to a front-wheel drive Mazda 3 times. And it's always to a bigger car. Always to a Probe or a Protege or a Mazda MX-6, which is the twin of the Probe. What you do to make this fit one of those cars I just said is actually you're just using the gear set. You're not even using the case, we're not using the bell housing, we're not using the funky shifter thing, we're just using the guts from this. If I get my 10 mil out real quick and pop off the cap from these bad man pajamas, actually, do I need to take the cap off the Protege?
YouTube user said, Bloom Tech. David W. said, is a 4-speed automatic possible?
A 4-speed automatic is technically possible. The problem is finding when they actually use. The only 4-speed auto that we know of that could really work is like the G4HL, not the G4HEL, which was used in some 323s and a couple other things, but only for like 2 years. The problem is every other 4-speed you can get for a Festiva is electronically controlled. So it has to have its own TCU that has to communicate to the ECU to shift and stuff. It's hard to get it to work. The G4E or the G4HL is hydraulically shifted like the Festiva is, so it doesn't need electronics. It just needs power for the kickdown switch and needs a vacuum signal. If you find one of those should bolt in or bolt onto a B-series block, then you still make mounts. There is a different 4-speed overseas that works. I know James Stanley
Nicholas Suardiek said, well, is that what the same thing for us? Then we just take gear set and drop it on a 5-speed trans.
Sort of, but there's some more work that has to be done. But more or less, yes, you need this gear set to go into a cable G-series case. So the gears and stuff from here need to go into that case. And the reason that works is I mentioned earlier how the cable G-series has a weird reverse. They added parts, they added extra stuff to the end cap to the reverse gear to make it easier to shift into. The reverse gear itself is actually in the trans, but it's got this weird thing on the outside to help you shift into it. Did I miss a bolt? No, it's just kind of on there good. There we go. If I pop open the 6-speed here, you will see, first of all, bearings. These are extra bearings to provide strength to keep the shafts from flexing, which is one of the major weaknesses of the standard G series. The standard G5 over there has a weak spot because the gear sets flex. The actual shafts flex around, and when they flex, your gears start to
David
unmesh,
W.
and that tears stuff
said,
up.
That's awesome, thanks.
You're welcome. I have one of those shafts in this box over here. These are all the guts from another G5. So here is a G series from a 5-speed. This is one of the gear shafts. As you can see, we have a bearing here and a bearing here. That's the only support this whole shaft has. The middle can flex a good bit. The tip can flex a good bit. There's no other supports. Versus the G6 adds 2 more bearings to the outside of the case to brace it. So these help prevent case flex or shaft flex in the case. That's why this piece is this hefty cast unit. Cast parts on Mazda cars are not there for cooling or whatever. They're there for strength. That's why the B6T oil pan is a cast aluminum pan and not a steel pan. It actually makes the block way more rigid. Same deal here. We're skipping the stainless steel. We're going straight to this aluminum cast piece that's way thicker. That actually adds support to the case. This is making the case more rigid and providing support to those bearings. Directly under those bearings, this is 6th gear. So we're taking the 5-speed, you're removing that wacky reverse synchronizer kit, and instead slapping a 6th gear on there. Hang on, I think I see another chat message coming in. I see it on YouTube first, and then I see it
Rygar
on
the
top
Destroyer
thing.
said, how much horsepower do you think the 6-speed transmission will hold?
That's a great question. I aim to find out. So I know for sure it should be good to at least 180, because 180 horsepower is what the engine it was attached to is rated for. The Duratec 2.5 is rated for like 177, and that's what they used on the Duratec. So we should be good to at least 180.
Typically, they try a double.
Right, your factor of
ratings.
safety should be 2. So if we apply that same idea of a factor of safety of 2, and we're saying that this came on a 130 horsepower engine and should be good to 250,
Which is about accurate.
then that means this should be good to whatever that math was, 320, 330 horsepower with no modifications, maybe.
Round it to 350 because it sounds better.
Call it 350. So we don't know for sure, but we aim to find out. But that's how the 6-speed became a 6-speed. They removed the funky extra bits for the reverse gear that are on the outside, and they've added another gear.
Which was only on the Capri transmission, weirdly enough.
Yeah, because it wasn't on the Big G, right?
No. Big G has shorter shafts.
Right, and that's why it has a different cap shape too.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on, I'm gonna go back to camera 1 because Steven's here. Yay,
Whoops.
Steven throw. Is Brian leaving or just?
I don't know. He's out in his car. Just kind
Brian's
of.
taking off. He didn't want to interrupt.
Oh. Okay.
So yeah,
Look at
I
that.
guess I left my key on in the car last night and completely dead my car this morning.
Nice.
And all of my extra batteries were also dead.
Of course.
So I had to steal the battery from your car to start my car.
Perfect. I love having Group 35s in all the cars.
If we grind off the laser,
Burrs.
yeah,
Mhm.
then it should just slip on because I designed it to be slip on. That way you can easily move where you want it than just weld it in
Right.
place.
That's fantastic.
But
We'll talk about what the hell that is here shortly too. So yeah, so now Steven's here. Here's our G6. So what this involves, what was required to get this to go to that case? Basically, the shafts are the same. The way these move the shafts, like where the forks are basically the
Nicholas
same.
Suardiek said, what's up Bloom Tech?
so,
Oh, by the way, our mic's up here. If you ever want to shout at the mic.
I forgot
I've
to grab
used
my
it.
cheap Chinese mics.
It's all
They
good.
have to be terrible.
What you need to do is we need to get these shafts into this case, and then the shift gate, internal to the transmission, that has like your shift pattern kind of in it.
We don't have one off.
Oh, is it still in that case in your car? That's fine. We have an E-Series one. Not worth. So, on your... Oh, there's no... So on the transmission, there's like this little box that has your shift pattern in it, like a shift gate, basically. So it's like in each pattern, you have your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 reverse, kind of already laid out, and the rod inside follows that little gate around. To make this fit, we basically have to keep the rod shifter from this case, but we have to carve out a little extra section so we can go past the gate and into reverse. So now our gate will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then all the way to the left and up, dog leg left from first, is where reverse is supposed to be. The only downside to doing all this is that we will no longer have reverse lockout. On the G6, there is no internal reverse lockout. Versus, like, if you go to a 5-speed on your Festiva, any 5-speed, G series, F series, E series, if you go into 5th, it moves a little lever internally, mechanically. That way you can't go from 5th straight to reverse if you think you have a 6-speed and you don't. It locks you out from doing that. The G6 does 6-gear lockout internally in the cabin. So instead, the shifter itself physically won't go into reverse until you shove the shifter itself down into the car. Since we don't have that cable shift assembly, we no longer have reverse lockout. So when you first start your car, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can smack it into reverse instead of going into first. So that's just something to keep an eye out for.
But you're not supposed to downshift to first anyways, and it doesn't matter if you start in reverse.
Right. So at the end of the day, it shouldn't really matter that much. The other thing you need to do is carve out one of the internal brass nubbins that slides the reverse part around, because we need to slide further to get to reverse. So there'll be some grinding on this little brass nubbin inside. There'll be a little notching and grinding on our shift gate, which is that's the kind of technical part of the swap. But the big annoying part of the swap is our differential and our axles. The diff ratio for this transmission is very different from your 5-speed. We cannot use...
Nicholas Suardiek said, can we engineer something to do so?
It's a very bold we, but yes, we could engineer something potentially mechanical to prevent that. But it's just a very complex linkage system. Ideally, we would copy how they did it, and we would use a reverse lockout in the car.
It's really not worth it.
Right. It's a lot of work for something that's almost never going to come into a problem state. Especially if we make our gate a bit wider, so that way 6 is not in line with everything else. It'll be first, third, fifth. So you'd be fifth, go 10 degrees over third, 10 degrees over first, and then 20 degrees over reverse. It'd be very hard to do it on accident. The other thing we got to do, though, is the diff work. So like I was saying, the differential is a very different ratio. The diff ratio in this is, hang on, actually,
3.7 something, I thought.
I believe no, 3.7 is the E series. So Steve and I went through and researched all this.
Nicholas
and I have this
Surdiak
information.
said, "Hey, we meaning all of us together rolling on the floor laughing."
All right. Well, when you have a prototype design ready or an idea, you let me know.
Hey, Will,
Yes.
is this safe for like engine bay cleaner?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I would dilute it half maybe if you let it sit for a bit, but yes, you totally can. Just don't let it sit on paint for a whole day, raw.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So the G5, we're looking at like a 3.85 final diff ratio. The big G, the Protege, looking at 4.105, which is worse. We want a really short, or really short final drive ratio, really tall, a lower number, taller gear. The Festiva E Series is 3.7, which is great. That gives us a nice long fifth gear for better mileage. When you put a G Series in, you drop from a 3.7 to a 3.85, which is not ideal for mileage. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm pointing at because I'm on the wrong cam again. You can say something, Steve.
I did say something.
What did you say?
I said wrong camera.
Oh. Shit. Okay. I'll flip it so you guys can see it even. So here's some ratios drawn out on some paper. I've organized all of this into a spreadsheet on the internet that I'll make available to everybody when I figure out how to best make it available to everybody. The camera's probably blowing out all the whites, so you probably can't even read it. But E Series final drive ratio 3.7, Capri G Series 3.85, not good. The big G from the Protege 4.1, even worse. And then if you go to the G6, it's a god awful 4.388, almost 4.4 from 3.7. So that means your fifth gear is going to be very short. You're going to be running a lot of revs at 80 on the interstate. But we can make it more worth it by running a very, very tall fifth gear. In this case, we have one. This has what we call the legendary diesel gear. On your Capri transmissions, it's very common to do a fifth gear swap to a better ratio. The G series for the Capri from the factory uses a 0.795 fifth gear, which is very short. You can upgrade that to a much more common 717 gear from an early MX6 and allegedly a ZX2 Escort. That drops you to a 717, which is fantastic. The diesel gear from a diesel 323 overseas has a legendary ratio of 0.68. That drops your revs down a ton on the interstate, going 80. This G6 comes with that gear from the factory. This has the legendary 0.68 final drive. Not fifth, obviously, in this case 6, but 6 gears 0.68, which takes care of some of that problem. It's still not the best. The Festiva transmission is still to this day, the Festiva transmission or the G5 with the fifth gear swap are your best options for highway revs to keep them low. Beyond that, this is second best, which is fantastic news. And now we have an extra gear, so we're shifting constantly. Is that good? Is that bad? That kind of depends what you're doing. Racers that do autocross especially, or small track stuff, usually don't want that many gears. You want to have like one gear or maybe two that you can stay in for the whole track so you're not wasting time shifting. If you're driving your car for fun, you want to do some extra shifting, or your power band is like in a really weird spot and you want to be able to pick exactly what RPM you want to be at any speed, then in 6-speed could be advantageous. For me, I just like shifting a lot. I think it's fun.
I mean, if you grew up with Need for Speed and Fast and Furious.
Yeah, then it's all about shifting, right?
Before it came, the Fast series.
Everything we need to do is nitrous, and we have to shift 17 times in a quarter-mile drag race, because that's how drag racing works. So this will be fun. I want this car to be fun. And it should be stronger. That's the other thing. With this extra bearing set, this should be stronger than the G Series. Cool, close ratios, and it will have a better cruising RPM than, almost equal to this, with the correct tires and the correct fifth gear on it.
With your new digital dash, you should have danger to manifold pop up when you hit max boost.
You should. Yeah, if I hit like 18 psi, I'll say danger manifold start making sounds. So that's the main idea. These gear shafts and these gears and this end cap. That's the other thing. You really need this end cap from this transmission to bolt it on the other case so it braces those bearings. The rest of this goes away. We just use the gears. We do some internal modifications. And we have to swap the diff. So that's what I was getting at earlier with this crazy diff difference. This engine, or this transmission, this G series from the Capri, is a 26 spline axle. The axles in this are huge. I don't even remember. They're either like 28 or even 30 spline axles. They're dumb. We can't use the axles from this in a Festiva. We really need to use the Capri axles, which means we need the differential in the G6 to use the spider gears from the differential in the G5 from the Capri, which means we have to tear apart the ring gear and then pray and hope that the ring gear from this differential bolts onto the inner differential of this transmission, and then all the guts will then work together to be in this transmission. If they made spiders for this diff that were like better, or they made a better ratio, we'd keep this diff whole, or we'd keep this diff whole because we want the better differential ratio, but we can't, because the one side of the diff is the ring gear, the other side of the diff is actually part of our gear set. I think it's this one. Yeah, so if I bring our shaft back out from another Capri G series, you can see this little gear right here, this extra thick one, bottom. That's the actual other side of the diff, and that's part of the casting of this shaft. These gears come off the shaft. That one does not. That's part of the shaft itself. That's why we can't change differential ratios. To change your diff ratio means you have to have the matching shaft, and they don't make a better ratio for the 6-speed shaft. So we have to use this ratio, but we also need to use 26 spline axles. So what Steve and I are going to attempt to do today is modify the bits and bobs inside the transmission so we can shift through all 6 gears like we're supposed to with a rod-based shifter. We're also going to try to modify the diff. We're going to grind out all the pins, find some very fancy replacement bolts, and bolt the ring gear from this transmission onto the one from this case. That way we have 26 spline axles. We are then going to make sure everything gets
357 HDH. Said. Shaft.
Harrison is only in here for the innuendo, and I will stroke our shaft on stream, and we will put it back in the box where it goes. Don't tell my wife. All right. This one, since I spent all this time cleaning it up, I'm not tearing it back apart. Instead, we have all these guts over here in this box I've been playing with off in the corner. These are all the guts from a different G series that me and Steven tore apart already on the last stream we talked about transmissions on, which you can go watch or don't, because we just went over almost all the same info today. But here it is. Here's the diff. Here's those pins I was talking about. Here's the ring gear. We have to drill all this out, get this ring gear off, and put it in transmission. The other thing that's really important is the shims, because when you redo anything in a transmission like this, these bearings get replaced. And when you replace these bearings, there's little tiny shims that go between the bearing and the case. And to replace the shims, you need a very fancy tool from Ford, which does this weird spacer measurement thing and tells you what shims you need. And then you need to find said shims from Mazda from 20 years ago.
Which there's like literally 30 different shims.
There's so many different shims. But thanks to my resources and talent, I now have both. The shims aren't here yet, but they are like 2 days away from being here. And I have the tool. I got the uber rare Rotunda.
It's still not available. It's 82 cents.
That's for the 6th gear.
Yeah.
I should see if anybody else has that. That'd be very funny.
I'm gonna check real quick with that number. It's probably only gonna bring back up the website. It's typically what unavailable parts. Oh no! Apparently it's an equation.
Oh, nice. Yeah. So,
Car hole.
those cases are in the back of your car.
Said. Incredible.
It is incredible. I'm so excited for this stuff. So.
At least on eBay.
How many they got? Just one?
That's a good question. This isn't the eBay app, so it just pulled up on the website for some reason.
If it doesn't say multiple here, we don't have multiple. I'd buy that. I'd buy a bunch.
I don't know if that's actually the correct.
We need the counter though.
Finditparts.com. Yeah,
That seems about right. If you can find the counter that goes with it, that'd be great. I mean, I have the Ford number for the counter. All right.
Jim, whatever the hell that
Jim
website is.
Ellis.
Yeah, it's even cheaper on there.
Really? Well,
I mean,
Is that for the Mazda 6 then?
yeah.
That number?
As long as 6 years still the same for those.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I don't think it is. I think they got the 717.
Oh, that's lame.
Yeah, because that's what we looked at this stuff. That's what we saw.
Because I really can't look up, this on that.
I can. I have it pulled up on my phone. I'll pull it up in a minute. We'll look at that as we're talking here.
Nicholas Suardiek
Can
said,
you look up Ford parts on that?
in case you guys are curious, that little stubby impact is the best thing in the world.
Oh, brother, don't we know it? That's why.
I want
That's
one.
all I rock is this stubby impact constantly. All right, I'm gonna go grab the other case parts for this.
I'll just come out with you because I'll grab the flywheel and stuff.
You're in charge of the stream.
Oh Lord.
Go here. Hang on.
Well, here,
So,
yeah, switch it back here.
Just stand there for a second. They can't hear you, but I can show you. I can show them you.
They can watch me take
So in
my.
the back corner, you can just see kind of Hunter's head right now. This is what he's working on. Check it out. It's a freaking Toyota Matrix XRS on RPF 1s. It's incredible. We just got him some free parts. So he's been looking at installing some free parts and doing an oil change. That's a freaking 2ZZ in the front of that beast. Only came on the XRS as far as XRSs go. I had no idea the XRS was so much different than the XR, but there it is. The 2ZZ makes all the difference. How much horsepower is the
Right at 200
200 freaking horsepower
from a
in
1.8 liter.
and was basically a wagonified Corolla.
Yeah.
Nicholas
it is
Suardiek
all of
said,
what is a Corolla.
Hey, other
underneath
guys,
with
what are you
slightly
doing
bigger
back
ball
there?
joints
Car
and
hole.
More glass.
Said.
That's about it.
Gorgeous.
It is gorgeous. So I'll let him talk about what he's doing right now, and then I'll switch back to his camera. Or here, I'll let him talk about
357
it.
HDH.
Yeah, here. I can
Said.
sit over here and they can
Nice.
ask questions if they want, I guess.
So how long does it take to get from the chat to the actual?
Since we're in 4K, it's like 20 seconds.
No, because I see a question that I have an answer for. That
So yeah, so from here to that box is like 18 seconds, then like another 5 seconds to this box, and that's to respond, then goes to that same loop.
Dang.
I can have ultra low latency, but not with 4K. Only 1080p for ultra low. All right, so while Hunter's chatting them up, Mike's right there, Hunter, just for your reference.
I'll answer that question when we get back.
Okay.
What's the question?
On the 4-speed automatic available.
Oh,
That was actually optional. Overseas.
What's up, guys? I know you can't see me. You're looking at my car that's on jack stands. But all I'm doing at the moment really is an oil change, and then we'll actually, through some person here in Lexington, I really don't even know who, but somehow or another, a full body brace kit off of eBay came up for free. So I'm playing around with that and seeing how that all lines up. A lot of people kind of say that the kit's garbage. Some people, me, want to find out if it is garbage or not. So eventually I'll find out. Unfortunately, I don't have a way to go over there and still be able to talk to you guys.
Car hole. Said, very nice car.
Thank you, thank you.
These Festiva
hooligans
ones that actually tell you
Find the
you
Matrix
don't have
very
video.
boring.
What?
they said cool car and asked no questions. They're like, send dad back.
You guys are funny. Oh, actually, I think the camera's frozen.
Oh,
So
is
I
that
can't
what
even
it
see
is?
you working on it. Luckily, it froze like as a picture of your car. But Steve, you look like Santa Claus bringing a big bag of goodies. Oh, this is wet.
Oh yeah, you know, remember how I mentioned gear fluid?
Yeah. Why? It's a clutch.
It's sitting in the back where there was transmissions.
Oh, this is from your carpet into the box, not the box out.
What?
This fluid is from your carpet already.
Yeah.
So it's not my box leaking onto your carpet.
No,
it's your
your-
carpet leaking into my box.
No, your flywheel is not leaking gear oil.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, that makes no sense at all. All right.
No, but see how close?
See,
it just-
you got here just after I had every transmission on this table.
Flip it over.
E, F, G, G, G. I lifted all those bastards up here on my own. I was like, I where's Steven to do this? And now they're all down. You're like, oh, hey, I'm here. No.
Try the back.
Huh?
Backside. No, but like the backside of the flywheel. There's that nice
357
machine spot.
HDH said,
Hey, look at that. It just
Steven,
fits. It does
what do
just
you
fit.
think of my new ET?
What? Oh, yeah. Harrison's.
Oh. I kind of looked at it, but I don't race eighths. I race quarters, so
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know what that's going to correlate to actual drag times.
I'm scared because his eighth trap was faster than my quarter trap in V2.
Carhole said, Steven strong like horse.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
is.
that's true.
But
it won't work on the back unless we have a special sensor for it.
Right. There's no way that can work with the sensor set I have.
Although it is perfect.
It's funny that it's the exact same size though. It's like within a mil of the.
Well, it's perfect because it'll miss the teeth, so it would actually work like this if we can get a flat sensor. Actually, your sensor might work because it has that
It
cutout.
does have an offset. I think it's on the wrong. You have to flip it upside down. Well, I was designing other ones that fit the outside.
Yeah, it only needs a.
That is funny though. That this is the same as the B3 one.
It actually fits better on this with the, the extra low laser
With
curve.
the burrs.
Yeah.
Okay. Man, I guess you guys really don't like Hunter or 2ZZs because we lost 9 viewers. All right, well, those 9 viewers lost because we're about to get down to the fun nitty gritty. We're going to tear this open. By we, I mean Steven is while I go prep the next part of this recording. Or this live stream, I should say. All right, I'll take that back over here for now.
357 HDH said, 17.031 quarter.
I think
My
my quarter
slow.
was like 18.3, so.
Eric on YouTube said, their loss.
So true. Eric is definitely a 2ZZ admirer.
You should
Want to bring your sockets over here?
tell them it came in the Lotus Elise. That might make them think
Again,
it's
you-
Yeah, it's Lotus Elise engine, guys. Come
I'm
on.
gonna need whatever the hell
Yeah,
size those
the
are
30
too.
something.
Well, I guess I'll come
I
over here
don't
and
have
grab
the
tools
Lotus
too.
engine cover, guys, but come on, I'm cool.
It's got, dude, engine cover is sweet. It's colored. It's one of the.
Some people actually do that. They'll get the OEM Lotus embossed engine covers, which are really silly because they're really small and they only cover like the coil pack area.
Oh.
But they have a little Lotus badge.
I mean, it's one of the only production Canadian sports cars that come with the plasma, cylinder walls.
Yeah.
Kind of pain in the ass to deal with.
Carhole
Big pain in the ass.
said, I think the Matrix is great.
I don't know how I'm going to rebuild
They're
my
un-
blown one because
They're
Carl-
unrebuildable.
Carl loves Matrix.
I think we needed a chrome socket for one of these.
We probably did.
What'd you say about rebuilding it?
They're kind of unrebuildable
Yeah,
if
to
the
a-
cylinder walls aren't good.
To a point, yeah. It's like you can sleeve it, or you can go find another tool block. I saw some guy.
That's probably close enough. Have we taken these off before?
No.
Oh, it must have been built on a Friday.
That loose.
Well, no, it's not loose. It's just half rounded.
Oh, nice.
I mean, this is a junkyard one.
I mean, no, this is the one that we got from that.
But she got it from a junkyard.
Oh yeah,
And is that white on the inside OEM?
yeah. They used basically Honda bond. They both fit.
Okay.
I mean, they're a little loose, but they're tight enough that they're gonna get it off. Where's big boy impact? I'm not getting those off the ratchet.
I've heard of some people using like a paste that you can get nowadays that lines the.
Or just like polishes it or something.
I guess I don't know. I haven't seen any like bona fide results from that yet.
Well, I mean, they're cast iron below the laser plating, or
No,
plasma plating, aren't
it's
they?
aluminum.
Oh, so it's just like a super thin plating on their aluminum.
Yep.
Dude, that's wild.
Laser deposition.
Oh shit. Oh wait, no. We're good. It's just spinning the shaft. I thought like it was literally that loose.
That's what I was like, not much holding
No,
that in
this is the free spinning gear side. About to say, holy shit, we got a bad transmission or something.
We don't have a service manual for this.
What, just one doesn't exist?
It probably does somewhere, but it'd be like digital for this year, I believe. So, so we'll take careful note. You want to tell Stream what you're doing, that way you're also telling me what you're doing, and it'll tell myself
see the-
future reference.
The problem is, I don't know what I'm doing.
Right.
I know things need to come off. I think these bearings are actually pressed on.
Okay.
Do you have a...
Yes, I do.
I also don't want to break anything, so that's kind of fun.
Right.
We'll take note of the varying sizes, and I can order some.
Oh, I also. Oh, I should take that off. I replaced my fog light bulb today, so hopefully no more.
Hopefully it stays on.
Yeah. Yeah, because it just kept going out. Sometimes it would be on, sometimes it would be off. There was a moisture in it, so the bulb itself was like corroded a little.
So yeah, this is new territory for almost everybody here because the G6 is so freaking rare. And
Yeah,
don't
no,
have
I
a
need,
service
like-
manual on how to tear it apart.
I need like a 3-jaw gear puller, not one of these. Because I'm not going to be able to get one of these around either of these with, you know, all this other stuff in the way. I mean, I could just try lifting up while I smack with the dead blow.
Yeah.
I learned something doing my power steering pump too. The engine turns over real easily, and you know those plastic interior tube hoppers? Those are really good for slipping belts on.
Ooh.
Because they're like stronger than the belt to a point,
Right.
but then they start to like fall apart before the belt does.
No, maybe. They got a little bit up and down play. I need something better than my hand, though, to lift it. Like a pry bar.
Your hand plus a glove.
We're going to be re-shimming this and possibly just putting new bearings on it, right? Just,
Shimming it for sure. Bearings, probably.
I mean, a dead blow's not going to really hurt the
The
bearings,
only
but...
question is whether or not we're going to replace the synchros.
Oh.
It's only unknown in my mind. The synchro or not the synchro.
Unless they're really bad, I wouldn't replace them.
Well, I have no idea what they look like. I have no idea if they match the standard G6 ones. So.
This feels so wrong. You sure you don't have a gear?
3-jaw?
Yeah. Even a 2-jaw. Well, you keep looking. I'm going to beat the hell out of it. Gently. Yeah, I don't think that's actually doing anything. I think that play was already there.
Yeah, so I own one. It's just a piece of garbage.
Oh, that's fine. I doubt they're that tightly pressed on there.
I also... Oh, that should go in the shaft and be okay. If it's going to bump the threads, I have the thing in the other kit I used to prevent that from happening.
Now they're already beveled. I mean, they're meant for a puller.
Right, that one just seems like thin. It seems like it's going to hit the threads of the tool.
It might. Is that on the... Oh, that's way down there.
Alright, I'm going to zoom in on Steven with the camera for a minute. Or on the work you're doing, I should say. And then I'm gonna try to find the right sort of thing for this job.
We got to go back and forth between each of them. Or I guess the small one first would have probably done it.
Alright, I'm gonna start the matrix really fast.
You should be good.
Oh yeah, just slid right off. Just need a little bit of press. Well, that's a really non-standard bearing. Luckily, the bearings are still really, really nice. No noise, super smooth, with just a little bit of drag from the grease in them.
Hell yeah.
Okay, this should be fifth. Bushings look nice. They're not worn out, even with how gross the oil is. I think they mixed fluids. I think that's the problem. Or they used not the right gear oil, not the AP rated or what's it called? GL5. I think that's what the rating is. They use old school gear oil.
Yeah,
Something
no
mixed.
Yeah.
Because this isn't, all this black gunk isn't wear, it's some weird chemical thing. Well, they didn't slam it into sixth very often because the gear is basically new and the synchros.
Wow, the way they hold this to do service on it, it's like a crazy two-pronged jaw.
Oh, I wonder if this has already been rebuilt. There's a part number stamped on the synchro. They don't usually do that stock.
That'd be nice.
Because feel the synchro, it's like actually still sharp.
Oh, dude, I can feel it to the glove. It just caught my glove edge.
Mhm.
That's wild.
Maybe that's why they're mad that they had to sell it to her for the automatic price.
You want to do it in the order Ford wants you to do it in?
No.
Step one, you gotta remove the speed sensor.
How expensive are synchros for something like this?
Probably a couple
I
$100
paid
for a kit.
$120 for that kit right there for a G series.
120 for the whole kit.
Yeah, I think that one has bearings too.
It's really not that expensive.
See,
Each series ones are like 80, which we call it expensive usually because you can get a whole trans, or you used to be able to get a whole trans for like barely double that.
well, so like C60s, what I have in the Matrix.
Bearings, all ends, all the seals.
So after this, it should
all
be
the synchros.
fairly similar to taking apart a G5 after you get the 6th gear off.
And we need to get our indents out. Our decant indents.
But yeah, the C60 transmissions, they're like $900 if you find a pulled one that works. You can get them a little cheaper if you get them in something.
That's kind of where we're at with this.
Right.
These are like between $800 and $1,200 online.
Yeah.
Trying to find them at all. It's hard.
But
Steven, did you clean the transmission? That's step 2.
It was pre-cleaned. We're good.
Okay. If necessary, remove the anchor bolt for the clutch fork. We already did that.
Oh.
VSS out.
So these definitely are not the same as 5th or G5 synchros because they're carbon synchros.
Nice.
They're brass, but they have...
Holy moly.
That's fancy.
yeah. So, yeah, I was gonna say I can get replacement synchros, but the only real replacement ones that are worth doing are carbon ones, and they're expensive as heck.
I'm kind of shocked. That's not a cheap way of doing that.
Just
I
some
guess-
more evidence that Mazda really
guess-
wanted this one to work.
I guess it is technically a sports or a transmission. I mean, it came only into sports as far as we can tell.
remove the reverse switch and the bolt holding it, then remove the end cap.
Take on that one. Yeah.
Warning: do not reuse lock nuts. They wanted you to take the shift shaft out first somehow without taking the bearings off.
Huh?
I guess it's in the way.
Dude, Ford's just high. They don't know what they're doing.
Oh no! Okay, you don't. They want you to remove. They want it to drop out of the way. So the fork, they have you pull the roll pin so it drops down, gives you room for your 3-jolt puller to fit.
Oh.
Obviously, you got to fit anyway, but.
Maybe it was already down.
Oh yeah, I might have already stuck it into the wrong gear or the right gear.
I need a microfiber. Yeah, microfiber. Like a handful of them, just so I can clean it as I go.
You got a handful for the box of new ones.
Yeah.
The used ones would have been fine.
Ford has a tool.
Of course, Ford has a tool.
We should make one.
Or
So we'll just then when you're taking the end caps off, they actually have a socket that fits the splines.
Hmm.
So that's how you have a wrench on one side, you lock it with your wrench, and then you can pop the thing off.
oh, the 2 nuts. That's silly.
It's not
Just
that
impact
silly.
it. Did they not have impacts back in the early 2010s?
Well, they did, but maybe they just don't want you to be impacting the shaft.
They want you to replace the nuts anyways.
That's true.
Hey, Will.
They're just being
Yeah.
extra.
For my oil back here, do you want? I can throw it in this jug, or do you have another jug?
Roll pin.
You know the jug I have by that tree outside on the fence line, behind the protege area. Basically behind the protege, there's any jugs there.
Do you care if it goes back in that?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay.
As long as it doesn't overflow, I don't really care.
I don't think it.
Any empty jug's a good jug. But it'd be really easy to make with a socket. Just weld a 15 mil I've never used in my life to an old clutch insert. Make a special surge to. So hey, this is the only SSTs they recommend. They recommend the shaft SST and the one that holds the transmission to your engine stand, which is this giant like scissor, like curved scissor looking thing. It's adjustable. You adjust it. They want you to bolt it to that bolt and that bolt, and it just holds the whole trans with these 2 big scissors off the edge of your hoist.
You know, Mazda did love making a lot of weird
I
engine
know.
mount adapters.
They love doing that. Like the whole block, you're supposed to hold from the side, not
Yeah.
from the back. I still kind of want to make one of those.
You can still buy one.
The Mazda one is 480. Leroy Engineering makes a copy of it for 380. So, I think
How much is your time worth?
less than that.
So like
Or
100,
more than that.
like $100
Less than
in
that? I don't know.
$100 in steel, and then $200 in your time.
Less than $100 a steel, surely.
Well, you gotta get now with sin being so cheap, I would rather just design it than have them cut
There's an
it.
SCS that does like it's just tubes anyway. It's just 4 off. I mean, you could probably modify the stock 4-jaw one to do it. Just
Yeah.
get the tubes the right length, and then just buy the Harbor Freight, the entire Harbor Freight one for $50. Throw away the bottom half of the stand, cut the tubes as you're there.
So I didn't know, but these Cobalt pliers are just Knipex knockoffs. That's why they work great until they break. Okay, 14.
Spacer and gear sleeve.
I probably need a
Alright, I'm
ratchet.
gonna put this on the stream for you real quick.
I'm well past that point.
I know. I'm getting down to the detents, so we know what the detents are for this case.
Oh, I already took one out.
Okay. Well, there's the 2 detents.
Oh,
Or
that's one of the ones I
rails.
took out.
And then there's also actually those are rail guides according to the thing.
Okay. Well, I'll
And
take the other.
detents are these.
That makes sense, right next to the shaft. That's just a bolt. Oh, wait, that holds reverse in place.
Car hole. Said. Good God, the impact is 5x as loud as anything else.
Sorry, I don't have a compressor. An audio compressor.
Oh, I can use hand tools. Although, I do need a hand ratchet though, because I can't get this one loose.
But yeah, I guess we are impacting like you guys can't see it on the camera, but right my hand, the tip of my finger is right where the microphone is. I'm like dangling a lavalier mic down for us, so the impact was about 7 inches away from from the lav.
Want to grab me a little magnet.
I'm sure your headphone users are really going to appreciate that.
Yeah, I think we just deafened car hole.
Who is Carhole?
Carhole
George
Alright,
said,
yeah, good play George.
just making a note, not particularly scarred.
Okay, he's good. No permanent damage.
Ooh, look at that weird thing. That's the. It has a insert.
IMEX
Wait.
said, headphone warning LOL.
Yeah, well, Steven's very
But-
kindly switched to...
That's literally like a pen tip. Because the ball's retained, so you can't lose the ball. The whole sleeve goes up and down.
Yeah. That's slick.
I wonder if the
That's
balls.
way better than Festiva.
I wonder if the balls in the G5 and pretty much every other G-Trans or E-Trans, any trans, just wobble out the hole eventually. They had to do some reason to update that.
I bet it's just for assembly.
I guess
on the assembly line, so the worker had to get a little ball and a little spring and keep it there with the bolt in. They just shove that in the hole.
you don't even have to keep the ball there. You may just drop it in the hole.
Depending on how it's situated.
I guess.
A lot of stuff like that for the line. That's how Toyota did. Like half the stuff Toyota does, like why would they do that? It's all because when the line workers are doing it, like what makes it the most ergonomic for the worker just to go zip zap zip zap.
As someone who's worked manufacturing almost his whole life, I don't see how that would help that much. But
You gotta see Toyota's factory to see how the stuff they're doing that's dedicated to.
oh, that's just a plug. There's no.
All right, for anybody that wants to follow along, Charmy, which is a sweet open source project for finding online service manuals, does have the manual for this
Carhole
saved.
said,
I'll put it in chat.
OBS has mic filtering options that work wonders. My only complaint is it like filters everything. It's nice to hear the UGAS and Douglas still.
Yeah.
Samet Industries said,
Oh god, don't read it.
/charm.li/4/20/2 and %20
Need the like the kit that has all the tools in it,
Well,
or just the clips themselves.
I just need a couple clips.
Okay, clips themselves, yes. There's a brand new one because Steven just replaced it.
Yeah. I'll say, Steven might have stolen it.
Oh, it's back again.
Oh.
Hang on. Hang on.
Oh, you only muted the
Pause
chat.
For a second. I'm gonna turn on the compressive filter as soon as I can get the audio mixer to pop up. There it is. Audio mixer. Setting. Noise suppression mode. Noise gate. No, we want compressor on. Compressor threshold. Anything above this. Anything above that compressed by like 30. Work fast. Compress a ton. Alright, now try it. See.
Eric on YouTube said, is the 2.5 Duratec from the donor car going into someone's NC Miata?
That's up to whoever buys it. Sorry, I didn't have the compressor set up right. Alright, we'll see if that compresses enough. Let me know, Carhole, if the new compressor settings mute it enough, or if it's just going to mute me every time I speak. We do have the gain pretty high. Here, Steven. Steven's a modest mouse. This is in the plastic off.
Of course, it's not 14. Why would it be a 14? The 12s.
Do we have to take it off the shaft first? And like pop these roll pins out? Does that shaft stay or does the shaft go?
The shaft's probably going to go. But if you take these two off, this should just drop out because that's just kind of ball and socket. We can move this wood. I don't like not being able to get my feet under the desk. I don't know what to wear.
Me neither.
I guess in between the yellow car and the stand.
Okay. Or behind the engine, like on the back side of that wood thing.
Move my clip back things over here. Like over here?
No, like right here. Back to the driveway. Hold up a second. Why are you beeping at me, device?
That's a little better.
I don't know what happened. I can't switch scenes.
Car hole
There.
said. I don't know if you hear, but the USB Windows system noise is going off a bunch.
Yeah, it wouldn't let me, like, I couldn't open XSplit and actually manage my freaking views. It kept dinging at me all the time. And I fixed it.
It will.
Yep.
You got super glue or anything in here?
Somewhere.
Car hole said. Gas are balanced very nicely now. Good work.
A gas. Thank you. I give all the credit to me pressing random buttons in XSplit. Thank you, XSplit. Alright, looks like most of the case bolts are out.
Besides this side, like everyone on this side. There's
Hey, wait, what do you mean?
There's a bunch of case bolts on my side that just aren't out.
Like 3.
Is that punch over there? Or did I put it
Sensor.
back?
Roll pin punch.
Yep. I might go to the next size up. Those look like.
Hey Hunter, do you have a spare drain pan?
A spare what?
Drain pan? You use one, right? Oh no. It's fine. There were 2 over there.
Yeah, there's So that was the perfect size punch. A little too perfect. I think it's like the exact same size as said roll pin. So
Yep.
Oh, there we go.
Maybe a little PV blaster this time. Those look pretty rusty.
They're moving easy. Maybe a little.
I mean, help slide the tool back out.
Yeah. I could also just dipped it in that pool of ATF right there.
Probably. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, etc. Alright, all the G parts go over here for a second. Oh, while we're in the zone, I can check our reverse sensor, see how close it is to this other reverse sensor that I'm not going to talk about too loudly until I can confirm it fits.
Was that the one that I found or the one you found?
Both. One of both.
Nice.
Which ended up actually being the same number. They should be in the same box. It's just the difference is like material. That one's like phosphate coated. That one's not.
Oh,
That one looks like the sealant has expired at this point, and that one doesn't.
on a different note, if you have roll pins, use a proper punch because it makes your life a lot easier. I learned that way too late in life.
I think it's a little deeper. I think you need a washer.
But you're supposed to use a washer.
Sorry,
anyways.
this one has a crush washer. I'm an idiot. Yeah, with the crush washer applied like you're supposed to,
They look identical.
it looks identical to me.
At least they'll work.
as long as it's the right operation. Is it normally open or normally closed?
Oh, yeah.
It should be. I can't imagine them switching that for a transmission, but sometimes they do be getting crazy with it.
Oh, bastards. They made the shift shaft seal easy to change on these. You don't have to split the case for it. It comes out, not in.
Oh, that's nice of them.
I'm going to punch that out. Just because. If I punch that out, I mean just completely wreck it. Yeah. On pretty much
how
every...
obtainable that is.
It looks the exact same as the G Series one.
Which, again, how obtainable is that?
You can still get them in Rock Auto as far as I know.
Really?
Yeah, it's a standard seal. They don't come with this metal cage anymore. They just standard looking seals.
Yeah, that's what I thought. 'Cause I remember seeing the shaft seal, but not with the actual lip on it.
Actually-
That lip is to hold the rubber thing, right? Which is broken on this trans, but
Okay, no, it's on G Series you can replace it. It's on the E Series you have to split the case to get to it.
the opposite.
Hey, Will.
Mhm.
Remember how much this kit cost you?
So those bolts are some random pieces of crap that the
Yeah,
gal
they're-
found.
Oh,
The actual, just the cool washers that come with their own bolts, they are dumb cheap on eBay. It's $3.
on eBay.
Yeah,
'Cause
$3.
I see them on Amazon, but they're usually overpriced.
Yeah,
Or like
and
sometimes going through Instagram, you'll see them.
they're listed as pattern JDM. Well, not they don't show listing. All the eBay sellers, even if they show blank ones, they will ship you fake pattern JDM ones. This was $3. The whole kit.
Pretty swanky. Yeah, the washers are nice.
Yeah.
And countersunk bolts, I mean, they definitely look good.
Yep, and it's all standard MS6.
Right.
And if you end up needing longer bolts, you just order counter bolts, whatever length you need.
Tidy up the clutch line bull crap.
Where'd you put the rest of the case bolt? Big tub.
Camera 2 for a second.
Scroll down that page. I think we're supposed to actually take the shift shaft completely out somehow.
Am I over there yet?
Wait, you're just there. There you go. Okay, I got that. Keep going. Just did all that. No, that just shows pulling the case apart. Okay. Well, I guess it.
Remove the funnel?
But that's inside the case.
Huh.
So I guess the shift shaft stays with the center piece. Does that mean all the gears come with it in one piece? They don't sit in the bottom anymore? Like how all the other G series, you pull the center piece off without the gear set in place.
Right.
I think the gear set comes with the center piece this time.
Must. And this side, that's just for a sensor we don't use, right?
Possibly. We can pull it out just to be safe.
Just make sure it doesn't retain anything.
Oh, 21's already right there. That looks like bigger than 21 though.
Yeah.
I doubt it's
Probably
24.
24.
Is probably the kit. Maybe that's a mutual safety switch.
Or the fill port.
Who knows? But they don't just fill through the dipstick or the.
They still could probably, but I got the style where you just overflow the.
Well, I come to think of it, I don't remember seeing any marks on the.
Oh yeah, because it's the electronic one. All right, let me hit the tab back here.
Wait, do you care about these studs?
Here, I'll hit mine.
We'll ignore that. Does that have to be in a certain gear?
I didn't read step 1 like I should have.
Okay. Or am I just missing something on that side? It's hanging up over here.
No, everything's out.
Oh, what's this? Oh,
We can take it out if you want.
what the hell's the extension? Smaller. No, it's just another plug.
Okay. Oh, I see what they mean now. The plastic piece is like right on the edge of the diff. If you yank too hard, you break it. It's gotta be this shaft right here. These two shafts are still stuck to this case.
Okay. Well, good thing that's disconnected and we can't shift it anymore.
Seems loose though. Probably.
Don't know what gear I shifted it into, but it worked.
All right. So maybe we should have read step like 2 or said put it in.
Oh yeah,
Fourth
look at that.
something.
We could probably almost copy that shift gate.
Yeah, basically. Well, so it shifts in the empty space. Here, pop that out real quick. I'll talk about it on camera.
What I'm saying is we could just use that as a template to drill the R's.
Yes. Huh?
I think I'm ready to go.
Okay.
I'd love to hang out more, but I gotta get home.
Feel that.
Life sucks.
Working man.
When you get a sec, I'll need you to spot me out of here.
Weird. See, I'll go back to camera 1.
Yeah.
Tell us what you're looking at over there.
I don't even know what I'm looking at. This reverse gear setup is wacky.
Well, G5s are also a little wacky.
No, like this has like 2 reverse gears. Does that bottom one go to? for the most part, all the architecture is the same on the bottom half as the G5. Like all the holes and everything are in the same spots.
Should be handy. All right, so see my own self here. Probably a little hard to see on your guys' end, but this is the shift gate we were talking about earlier. So that's first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. You can see if I move the rod here, might get closer to the camera. Camera, pick this up, please. Well, what's the tab for YouTube?
I don't actually see the YouTube tab.
Okay. Oh, bugger. Anyway. I can't see myself at all on the screen. Anyway, hopefully this shows up on camera. Right there is the shift shaft. Everybody hold your phone really close to your face. So there's the shift gate. So our rod over here moves around. It shifts between those. So you see there, 1, 2, turn it, 3, 4, turn it, 5, reverse. Actually, no. Okay, so here's fifth. You can tell because you hear that clanking noise. That's that lockout we were talking about before. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And as we went to fifth, you hear that big clank noise. That's this metal thing falling into place. Now we can't go down to reverse until we go back to like the middle. Now we can go in reverse. You can see that little tip move around. Maybe. Hopefully you guys can see that. Where's the other gate? Here is the shift gate from the 6-speed. I can try to hold up the camera some. There, now you can see same basic pattern, except there's an extra little dog leg coming up next to the first there. That's where reverse goes. And as you can see, there's no fancy lockout mechanism here. That's because the lockout, like I talked about before, is in the car side. So what we're going to need to do is grind this in pieces. That way our shifter mechanism can go all the way past first into where this reverse gear is going to be. Looking at that, there's not a whole lot of extra space. So, but that'll be over here somewhere.
We'll probably just
on our case for our 5-speed.
probably have to get a custom one, laser cut and then weld it in place or something.
But it's so formed.
That's just that one. Oh no, that one actually is kind of cut. I see what you mean now.
Yeah. So that's how they were doing it. Is this different on the Protege by like a lot?
Yeah, because the Protege one was just like stamped in. It wasn't like a full cutout.
Yet another complication.
No, it'll swap right over. It's still shaft driven.
Yeah, well, swapping under the case is the question because there's no clearance here. We need this to get the reverse. The reverse is going to be here.
Mm.
We need this to be sliding around down here, which means we have to. So that's what we basically have to drill a hole here, a slot that comes out all the way out, and you need to be able to come in and out over there. So we might end up having to clean up the case just a tick. Yeah, that's first, second, third, fourth, fifth.
Oh yeah, because reverse is on.
Lock.
It's gonna be on this side now.
Right.
And
Now
then
reverse is gonna be over here. That's gonna be 6.
yeah.
So we're gonna have to disable this lockout. Otherwise, the way to get the 6 is to go to fourth first. So yeah, we're gonna disable this lockout and then have to have reverse be all the way over here.
Got some ferrofluid going on.
Oh yeah, strong amounts. So you go. There's how the shift gate works. That's what we were talking about before. That's one of the modifications we're gonna have to make to this transmission for this whole thing to do what it needs to do.
So now knowing that you have carbon synchros, that makes sense why everything's black in here.
Yeah. Not a bunch of brass filings everywhere. You tell Stream how reverse works. And how reverse works.
Wait, what do you mean? Oh, I don't even know how reverse works. I'm just trying to figure out how the hell they got this thing going on in here.
Yeah, it's a lot harder to manipulate the cable shifter stuff.
Oh no, I can shift.
Where you at right now looks good. Good back.
Oh, reverse is synchronized. Okay. What are you driving against? Weird. Okay. I have no clue if the camera can see anything. Ugh. Let me grab a G5 reverse real quick. Stay. Okay. So the G5 reverse is quite a bit different. It's unsynchronized on this portion where it actually connects to the case, since it uses the weird synchronizer up where 6th gear would be on the G6. The G6, they kept it synchronized, but they added an extra bit on the bottom to bring the synchronizer down here. So whenever it shifts in reverse, this comes down. You probably can't see it, but there's a tiny little synchronizer up there in this engagement gear. So typically, the G5 reverse goes between this input right here, and then the output shaft over here just slips right up in place. So well, I figured it out.
Okay.
G6 has synchronized reverse.
Does it?
It does. And I think we can use it in a G5 because it looks like the same height as everything else.
Well, it should be because we need it to be in the same spot.
Yeah.
So the difference G5 G6 should be like instead of the weird actuation being because the gear is still here even on the G5, just actuation happens here.
I think we literally use all the shift linkage from the G6 because this center pin right here is identical to the G5. It's just instead of a shaft, it has a tang up here to catch this.
Right.
So I'm thinking we literally just transplant all this and then use a G5 shifter and then cut the extra hole, and that's it.
There was one other piece internally that he had to modify, like one of these that you use from the G5. You have to notch it to give it that extra reach.
That's probably, let's see. That's reverse. Oh yeah, because reverse is up, not back. That doesn't. Oh, the gear sets in a different bin.
No, they're the box right below.
Totally safe up there.
You want me to grab the other case half? No, let's drop that in.
Okay, this down here is wider for one. The actual internal shift gate that the ball,
Right.
So the G6 is wider, which makes sense because it goes over further for reverse. Like, obviously wider. Like, actually where that little cut line right there is, looks like about this width. The shift forks look the same though.
Except one's
slightly different.
They did iron.
I guess they plan to have a shitload of force on.
Dragon Healer said,
when you're slamming gears.
I'll have to watch from the beginning, confused face.
Oh, sorry, Ryle. It's worth watching. I know it's an hour and a half long, but it's worth watching. We found a lot of cool information. So basically, the first 10 minutes or 20 minutes of stream, we talked about the difference between E, F, and G series transmissions and stuff, which you already know. What it boils down to is right now you're looking at the guts of a Mazda G6. That's the 6-speed transmission used in various 2009 2012 2.5 liter Duratec/Mazda L engine-based cars.
I wouldn't even call it various. It's 2 models. 3, I think. The MX6 also used it, or M6.
Okay,
Mazda 6.
Okay, Steven, how many various does that be in your mind to be called various?
More than 2-year range and 3 cars.
Yeah, more than... We go up in exposure.
I mean, would you consider the E series used in various cars in America?
Well, it wasn't.
Exactly. It was used in 2 cars across a couple years.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it various. I would call it 3 various, though.
Carhole said, This is Mercury Milan erasure.
Yeah. Sorry.
No. Okay, have you ever seen a manual Mercury Milan? They don't count.
I'm guessing that was car hole?
Yeah.
He probably has.
357 HDH. Said. Semi-various.
Yeah.
I can agree to that.
You'll agree to anybody but me, you turkey.
I mean, if you would have said semi-various, I would have said yeah.
No, you wouldn't.
I mean, we never know because you didn't say it.
Alright, well, right now, Ryan, you're looking at a Mazda G6 taken halfway apart. The basic goal is to get the G6 guts to fit in a G15 case with the G15 shift rod, because the G6 is cable actuated. Cable actuated hydraulic clutch. We're going to make it cable clutch rod actuated. The downside is we're going to have to use the differential from the G6, which is not a great ratio. But we will hopefully be able to take the ring gear off and use the 26
Car hole.
line diff.
Said. I traded for a manual Mercury Milan when I worked at the Ford dealer.
I was going to say, he was at the dealer for a while. He probably has seen a lot of weird Fords.
Yeah, that's about the only place you're going to find a manual Mercury Milan is at a dealer.
But how many automatic Mercury Milans have you seen versus manual ones? At the end of the day, this is a bit of a rare transmission.
Like, it has to be under 1% for manual Mercury Milans.
Good to see this is basically the same. I mean, obviously a lot of stuff is basically the same, but
Did they use
the same paper gasket thing,
No, I was going to say
the same screws.
Yeah.
Yep, the same dumb self-tapping screws. Couldn't be bothered to tap that to be in 6.
I need pliers or vice grips.
There's a pair of these here already. I
That
can get
might
you some
work.
other stuff too.
That wow. That one also was not a press fit. That's meant to be that loose.
I mean, it's way better than taking the shit off the G5. It's funny, before this was called G6, I would have never called that a G5. Now that we say G5, we have to imply the existence of G6. Alright, so there's a good look at the guts from the G6. I'm going to go back to the overhead. I'm going to try to make it look not so out. Like every time I adjust the camera setting, it like resets all the camera settings.
Oh. Well, I guess that makes sense. I was gonna shove the shaft drive shifter actuator thing in this case, but it just won't fit. Just 'cause there's aluminum in the way. It's almost like it wasn't meant to be shaft driven. But it does fit the shift ball, kind of. Okay, it doesn't fit the shift ball. Okay. The outside diameter of these both look identical. The inside diameter is different. This one for the rod won't fit over it. But, you know. So
Right.
it looks like we can physically just drill this one bigger to fit.
Alright. I don't remember the guy's name that sent me these pictures. Hang on. I'm going to see what he said about that.
But yeah, more or less, it's just top actuated versus bottom actuated.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same part otherwise.
Yeah.
That's wild.
You could cut, this is just cast steel. You can tell by the way the heat ring is right there when they treated it. It's not iron. So you could just cut this off and weld it on the bottom of this one.
Or we might be able to drill the side.
This goes like that stuff. This comes over here. This. The pins are the same though. This one was over here. This goes over here. That goes back in there. That goes back in there. That goes back in there. I got it out first try.
That's way better than the G was.
No, I smashed the living hell out of it. That's probably why. Like straight up my grip on it. I think it's because we keep using those crappy pliers. What did you cut the side for? It looked the same width. Didn't really move any further.
And it appears to be brass in his picture. Is it brass in the protege?
No, I think it's just some weird lighting. It's not brass. It's steel. Brass doesn't do that.
Right.
There is a brass bushing in there. Like that bushing is oil bronze.
So he's using this one then.
Yeah, he's using. He has to.
This doesn't have the hole in the bottom.
What do you mean?
See that hole?
The oil hole?
Mm-hmm.
Sure, it doesn't. It's kind of dark.
Sure doesn't look like it to me.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he cut it, unless it does have to move further over.
Well, it might need cut for the protege one, since he did it with the KL trans, which I mean, obviously this is different too.
Yeah, that's the one that the protege had. How it was just stamped, not really.
Right.
Which makes it easier because then he just kind of sliced out the side just a little bit.
The socket for the ball needs to be opened up until it smoothly fits the ball.
So yeah,
I used a small flat discount dremel.
I would just use the like an end mill or
You
something.
need it to go on without no binding, but it needs to have no play. Yeah, of course. There needs to be clearance for the case, because when you go in reverse, it will hit.
Oh, okay, so it does go over a little bit further.
Right, because we have to rotate that last extra bit, and I bet it smacks the ridge for that bolt.
Which is probably why they went to this style instead, just trying to make shaft work. Because everybody went to cable driven.
Yeah, it's an easier route. You don't have to have a rod go under the car. You
Nothing has to be aligned.
Right. No stabilizer bar needed either. Okay, so yeah, so we need to clearance that, careful with that bushing, and he said just carefully sand that out till it fits the ball. I'm guessing that ball's cast in?
Yeah, it's all one piece.
Is it?
Looks like it. I mean, we got this.
Look at the other one. It almost looks like it's a different part. I mean, it'd be weird for it to be. Well, I guess it wouldn't be weird for it to be. It makes almost sense for it to be separate.
No, it's all one
That
piece.
yeah, that one's at a ridge. This one looks much more one piece. For sure.
I mean, it has a step on it. That might be what you're seeing.
Yeah, just for machining it. That's a lot of machining for that section. So they would have cast that whole thing as a block. That's neat. Okay, so to keep everybody in the chat privy to what's going on, as well as myself for future work, for reference. So what we're talking about right now is basically this section of the shift fork would be this rod right here. There's a little ball on the end of it, this ball right here. Since we are going to try to make this rod shift instead of cable shifted, this ball fits in this little socket on this piece that sits down in here on the trans. It pops on like that and has, as you can see, like no play.
There's a little bit of brass in there. So far the bushings I've looked at look fine though.
Can't wait to see how the inside of the other one looks after the abuse we put it through. Yeah, the other piece.
Oh, I put it back in there. Trying to keep. Wait. Did I put the wrong one in the wrong box?
Yes.
Because you had that one?
Yes.
I did.
So, there's that little ball. This is the ball we're interested in right now. You can see this one's very loose on the ball.
Jesus.
Because this little ball assembly on the G6 is bigger. It's got a bigger ball right here. And we need to use the bigger ball part. So all these shafts need to go in the other case. Diff has to probably come up with it. Yep.
Stupid big diff issues.
I'm going to zoom out for a second so that you guys can see the whole table now. So you just pulled the.
I was pulling it out that way you could show the ball a little easier.
Good idea.
But what I'm curious about is this reverse gear. Get out here. Oh yeah, look at that cute little synchro.
They can't see it.
I know.
Okay.
Doesn't mean I can't enjoy the cute little synchro.
Please don't get in the way of your cute synchro.
It's so tiny.
Go back so we can see our own screen for a second.
Look at that little thing.
That is adorable. Is that the reverse?
Yeah.
Why is YouTube so far behind?
So, probably something to do with 4K.
Ah, we're on live. We're live. There we go. Okay, so what I was talking about just then, you can see the ball on the end here. I'm poking at. You'll have to again squint on your screen. This is the same assembly from the 5-speed. You can see it's all very similar stuff. This one's got like an extra ridge kind of molded to it that grabs parts for reverse.
This little pin right here is your shift gate. That's what goes into the shift gate.
Oh, this one has the gate. Oh, right, because the gate's on the side of this one. So that's our shift gate. So we need that to be able to spin all the way through on the... Where does that pin sit on the G5?
That pin doesn't exist in the G5. This pin?
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't exist. That's literally just for the... Oh, your reverse gear's carbon too. For the synchro. You can really slam it in reverse then.
So how are we going to use the gate?
What do you mean?
Do we just ignore this?
You can just cut that off. That's not necessary if you're going
Right.
shaft driven.
Because we still need to use this ball.
Yeah. You need to
We
use
can
this
just ignore that gate part. Okay,
Yeah.
because this one's gate goes on the piece.
Yeah,
below
we're
this,
gonna
right?
we're gonna be using this entire setup.
Right. I was just trying to make sure we still had a part that does hit the gate. Anyway, so these balls are different sizes, but this is one that came off this trans. If I put it on the ball, you can see it's got this crazy big forked hook looking thing. This big forked hook thing is how we got to be cable shifted. The rod shifter one looks like this. It grabs the rod over here instead of this big tang. So this black one is basically the same part as this gray one, just with this selected at a different spot. But the ball's different size, but it needs to be pretty precise. So we need to very carefully drill this hole out to be this size diameter. That way we can use this part on the 6-speed like this, and this is where our rod shifter will go to shift it properly.
This fits in the G5 case.
Huh. Well, I mean,
It
good,
should.
but
The flat's a little bit different. The flat's not as wide on the G5 since it wasn't meant to,
that shouldn't matter.
yeah, because I think it's still splash lubricated anyways.
Yeah, as long as the flat is smaller, we're good. If it was bigger, it'd hit the gear. But if it's smaller, then it should be fine. And we shouldn't be putting power through reverse anyway.
Let's ignore everything we did yesterday with it.
Well, if it held up to that, we know it's good.
The shift
This
linkage.
one also does not have shaft bushings. That one's got like steel.
Is there enough?
Steel insert shaft bushings.
There's enough meat there. We could machine it for it.
Probably. But that's too precise for me. I'm not taking it to a machine shop. If I were a really good hand driller, I'd do that. So yeah, another thing we just noticed, the shift shafts themselves slide into these two holes right here. On the G5, that's just bare aluminum. On the G6, they actually have a, I'm guessing, steel insert there for it to ride on.
Like bronze.
Doesn't look like bronze.
I just can't have a coating on it. The edges look kind of bronze, but don't have a coating. They usually are going to use a steel.
I wonder if we can buy new ones and size it up to see how close it fit in. It shouldn't matter though.
Oh, that's a G6 stuff in the G5 case.
Yeah, and it's tight, so we would have drilled out. I was thinking maybe do a slightly thinner. That would really make sense from a strength standpoint either.
And this carbon probably just misaligned. I mean, it was halfway falling apart. Those carbon synchros really leave a mess inside the transmission.
I see people end up having those same clearance issues. It's kind of like no.
There's some grass in there.
There's some trims in there too for us to steal.
No, that's shimless. Unless they're stuck in the back. No. No shim.
Okay.
The shims are probably on the other side. They're only going to shim 1/2. That'd be these. They're kind of in there.
All right. Well, we want to rob a selection of shims until the new ones get here. Can we not just use this?
I don't see why we couldn't.
Right?
But you're supposed to use... Oh, wait. No, it's not as wide.
In this direction?
Like, it's movement direction.
Oh, the surface area, though.
Yeah,
That's
not
right.
wide.
Right. Oh, right, yeah. Right, there's the line. I see the line now. That's what you need the extra amount of it. Right.
But there's no reason not to use G6 one unless you don't want to drill a hole slightly bigger.
Yeah, just that. Just making sure you're right. Because that, if you get that wrong, that's going to be permanent slop in the shifter. That's not fixable.
It's easily fixable. It's weld it back up and try again.
I wouldn't call it fixing a shift bushing is easily fixable. Rewelding a hole and trying to re-drill it with my drill skills and my weld skills, not what I'd call easy.
Well,
Doable.
Unless you're gonna make it work right away, I could probably do it at work. You know, I'm literally about to be in that business.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how the timeline is, because right now we're making actually fantastic progress. We can basically assemble half this trans now. If just drilling this out and drilling out the gate are the only drilling parts we need to do, then we're set. All we gotta do is teach ourselves how to use the shim selector tool. Which, by the way,
They were rough on third gear on this.
yeah, we're gonna give
Fourth
Steven
gear is pretty good.
we're gonna give Steven a Christmas gift on stream.
Yeah, she must have drove like she bought a sports car.
Or whoever else had it.
I think she had it for a while.
Yeah, because it would have been new fluid when she drove it.
I mean, if she, went through buying a whole nother transmission for it. Oh yeah, I guess this was a used transmission, and she never drove it with this transmission.
Oh, yeah. Because it must not have drained it all the way when they put it back in.
Also, I have no clue where the hell that came from.
That's probably what we heard, Paul.
Oh, that might be like a bushing or something for that.
Yeah, this is yours now. We're gonna use it, and you're gonna take it home. This is the Rotunda shim selecting tool for transmissions, Festiva transmissions. So this is used on actually all Festiva, all Mazda trans, E series, F series, G series, even the G6. They all use the same toolkit from 1987, which makes this kind of hard to find nowadays. This one's yours because I actually just found another one that was unused, new old stock,
Nice.
somehow.
Oh yeah.
And this one was the second best one I've ever seen. It's got a tiny bit of surface rust, and it looks like it's been used maybe once ever. But
I mean,
not a very common thing to do, especially not for a Ford shop. Transmission shop might be opening up your transmission. The Ford dealer, unlikely. But now we can actually see how the hell to use this thing. I have the instructions from the Capri manual that also give the shim specs.
Mm-hmm.
This has the basics on how to do it.
Do we have everything? What's that, like, big bracket looking thing?
This is the auto.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you need the extra tool for the auto. The manual, it's just this in different orientations, and the spacers for the case. Yeah, I think so. I think you reinstall the whole case. Yeah, so these spacers take how much that spaces it out. Mm-hmm. New case bolts to actually go through the spacers, and then this has something you do to actually determine trim size. I actually don't know how it works. We're gonna find out.
I think it's the same as the thing we just used the torque wrench,
which we have. Thanks to that. Thanks to the wheel bearing stuff. So yeah, I think we're ready to start modifying. I guess start chopping up shift gates like we know what we're doing.
We could drill out the diffs.
Yes, I need to find the bright bolts for that. It means going back to the forum and finding out what the fancy name is for those like shallow head, ultra strong bolts. Right, so this is all 6.
Yeah, from here over 6.
Do we want to put in new bearings, or do we want to pop these out and reuse them?
These ones don't look bad.
That's what I was thinking.
But it's kind of, I mean, they are nice bearings. Feels wrong reusing bearings.
But also, it feels nice to use clean OEM bearings than whatever comes in that kit over there. Are these JDM, Japanese
Koyo?
Made? Does it say made in Japan, or does it say
Japan?
Koyo? Fantastic. So yeah, I think I'd rather use made in Japan Koyo than whatever comes in that cheap kit. Which they could be nice in that kit.
I mean, you could always just reorder these. They have a part number on them.
Oh, I see what you mean now. These being fancy, that
yeah,
inner
like
race is like yeah.
So I don't think we're gonna be able to buy those unless you buy them directly for this transmission.
Made in Japan. Oh, they're NSK. Let me see. 22 M15 or the 22.
I'll look it up real quick.
22 tooth thing. I got a second laptop over here for this reason.
I got my first phone in my hand.
Blasting music because I just hit spacebar next to it. Oh, we're good.
No, it actually brings up some weird roller bearings, like needle bearings. It said 22 M15?
MT.
Oh, forgot the T. I think the T actually makes a huge difference. Well, that first page is just not loading. What does Alibaba say?
Oh, it's same for you. Smart bearing limited, just completely broken.
Oh wait, Alibaba pulls up the right bearing. At least a picture of it.
Oh, it's used in as a thrust bearing for Mack trucks.
Oh, hell yeah. That's at least one of them. They're both different sizes, so you have to look at the other one.
Of course.
Well, mine showed $25
From
Alibaba.
Nice. This is unknown. Oh, so this one's from a supplier. So.
Wait, I have Alibaba on my phone. I can just check if it's actually real. Oh, it's saying I don't. Wait.
Yeah, there's the long number, which is also apparently searchable. Oh, the long number is way easier to find, actually.
Okay, this has the long number just directly on it. Does that one have the long number on it?
Yep. So they're not easy to get in singles. So I'm glad these ones aren't broken. Glad we pulled it off the right way. So yeah, these little green bearings are the key, the top secret to making the G6 stronger than the G5. I don't know if you're still caught up yet or not, Ryle, but that's the other thing we're talking about at the beginning. The G6, as you may know, Mazda always used cast aluminum parts for rigidity and strength when they don't using the stamped steel stuff, which is why the B6T has a aluminum oil pan instead of a steel one to keep the block rigid. The G6 follows the same procedure. There is a cast aluminum end cap that replaces the steel one, which keeps the shafts more rigid because this end cap supports these bearings. The G6 uses 3 bearings to support the shaft instead of 2. You can see over here, that's the G6 shaft.
And then we'll order one piece, $1 to $2 a piece. That'd be accurate.
Yeah, it's gonna be fake, but still good to know that they're available. So you can see here the 2 standard bearings like all G series have on the shaft. But then there's one extra one now with this bearing on the end.
With this bearing
Yep. On the end, which is supported by this big cast cap. So now you have 3 bearings on the shaft, a beefier cap to support those bearings, which should reduce shaft flex, which is awesome. That means this should be a stronger G series transmission with more gears. Hard to beat that. All right, where is that race?
Probably the one I was cleaning over here.
Probably.
Looks pretty good.
Yeah, Japanese races, and they don't look worn at all. I'm just saying we should probably reuse them. And hopefully those seals are the same size as the G5 seals.
Yeah, that one's not coming out. This one might.
Okay.
Dragon Healer.
You want to drill them up
Said.
here on the vise?
Got it.
Yeah.
Probably do at least one up here. They already have center punches, kind of. I guess it depends on how
They both.
hardened they are.
This one, it's gonna be divoted, but not nearly as nice of a thing.
Well, we can drill one out, and then
Should we cover the bearings so that they don't get too dirty somehow?
well, you're probably not reusing these ones. If they're the same size, you're probably gonna use that half, since that's already on the center.
Right. But should we?
We should cover that one.
Either way,
This
we
one.
should probably save these bearings, right? Oh yeah, these are Japan NTN. Let's just check real quick for the sake of clarity. What does the standard USA gear company include for bearings for their G transmission rebuild? Holy cap, they're Japanese Koyos.
Oh.
So, frickin'.
I mean, it's probably cheaper just to get the right bearings than it is to find, respec off bearings, even though they're just the
Well,
standard
these are probably
size.
standard sizes. I'm sure you could get this bearing from any company for nothing. Yeah, this is a 32008 JR, so that's 32 millimeters by something another size. I'm not sure what JR. Something roller probably. That's probably pretty standard. The seals don't look Japanese. Another Koyo, Japan. It's funny, the USA standard gearbox is full of all these nice JDM parts. I don't know the brand on these two, but at least all these are Koyo, so that's nice. Some people in chat might say NSK or NTN is a little bit better than Koyo, but I'd still Japanese and not Chinese Timkins. I'm pretty happy with that. So I wouldn't mind reusing these. We'd have to do a little less shimming. Just shimming the diff.
Oh, they put bushings in just about everything.
Oh, wait. No, we're going to reshim all of it because the case is different.
Mhm.
So never mind. All right. Well, we'll reuse some and we'll put the other ones on new. These also don't look fun to pull off. I don't think my jaw puller is going to be long enough to get to that.
Oh, but those ones you can just grab a brass punch and knock them off.
Oh, yeah. Let me grab my brass punch set.
You don't have a brass punch set?
I do not have a brass punch set.
Why not?
Sounds like I'm about to. I'm getting pretty close to having. When somebody says you have X tool, I can almost always say yes. I'm getting there. Brass punch, no. All right, fine. O2 sensor removal socket, you got me. I don't have one.
Well, that one's useless.
No,
If you're replacing the O2 sensor, just knock it off and use a socket.
I'm gonna heat up some pizza real quick and bring it out here. Would you like some?
No, but I could use a drink.
Would you like that, dude?
Sure.
I'm gonna zoom out and then let you take over the stream.
I'm probably just gonna drill one of these out if I can.
Do it.
I just don't want to pick too big of a socket or too big of a drill bit and, actually drill. I guess the carrier in this one doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, nicer is nicer, but it doesn't really matter. We'll use a way that this is working right now. Your forehead is so bright white. Alright, see if the drill gets properly comped again.
The drill's not too loud.
So once again, we mentioned it earlier in the stream, but we have to use this differential for 26 spline axles on that ring gear, which means all these little studs need drilled out and replaced with fancy bolts. I have to source. So
it seems to be cutting all right, so they're not like hardened,
not crazy hard.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
there's no guarantee I'm gonna drill straight because me and you have the same drill skills.
See, that's the tool we asking for right now, the drill press or bridge fork. If Santa's watching, I did that.
Hunter Brown said, "Just made it home. Strut bar definitely does more than nothing like I have been told."
I have no clue where Will keeps any of his drill bits at. I just found that one laying down somewhere. Here's a couple.
Hunter Brown said, "They're in a gray box under the red toolbox."
There's one. Sure, this is super exciting to watch, just drilling out studs. That one might work a little better. A little more. What I'm looking for is, once you get far enough down and big enough, it'll start to crack around the outside. If you watch for that crack instead of just constantly drilling, you'll be able to drill through it without hitting any of the base material. Now I'll just take the chisel and knock the top off. You can kind of see how the hole's starting to deform. Because that crack already formed, I'm just smushing the top off more or less. I need Will back in here to hold this for me.
Brad Edwards said, "You may know the answer to this. Is there an alternative to the crush washer auto trans drain plug?"
In terms of like a replacement, or like you just don't want to use a crush washer anymore, or did you like strip out the stock hole? There we go. Just like that, and the hole's perfect. Didn't mess up the base material at all.
Brad Edwards said, replacement. My crush washer is leaking.
Oh, you can just get replacement crush washers at any part store. They're a pretty universal part.
You should eat some pizza. Oh, good.
Oh, that's the pilot hole I drilled.
Right?
That way, when I drill the bigger hole, I can knock the punch back out.
Yep. Perfect. All right. Hang on. I'm going to scroll back on chat for a second because I missed it. Some of those pieces are yours. I know you said no, but you should eat some pizza. I have more in the house that I need to grab. Let me open my own stream to talk to Brad about whatever he's talking about.
Oh, there's the
Brad Edwards said, but is there a better alternative?
Not really. It's designed for a crush washer, so you kind of need to use a crush washer. Well, with the hardware that it comes with, you really can't use anything but a crush washer. I think some like cheap alternatives that comes with cheaper parts is they'll just put a notch and use an O-ring instead. But an O-ring's not going to work with the stock bolt that's there. I mean, there's really not a better alternative. Crush washers work great when they're used proper.
Yeah, if your crush washer is not sealing, you might need to like just barely scuff that surface, like making sure it's really flat, like almost block sand it, and then really clean the surface where it bent on the bolt. But the crush washer should seal like really well.
Or hit the crush washer with a blowtorch if you're too cheap to buy a new one. Copper work hardens, so as you tighten it down, it's gonna harden and not seal as good the second time. Or just buy a new one. They're like $2. They do work great when used proper. Want to hand me one of those sodas?
You can also try an aluminum crush washer instead of a copper one. And don't tell anybody, but you can try a nylon plastic crush washer. The G series or the B6T oil pan, a few of them I've had. I don't know if it's from aftermarket or from like an early run or later run. Switch to nylon crush washers for the drain plug.
Definitely aftermarket.
They deform a ton. So like they're not nearly as reusable over and over. But when they do deform, they deform to like a perfect cone. They seal really good. So you can try that. But try the stock one first. You have to get it really clean. Try an aluminum one. If the copper one doesn't work out,
Just try a new
that
one.
still doesn't work, you can try a nylon one.
Also, are you sure it's your drain plug leaking? Because a lot of times you'll have axle seals that leak down and look like it's drain plug because the drain plug's the lowest point. You want me to drill all these out? Because... yeah. Okay, that's kind of like arm killing, but I'll do it. This boy needs a drill press.
Brad Edwards said, LOL. Not too cheap, just wanted to know if it was just failure or crappy idea to begin with. Carhole said, I'm currently working on replacing the driver's door handle on my partner's 2008 Mazda 3. Took 3 orders to get the right part. Nice to have good company. Brad Edwards said, well, we replaced the axle seals on stream. But I'm about to pull the axles as soon as my puller gets here Wednesday.
If they're stock axles, you can... well, if it's an automatic, they shouldn't get stuck to begin with. Because F-Series really didn't have the axle sticking issue like E-Series does. But if they're OEM axles, they should just pop right out with just a pry bar. You're gonna have to buy a drill press.
Puppy cam! Puppy cam! Oh, get them, dogs! Get them! Puppy cam! They're dogs! Yeah, puppy cam only works if they're zoomed out.
While they're not super hard.
Brad Edwards said, also they were used we just found in Will's junk pile lol.
That don't matter, as long as they're still tight.
Puppy cam! Puppy cam! Woo! Woo! Echo! Echo puppy cam! Wow! 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 Oh, she bit my kneecap! Y'all saw that. What?
I should run to Harbor Freight and grab you a drill press.
Oh, it's only 6? Holy crap.
Yeah, it seems a lot later, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah, drill press does sound nice. 3D print a clamp to hold that to the base of it. I guess we use the trans as a...
Yeah, just chuck the whole thing up in the drill press.
Right.
I think the only one that they have is
Car hole
desktop one though.
said, underscore Maverick underscore Maverick underscore Maverick.
Maverick! That's you! You have your own emoji! That little dog's getting you! She's getting me! Oh, they're so crazy! Actually, no, only the one's crazy. Maverick's just the best. Calm boy. Philly cheesesteak. More than the house.
But yeah,
Pretty
after
good.
like 2.5 holes, I'm not feeling it. Good drill bit though. Keep pressure on it. Like even hand drilling, it comes out in nice curls.
We can assemble it with the wrong diff for now, just to see how stuff fits, right? Because that one's just thinner. I think that one's smaller.
And a different gear ratio.
Right, I mean, it's for mock-up purposes. We can, to get the rest of the case, because we want to be able to assemble it partially and test, make sure we get through all the gears. Because that's just replace pins with bolts. Like that's kind of self-explanatory. Getting the stuff shaved so that it fits correctly is a little more precision-based. Hey, everybody that's on stream right now, there's like 12 of you in here, which, first of all, thank you guys so much for joining us, as always. Second of all, here's a good time to have your dinner break while Steve and I have a think on the order of operations for these next bits.
You know, back in the day when I watched people do stuff like this on YouTube, I thought they just knew how to do this. I didn't realize that there is a lot of times like this when you just sit and stare at parts for an hour.
Also, I do want to clarify. Hang on, I'll go back to the microphone. On a post I made like 2 weeks ago, I had an asterisk on the comments where I said this will be the world's first 6-speed Festiva asterisk. And that is to say, I am going to be, I believe, the US's first 6-speed Festiva. And then globally, I think I've seen like a 3SGE swap that I think used a front-wheel drive 6-speed once, along with one other two really out-of-the-box swaps, like Hyundai swaps, like in Korea, or weird Toyota engines they use in the Philippines that came with a 6-speed box. So my asterisk was that this would be the world's first Mazda-based 6-speed swap. Definitely the first 6-speed B6T. Definitely the first Mazda 6-speed in a Festiva. Generally the world's first 6-speed Festiva. And I knew as soon as I wrote that would be the world's first that there'd be 17 people trying to find evidence to prove that wrong. And so now it's been done. Somebody posted the Focus ST or the Fiesta ST swap that the guy did, where it's on like custom knuckles and it sits really high on the coilovers and stuff.
Yeah, everything's custom.
That one is 6-speed, I think. But that's an entire Fiesta or Focus ST driveline. It's not a B6T. It's definitely not Mazda stuff.
Well, actually, wasn't that Subaru swapped one an STI swap or something? Or I think wasn't it Turbo Subaru?
Good question.
Because that
The
depending,
all-wheel drive one.
yeah, depending on generation, it could be a 6-speed also.
Right.
But it feels like it doesn't count because it's not Mazda-based parts.
Right. So the asterisks, and I 100% believe with all my heart that this is the world's first Mazda 6-speed Festiva. Those dogs are wrestling. All right. Echo doesn't have her own emoji yet, and I hate to say it, but it's because she's black. She does not photograph very easily. Every time I take a picture of her on camera, it looks like just a little dark blob. So until I figure out a good way to get Echo photogenic, she won't have an emoji. So, in light of this sad fact, can chat please spam some hi echoes in chat? Just give Echo a hello. Tell her she's beautiful. Look how big she's gotten too. What does that sound?
Whatever it was, she was interested in it.
I also was.
Carhole
No begging. No
said,
begging.
Echo hello 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 echo
The H
hello.
completely disappears.
Hello, Echo.
Kind of went British there for a second.
Brad Edwards said, Echo O.
Echo, whoa, whoa, whoa. Echo, whoa, 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 whoa. That's you. Echo, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hi. You're a good puppy. Yeah, you're a good puppy. I'm not feeding either of you right now. This is my food. I'm actually hungry. What the hell is that? Hunter says he just made it home and his strut bar actually does something. That's awesome.
Dragon
I've never
Healer
driven a car where a strap bar
said,
felt like a difference.
Bon appetit.
Cheers, brother. Cheers. What?
I don't think I've ever driven a car where a strap bar actually made it feel significantly different. Maybe his car is just super flexy to begin with.
I'm a certified Matrix enjoyer. Don't take this the wrong way, Matrix people. But I feel like Toyota did not put a ton in the sporty development of the Matrix.
Carhole
Having
said, Bone apple teeth.
despite it having obviously the XRS like racing version,
Mm-hmm.
It turns out we were the only ones to get the Matrix. It wasn't sold in like Europe. Because I know we got it in two ways. We got it as the Matrix and as the Vibe. Pontiac Vibe was Matrix. It was like a USDM only thing. Japan got it, not as the Matrix even. Japan brought back the Pontiac version, rebadged it as a Toyota Volts with the Pontiac styling. Like Europe didn't get it with us because that's when, like what's like the UDM or JDM parts stuff look like. He's like, oh well, they wouldn't get it over there. It's just a US car. I'm like, that's weird. They gave just us got this whole different version of the Corolla, but yes, just us. So I'm wondering if because of that they didn't put as much like time into testing the chassis changes, making it into a wagon from a sedan, versus just being like, we'll slap a wagon ass on a Corolla, make it taller, and send it. So maybe because of that, there's more inherent flex because it was meant to be a wagon.
It's possible. What's the chances of that gear ratio actually just working? Because that wasn't clanking like the other one was.
It's got to be like 0.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because like, it's not just tooth count.
It's also diameter. A little backlash never killed no one. Although, if the diameter was bigger, I think the tooth count does work, because...
Probably one of those deals where it's just close enough.
And then there's where the backlash matters. Any of my case flex, and it's ground off.
How's that dude's hitting? Oh, you know what? Instead of using a flappy bit on the Dremel, since I have that machinist drill bit kit, we can maybe find the exact size drill bit we need to oversize that hole.
Oh, yeah.
Did you ever get that drill bit kit out?
No. I just use the ones that are on top of your toolbox.
Let's find out. Guys, there's so many people in here right now. Hello, everybody that's in here. And thank you so much for joining us. Especially if you're new to the channel, I just want to say participation in chat is highly encouraged. If you're new here, if you're in chat, your messages get read out loud. You may also notice the stream right now is in 4K. If you go down your little options box, you'll see the 4K option. Because of that, the delay is kind of heavy. We had to turn on a higher delay for the stream to be in 4K. But it is 4K. Either way, your chat messages will be read out loud on stream, and to which we can respond. I'm also of the opinion of that there is no such thing as a dumb question, especially on streams like this. We're doing crazy stuff that nobody's ever seen before. Really, any question is a valid question. Even the basics, like what is that and how does it work? Because not even I know what that is and how it works. We're all learning here together. So feel free to join in chat, ask questions, see what's going on. I'm going to switch to the other camera.
I don't know
and
if
check drill bits.
I don't know if it actually still exists as a part, but the shaft.
Car hole.
That way you can modify
Said,
it. Like I was talking about machine
I mentioned
off.
you were live in my Discord. Hopefully that's brought a few car hooligans over.
Well, excellent, because we jumped by like 4 or 5 members. So if you're in here, thank you to Carhole, thank you to Carhole's Discord for joining us. I'm gonna apply that. We're gonna zoom back out. Go back on the table. Zoom back out a little bit. Get the whole table back in view here. Now throw this. We'll give some dogs some bits of pizza. Sorry, I turned off the camera before giving the dogs the food. Very criminal of me. But the doggies need to go outside anyway. Come on, puppers. All right, puppy cam. Come on, puppies. Steven, if you notice, the temperature in here is like darn decent.
Yeah, I took my jacket off. I was getting kind of warm.
Yeah, I turned the heater off this morning. This has just been the installation keeping it this warm all day, which is incredible news. Okay. We need the hole be this big. Oh, that spins.
Mm-hmm. It pushes in too.
I see. There's a nice spring in there. Does the other one do that smoothly? Where's the other one? I don't know where the other one went. I don't know if you see it. We can play Dora the Explorer with chat. Chat, do you see where the other thing looks like this went?
Rygar the Destroyer, said, have you published a full build sheet for your JDM Stiva? I would be interested to see all of the parts you plan to use.
Yes and no.
That's kind of a hard thing to do since they keep changing.
It does change almost every day at this point. However, that being said, the entire build list is huge. I started typing it once years ago, and then I got distracted by other stuff that was more interesting. Generally, though, yes, we went over it on stream twice or 3 times now, kind of. If you go back to the JD Festiva stream, the first one we talked about on stream with JD Festiva in the thumbnail, we talked about the big parts list then. And then we want to talk about it once more, looking at the overview of parts of the table. Then we talked about a lot when we did the wiring diagrams. If you go to the live stream, we talked about the ECU and the wiring. We talked a lot about the sensors and stuff we're going to be using and the custom parts we're going to be making. And we'll be going over some of that again today because some of the sensors and ECU stuff we're doing are actually very relevant and tied directly to what we're doing in the transmission right now. So I would highly recommend checking out those previous streams and then sticking around for us to do some more tonight. At some point when I'm all done and I have some free time in my life, yes, I will actually publish like a big document that has all the stuff. I'll probably make a public drive folder that has all the custom parts I've been making, like not the diagrams of the parts, but my wiring diagrams I'm making by hand, all the kits that you can get from the Festiva store to build some of the stuff, the transmission information I've cataloged in giant Excel spreadsheets for everybody to see. All that I'm doing both so that I can keep track of what I've done and so I can make this available to the group. That's also why we're live streaming right now. I normally do actual guide videos where, here, let me turn it back on. Pop it on the camera and you guys just watch the Steven text. So normally I would do an actual guide video for stuff like this where we have me filming with my camera and my fancy microphones and I go through and actually take multiple shots and I edit it on my laptop and you turn 4 hours of work into 38 hours worth of filming, editing, touching up, whatever. And it's a huge pain in the butt. This series we're doing on stream instead of on a guide because it's way more work than to make a guide video for. We're doing a lot of high-level stuff here, or I guess not high-level. High-level would be like the overview. We're doing a lot of like in-depth, very custom work that I don't expect most other people to either have access to or to be able to do very easily.
Well,
so we're streaming it instead.
We're still learning. Like we barely know what we're doing.
Right. Otherwise, it'd be me doing it, learning how to do it right now, like we're doing, and then undoing it and filming me doing it the second time, talking like I know what I'm doing. That and there's just so much custom stuff. Like a lot of the stuff I'm doing, I'm making a custom intake for an already rare intake. I'm making a custom top for the JDM intake, which is going to be a side-fed intake plenum that I designed myself in CAD. We're CNCing it out of aluminum so we can use a drive-by-wire throttle body off the side of the manifold instead of the front. But to even use that part, if I make that available for people to buy, to even use it, you also have to go then find and import European pre-facelift / JDM B6T intake manifold, which you need to buy complete because it uses a different fuel rail. So you need to use the rail it comes with, and you need to use the whole injector that comes with if you're not using custom injectors. In my case, I am using custom injectors, but since the injectors I'm using weren't necessarily built for the JDM rail, it turns out I had to use a different spacer set than what comes with the injectors I'm using, which is a whole own other thing. Thankfully, it just so happens that the lower spacers from a B3 fuel rail were the exact size I needed to space the JDM fuel rail to fit 630cc Ford GT 500 fuel injectors, yada, 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 yada. So yeah, because of all the stuff like that, where I'm just doing this on stream, so I'm not spending 17 hours learning, doing it for the first time, and then at the end of the day, that guide video that I spent days editing will be applicable to 2 people on Earth. Which is the same here. I really hope more people follow my footsteps and do the 6-speed swap, but the truth of the matter is, this is hard to find. These 6-speeds are rare. Like, it's hard to find the 6-speed. When they come up, they're usually expensive.
Yeah, it's a 3-year gap.
And then once you do this, once you have the 6-speed, you then have to gut a working G series, which are also kind of rare and expensive. And then the 6-speed, you throw away half the case, but nobody's selling you can't just go buy the gear set from somebody. Nobody's going to sell you just this part of it. You're buying the whole trans. So after all this, it's almost wasteful. Where that gear set, this case, the rest of these transmissions, you basically just toss in the scrap bin, which is insane.
It's going to end up being like a $2,000 transmission that's technically worse than what a G5 would just be.
Yeah, depending on what your goal is. Worse in some ways, better in some, whatever. So yeah, so for that reason, this is a live stream and it's not a guide video. That all being said, I am doing a B6T guide series, not on V2 right here, but straight behind. You can just see peeking out a little corner of it, the yellow. If I stay on, I can see myself there. Right there. Those are yellow lids, so ignore the lids. But just past the lids, that little bit of yellow there, the headlight hole, that's the yellow car that we are B6T swapping for YouTube. That's an actual guide video. But it's not going to be full of 1,000 custom parts. It's going to be a pretty, what we would call standard B6T swap. It's core support mod, which I support with parts from the store. Mount kit, which I'm going to be supporting soon through the Festiva store. And then stock Capri ECU. I'm going to show you guys how to wire that into the Festiva electronics. We're going to do like a basic AFR gauge and boost controller install so you can pump it up to 160 horsepower from the factory. We're going to talk about some brake upgrade stuff, and then we're going to autocross the thing. We're also doing a suspension setup guide. So I'll show you guys how to install and set up your coilover kits to get the best performance out of them. That'll be a guide. All the stuff we're doing now, live stream for that reason. I don't have time to edit all this and go through and learn it and film it in 10 angles and really show you guys what's going on. Hopefully, if you think what you see here is pretty cool, you want to try to copy it, you can kind of copy what we're doing with the help of some smart friends, yourself learning things, or machine shop, etc. If you can find all these parts. And for people who can't find all these parts, I'm hoping to start trying to find more of these 6-speeds for dirt cheap and collect them. And then when somebody says, hey, I'd love to do the swap, but I can't find a 6-speed, I can say, I have one available, and I can sell it along with some other cool bits to go with it to support this swap. And again, I'm not doing this to make money because it's a lot of overhead for me to find these parts. But I'm doing this because we're getting to the point where this trans is 10 years old and they're getting even harder to find. I remember when I was a Festiva kid at 19 years old, the parts were easy to get. They were easy to find in junkyards, even to save stuff. And now everything's rare because they're old. They're all gone. So I want to be able to get these and find these while I still possibly can. That way, in 10 years from now, when somebody Googles Speed Festiva and they watch this video, like, dang, I wish I could do that. If only I could find that transmission, I can say, yeah, don't worry. I have at least 2 or 3 of you guys covered. Because I think this would be cool to see other people do. Especially if you're like me and you think just shifting your car is fun. This got kickstarted because I have a 6-speed Miata. I have a 10th anniversary edition NB Miata that came. It was the first Miata to have a 6-speed and a limited slip differential. And the race guys hate it. Track guys don't like it. But me, I wasn't trying to do any of those things. I was just dicking around in a cheap Miata I got. And it's fun. You're like just constantly shifting. You're all like bang, bang, bang. Fourth gear, you look up, you're doing like 52 miles an hour. But it's just fun. It's just some engagement. It's fun engagement. And if you're shifting fast enough, it's pretty quick because it's cool to have a...
Brad Edwards said, hey, what size is that drain plug for the Auto Trans? I ran out without taking it off, and of course they can't look it up.
What size is the drain plug itself, or what size is the crush washer? I believe the drain plug is an M14 or an M16, but I can double check for you. Because I happen to have an auto trans laying right here. I happen to have your auto trans laying right here. Actually.
Carhole said, bragging rights.
Did somebody say bragging rights?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. That's another good reason for a car guy to do anything. That's not a meme. I'm serious. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's just cool to be the first person to do something. Or in Steven's case, to be the first person to help somebody do the thing and be the one that actually is the smart one that figures it out.
Well, I've been first for a few things.
Hell yeah, you have. You're definitely the first to have an ace and carb on a B6T.
Margo D718 said, Will and company are for the people. Thank you for what you all do. May the universe continue to smile upon you all.
Thank you.
Brad Edwards said, crush washer.
Yeah, 1 second, I'll tell you. And thank you. I'm really glad that I can do this stuff for the community and for the people. And at least right now, be able to do
Brad
this
Edwards
full time.
said, of course you do. Carhole said, being Steven is the ultimate bragging rights.
I wish I felt as smart as everybody think I actually am.
I think you are smarter than you think you are, sir. Smart's kind of a relative term anyway, but there are 110 ways that you are definitely smarter than I am. And I know, especially the last like 3 years, I wouldn't have gotten like a quarter of the things I've done without you. What is this drain plug?
It doesn't look stock. There's no shoulder. It's just
No, it is. It's a stock
Is it?
drain plug, but it's got like some weird pressed like insert thing.
oh, it's probably a magnet.
Oh, you think it is?
Yeah.
Oh, the auto gets a magnet. It's so light. it's no Neo. All right, so yeah, here you go, Brad. This is the dang old. This is your transmission's last one, and it was aluminum. So there you go. You can go get an aluminum one instead. It'll crush easier. And then somewhere I have my big gauge. I want to see if it goes this high.
Car hole. Said. Now hug.
I'll give Steven a kiss. Yeah, so it is M16. I don't go all the way to M16. So yeah, you're looking for M16. So it'll be a 16 millimeter ID. There you go. There's a. That's what it looks like. But yeah, this one you can definitely tell the aluminum is softer. Look how double lipped. Look at the other side's lipped on the other part too. So that try aluminum one, Brad, because the other one was aluminum and it's been crushed very nicely into shape. Very soft.
I feel like they just over tightened it.
So be it.
Hey, if it didn't leak,
Right? It worked. It's like you have to thread it back in too.
yeah, it's definitely been over tightened.
Good. Hey, Carhole, are you able to actually join us on stream? Because we could use a part from Harbor Freight. If you could go to Harbor Freight and bring us a part and then show up on stream and party with us, that'd be super cool. I think we're going to need to get a bit for the Dremel to do that. I think the step bit's going to be too long to start trying to step it, and I don't have a thick enough drill bit. Unless, like, one of those happens the exact diameter we need.
I don't know, that one does look pretty good.
Brad Edwards. Said.
That's like good, not
Thanks guys.
That
You're
one-
welcome.
How about that one? That one looks a little better. Jesus, this thing's huge.
Right. Yes. Closer.
None of your drill bit kits are getting
Car hole.
bigger than that. That's
Said.
an inch.
I can do that. What do you need?
Good question. Can you see what Harbor Freight has for like Dremel bits?
Oh, they have a bunch of stuff.
The guy recommended a flap wheel style one. It's like a micro flap wheel. Oh, it's bigger than this at least. Do you want to like just?
No, absolutely not.
Car
You should
hole.
really just measure it and get
Said.
the right size end mill.
Except Harbor Freight is closed. Closes at 6 on Sunday. Disappointed face.
Okay.
That's really disappointing.
We could go to Home Depot, I guess. I probably have stone bits. Let's see what I have.
I just don't like trying to grind it out because it's not going to be round anymore.
Well, it's not. Oh, here's these.
Those are probably going to be too aggressive.
Yeah, it's too big. I have that in micro size though.
We have a few of those if you mess up, so.
True. Pretty true how true that is.
I think
you
even
got a stone one too.
I think even the E series use the same-ish one.
I regret scrapping the guts of your G series now.
Oh, did you scrap them all?
Yeah.
I didn't. Oh yeah, we did take that bit out.
Oh, okay.
Just out of curiosity. The shaft's too long. Hold up. Don't you hate it when your shaft is too long?
I run that problem all the time.
Left, right on.
Yep. There you go. So if you ever wanted to convert, you know
Make
what?
your trans completely useless.
What if we did? What if we convert the Fusion to a G5?
Oh,
And
you
then
totally
flip it.
could. You could. We had to make our own custom shifter and cut a hole in the floorboard, but we could. That would be funny as hell.
Why can't we use the?
Oh yeah, we could just use this. Oh no, we can't. We have to use that one piece for that. That's the only piece that's really different in the shift linkage.
Yeah, and we have to have a spare end cap. That would.
No,
be
we wouldn't need a
hilarious.
spare end cap. It would use the steel
Oh right,
one.
'cause you use the G5. It wouldn't be using the 6 part.
Yeah. Oh, that would be funny as hell. You had to get rid of the shift knob because you wouldn't want people going up. It had to go back in the reverse or forward. Yeah, back.
For
that
a
way,
beater, like who cares?
well, that way you can get your 6-speed and then still flip the car.
Exactly, that's what I'm thinking. What if we just made it a 5-speed Fusion?
It would be the first. You'll be another first.
World's first 5-speed converted Duratec Fusion.
Oh, the gear ratio would be so tall then.
It would be. It'd be crazy. You'd be
Their
doing-
top speed would be like 180.
That's not a bad idea. I mean, it is a bad idea, but it's not a bad idea.
It's a horrendous idea because,
It's a really good bad idea.
well, part of the problem is you don't have some of the. Oh, wait, no, the mounts wouldn't matter because we'd be using this.
Yeah, you'd be
centerpiece.
using that case.
I'm down for it.
That's a project I actually don't want. I barely want to change the clutch in it. Like this clutch job should only take a day. I'm willing to try, but
I
that is
mean,
funny though.
If the clutch only
See,
takes.
this is what I thought the 6-speed swap was. I thought it was you bolt the bell housing bit onto this because that did look the same. I was pretty sure it was.
Well, that's what we could. That would have made it so much easier.
That's what we thought we were going to do.
Schlemster 14
convert the protogated cable.
said, I love bad ideas.
Yeah. So, in case you guys weren't here in the earlier part of the stream, what I was saying previously was that this is the G6 right here from a Fusion that we pulled out of a yard in Michigan. I actually, right out front of my house right now, I have an entire, like a whole second Fusion that just runs and drives. Like, there's a whole 6-speed Fusion in my driveway right now that I'm planning to rip the 6-speed out of. But it just has a bad clutch. The clutch like seized to the flywheel right now, so like you can't get to start it in gear.
I think the pressure plate's just bad, or something's bad with it.
Yeah, but otherwise it works. The whole car works. Like everything but the AC works perfectly fine. It's got some Indiana rust, but other than that, it's fine. So I was considering fixing it and then driving it this winter, or fixing it and flipping it because I got it dummy cheap, and then finding another 6-speed on something else before I just ruin an entire Fusion just for the transmission.
We won't need that bit because you don't need to go further over for reverse. It'd be a standard over and down for reverse.
Right, but we still need to convert it to being a cable.
Yeah. Well, you don't need to convert it to cable. It's all in this bit. We just put this piece
But
on.
we need this little extension thing.
We could probably weld it on a Capri one,
Maybe.
or just go no shift gate. Just find the gears wherever the hell they're at.
Just good luck. See, if I could buy that from Mazda right now, that'd be pretty slick. Put that on the 5-speed thing. Anyway, so yeah, previously that's what I thought the swap was. I figured you'd use just the bell housing bit and convert to cable, and I learned no. So I'll take this back off for now. Also, this doesn't use the alignment pin. Check it out. It has the spot, the alignment pin, in the case, but it doesn't use it. Very neat. Okay, back to it then. I think I might activate dual cam, and I need to get that case washed, like greased, make it shiny again somehow, the best as I can. I'm gonna give that to you. I'd say we drill this out with a 1/2-inch drill bit first, and then we lost the shim. Yeah, I say we drill this out with a 1/2-inch, and then finish it off. 97 for that little. I mean, it's got to be less than that from Mazda. I bet it's 30, 40 from Mazda.
That's from unless you mean from Mazda.
Yeah, from Mazda directly. Because there's MSRP, and there's dealer list, and then there's Mazda.
Oh, it's only
price.
78 from Jim Ellis.
Okay, yeah, I bet it's like 40 from Mazda Direct. Okay, so yeah, I'd say drill it out with half, and then so it's not your fault if it breaks. I'll come in with the.
We mean drill it out with half. It's already half.
That must not be the half-inch bit then.
Oh, no, that is. The back end's bigger than the front end. That's the way most drill bits are. See a step down right there?
Oh, wait, really? The other ones I had for the says they don't do that because the chucks.
Well, half-inch chuck is pretty common, so.
All right, so I guess I'm just freehanding this shit till it fits. Well, let's get crazy with the calipers. I wonder if that shelf right there would be a good marker for how far I need to go.
Possibly.
That might be a good cut guide.
Through the
13.01.
you want to guess what it is through Mazda directly?
42.
You're way off. In the wrong way, like
Oh, is it like 100? Like
no
20?
other way.
Oh, it's like 8.
3
12.
times that.
Oh,
26.
That's so much cheaper.
But it's also quantity, greater than 1. So,
Right.
but yeah. Let me check the actual shaft then, because if I can get one of these, I'm sure they'll have me do some projects at school. I'll take G shaft and cut the gear off that and put it on this.
No, I gotta take off like a half mil total on this thing. This is gonna suck. I don't think I'm gonna be very good at this, but we're gonna try it. Okay, I need to grind this hole to be a different size. So I'm gonna actually turn the camera some towards the thing. Steven, if you want to trade me spots, I'll start doing the grinding. And
Oh, okay.
wait,
Through Mazda directly, it's just out of stock. Like it doesn't show.
it says out of stock.
Yeah.
Yep. That means somebody else tried to get it and they couldn't find it, so they just labeled it.
That was the output shaft, the one that I kind of need.
I don't know where the frick the Dremel is. Call Michelle real quick and see if she knows, because she uses it to trim the dog's toes. Nails.
Could use the drill slower, a little more steady, without overshooting. I still say just measure that hole, buy the right size bit. So
13.
You only do it once. Was it 13 mil?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I don't know where to find a 13 mil drill bit. Hey, cutie.
What's up?
Do you know where the Dremel is?
Is it not in the drawer?
I'm asking you. What drawer?
The puppy drawer.
Is that where it is?
Could be there. Your case?
I will check. All right, I'll be in a moment then. Thank you.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you. Love you. Bye. They're out here.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, here. You want to do some? Hey, actually, if you want to do that on stream and start recording it as you go, I'll give you a spreadsheet to add all the flywheel info to. Yeah, there we go. That's the step I was looking for.
I'll just text you. Screw spreadsheets.
That's how I'm doing it. Anyway, here's the big ones. I don't know if they're actually big enough or not. There they are. And then there's flywheels.
As long as they're 12 inch, they should be fine. Okay.
So I think ideally we would like to know
The G6 or G5
the
one.
lightweight flying Miata one is the same as the stock Miata one. I
Oh,
think it should be the same.
Yours comes with a little.
Yep.
That's I think that's the exact same case mine came into. Which is fine.
I don't need to tell you which one's the lightweight one. Once you pick it up, you'll know immediately which one is the light one, of course. Here's a factory B6T. And in that box is a factory Mazda BP1. BP1 should be about the same as this, as far as like the clutch disc you can use and the offsets and stuff.
Mhm.
Just wider. And then hopefully that one in that box matches That one.
Have you used this before?
Nope.
Okay.
Why?
But I say, what weirdo keeps their shit locked?
Oh, no, I haven't. I've not unboxed it. Speaking of, where's
Goodbye.
the other Dremel? Oh, the other calipers. Oh, we're bad.
Oh yeah, I wanted to see if this end cap was still available too. Because you might be able to use this on a G5 and strengthen it.
Oh, there, small ones. If I needed.
Oh,
This bit is 12. Just like a whole mil. I'll try it. I'll try this first. I'll try to do a bit of a small wobbly motion too.
where did my trigger wheel go?
It's on that flywheel by the engine. What I managed to do there is get it very hot.
Kind of a pain to measure it with all these standoffs. Okay, these standoffs look directly.
Yeah, but I'd say there should be at least two that are across.
I'm getting pretty much the same measurement anywhere, so that's good, I guess. Wait, there's a step right there. How much would you consider a interference fit, like a loose interference fit?
For us, well, I mean, it doesn't really matter for the laser, I guess. Whatever you have.
No, the laser is actually damn near dead nuts accurate. They got the curve really dialed in.
Okay, whatever you have, then minus
That's kind of 260.
0.2, 0.1.
Okay, it's pretty much 265 on the dot for the BP flywheel.
The OEM one.
This one.
David Kim said, "Creepilla watching y'all."
It's only creepy if you're doing something creepy while you watch us.
Yeah, I mean, to make it creepy, I would have to like not know about it. I did start the stream, so it is my fault. All right, Dremel time. I don't like the carbide bits; they stick too hard. I'm gonna try the stone one.
Which camera? The front one? Yeah. I know you said I can use the computer for Onshape, but I don't have like Onshape logged into your computer, so. Hopefully the camera doesn't just blow out my screen. That's relatively viewable. Where's that little stool? Where'd that stool go?
Top green one?
I think it was green. So if you've never used launch, yeah, you can't see shit with the camera. I even turned the brightness up all the way, and it's just.
Yeah, we probably have to dim it to make it light visible.
It's really not that bright. I think it's just a reflection off.
Do you not know your sign in for Entree?
No,
Can you share it to me?
I can't share it if I don't know it.
Can you share the part?
Oh, yeah, I can share the part.
Alright, do that then. Bring your stool over here.
It's a good thing my thing keeps me logged in. Link share. Oh wait, no, I need to like actually add you to it. That way you can modify it.
Right.
You've never used OnShape. It's a great tool because you can use it on your phone anywhere you go. Or in my case, portable display because they're amazing. So I literally don't need to carry around the computer at all to be able to 3D model on the go. Did it actually share?
Wait, no, did it? I don't know. It's F5 refresh, right?
F4 refresh.
Shared. Oh, you're shared with me. Yeah. Hang on. I'm gonna set up our stream real quick so we can capture this information.
Oh god.
Okay, this is what they're gonna see.
Okay.
Well, it's old, but this is how much the corner of taking it. Just keep that in mind. And then you might have to shout a little bit so they can hear you.
Yeah, shouting's not my specialty.
I know.
Oh, this is my F series.
That's why I'm warning you. What do you want?
G series with the shaft in it. That way I can. Is this complete?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Because this is the one you cleaned up for B2.
Mm-hmm.
See, my natural voice level is more a lapel mic type of deal.
We can.
Yeah, that's not that big of a deal. I'm literally gonna change 2 parameters in that, and then it's gonna fit.
Alright, well, you can tell Mike now what you're about to go do, and then go do it. I'll try to do this.
Oh.
What?
How far does the flywheel sit back? Maybe it sits back. Oh, it definitely sits back further than that because the shaft's all the way through it. Okay, because it was hitting the transmission already. Yeah, probably sits back about even with it. Ish, right?
Something like that. I started trying to figure out the offset the other day. I found the real key is just not stick with it and just put it on the thing. Put it on an engine.
So yeah, I think to be able to get a trigger wheel up front, this will have to be shaved right there in the corner, how it dips down inside.
So if you take that back out, you can see we're starting to hit with the Rio one, just a tick. On that side,
yeah.
and then just a tick on that one. So they'll probably both be clearance.
It might be best just putting it on the backside then and finding a better sensor. The B6T flywheel is exactly half mil wider than the BP one.
So it's probably enough to take up since we're suggest tack welding on here, right?
So if I make it fit the B6T one, it'll just be slightly loose on the BP one, but
It's
not
not a
welded.
good idea to me.
That's a 1/4 mil on both sides. That's nothing.
Yeah.
What's that in American units? Like nothing.
I don't
Couple
know, American
thou.
units.
Let's see. Go 0.27. 10 thou. That's nothing. That should be fine. Especially since I'm planning on welding it.
How far in does the ball need to go?
Like all the way.
The outside edge is enough now. Just need to keep on the inside. It actually it wasn't too bad.
Actually, can this? How far is the clutch? The clutch just might be able to just kind of hold this in place. Actually, that's probably about where it sits because it already kind of pushed the bearing out. I doubt I guess we could have. Because it kind of is hitting the case.
Yeah, so that's not right. Because that is the flywheel for that engine.
Did
Or
we
for that trans.
It's kind of stuck. Did we scrap the crank from the B3 that we plasma cut?
No, I don't think so. I've got B3 cranks outside right now. If you want to do something like that, there's a block, the B6D block right here with a crank in it. Or that one. That one's got no pistons. It should weigh a bit less.
You know, I think we should be good for clearance because I can make the tooth smaller than this since your crank sensor does have the cutout on the side to go in deeper than the flywheel.
As long as it's almost the same OD as that one, it should be perfect.
What's the OD on that one? I can make it the same OD as that one. But whether or not the offset's the same, depth-wise, it's gonna...
Yeah, the real question is how wide is the real one?
Go perfect way without knocking it off. Oh, wait. Stupid freedom. Oh, God. Even worse. 162-ish. I think I'm in the grooves.
And what was that one? 264?
Yeah.
So yeah, we can make this, that'd be a mil thinner on both sides. So just copy this exact ring, just make this one.
I mean, mine's even thinner.
Right. So yeah, I'd say copy this one and then measure how tall this whole ring is because I know this ring fits.
Okay. This actually is. Hold up. Do you have a B3 one? Well,
B3 what?
There's one in front of me.
Flywheel? Yeah.
Okay, never mind. The Rio one is quite a bit bigger than B3.
The S series one would be a good comparison to the Rio one probably.
So 260. I'll make it inside or But not outside's what matters. I can go a max of 285. Okay. 285 Yeah, apparently just 2 parameters. It's already done. Dude, is on shape high right now?
Probably.
Look at that lip between the teeth and the main body.
What? It didn't see last time too.
Is both my extrudes the same? No, 6.38. That's yep. 3.5 versus 3.8. There we go. Look at that flat surface. But yeah, I actually set this model up the right way, so I can change parameters and it just works. So when you 3D model, you want to kind of think ahead. So
Called model intent.
Yeah, that's what people who go to school call it. Something like that. So pretty much, since it's a basic ring, there's nothing too fancy about it. I just made that one's the inner size, and that one's the outer size. That way, if I need to change the ring size, it's all I need to change is those 2 parameters. If I need to change the tooth size, then over here is just the basic tooth. Actually, I might need to change the tooth size. If the diameter is bigger, the teeth can be wider.
Well, I guess the ratio doesn't matter in this application since this isn't for the real
Oh yeah, it's gonna be the exact timing doesn't matter since it,
aftermarket.
Yeah, so I guess that doesn't matter. But you could change the tooth, shape and everything by changing these 2 parameters. The height doesn't matter too much since I have that max. Oh wait, no, that's wrong. How do I have that set? This one actually cleared better than expected because I used 1/4 inch, and they used 10 mil. So 6 versus 10 basically. So it's even gonna be tighter against the ring gear.
Be perfect.
No, actually, let me see that real quick. Don't change. Oh, you already changed it. Well, you changed it too. Okay, that'll work. Yeah, go ahead and change that. I want to grind these burrs off so I can just slip it on mine.
Well, I guess your flywheel, but the E series.
The flywheel you intend to use on your particular build.
Just wild to think that Light did this.
Concentrated light.
I mean, if you think about it in a way, it's mild steel, so it's not going to harden. But it kind of case hardening it.
Oh, the bird's taking off.
Yeah, there's 3 of them. That's probably good enough. There's a stink bug absolutely coated in oil.
He's been all over. He was in that transmission earlier.
Okay, that's spinning. Hey, what are you doing with that half? Oh, you're seeing if it fit. I got you.
Let me put that back together. Get in there. Slow. I won't even call it steady. Just call it slow.
That's part of the reason I hate Dremels so much.
I'll offer suggestions.
I mean, there's really no good way of holding them. Even die grinders, they come out.
I think Home Depot's got a 13mm bit.
Oh, they probably do. I mean, millimeter, no, but they have a 1/2 inch.
We just tried 1/2 inch.
Was it actually 1/2 inch, though? It's
Did
1/2
it?
inch and 13's like almost identical. Too bad there wasn't more meat there, so you can just really drill it out and just put a bushing in instead.
Yeah. So you need an exact size bushing. Can you give me a really small Phillips or flathead? I have one sanding. I have one like small size coarse sanding drum left. Hopefully that'll be enough to do it. That's way better. Watch it over that now. How all the way is all the way?
I have no clue.
Is that enough?
Um,
Where's the stock on it?
Here's the stock one. It almost hits.
okay, that's probably enough then.
Well, this stock one. So does that one need to do the same thing?
Oh, then yeah, you want it to be the same.
3 mils left.
Brad Edwards said, Mr. Samet, where do you get those bags of new bolts? When I tear this new one down to build it, I really want new hardware, which likely means a case or two of bolts. David W. said, all that work sounds musical. Brad
Yes.
Hazard
No love for
said,
the H series.
no love for the H series trans.
No, because the H series is like actually humongous. How tight's too? Okay, that's too tight. I figured that already on my own. The answer is that. That is too tight. What was it? What was before that? What about being musical? I'll read it in a second, I guess.
pinky cramp that's very unique to this exact motion. Are you done with your on-shape thing?
Oh yeah, I've been done with it.
All right, go back to XSplit then.
Yeah, I have no clue how to do
Windows
it.
key. And then the very bottom, it's like the weird square looking thing. And then switch to camera view 1, the bottom right corner.
You mean scene 1?
Yes. Uh-oh, did I go too far? Yep. I got it on, it was so tight I couldn't turn it. A few more seconds, now it's...
But sounds like you should order the proper size end mill. Or drill bit. Oh yeah.
Alright, so I said we slap it together with this and try this again on another broken G series. We ask chat who has a broken G series for.
Brad asked in our chat about the same, pretty much the same thing I said to do.
Yeah, and you could. Brad asked where I buy my new bolts. Usually Bolt Depot or this other place I've been going to. I think it's... I have to check. Because Nuts and Bolts, and then Bolts and Nuts are two totally different companies. Boltsandnuts.com has a fantastic selection of JIS nuts and all sorts of nice zinc coatings. Okay, so here's the deal. We were trying to machine this bit down earlier, and I machined the hole just ever so slightly too big. But now I know the process. The process to make this hole bigger is to use a little drum sanding bit for the Dremel, the smaller size drums, and then drill it out with a 12 millimeter drill bit, a 1/2 inch drill bit if you have one. Drill it first to get it close to circular, then take your drum bit and drum all the way inside of it, keeping it as straight as you can until you get to like the exact point you need. Test it every 30 seconds so you don't go too far like I just did. That being said, if anybody in chat has a broken G series where like you broke the case or you exploded your differential or you stripped third gear, let me know because I need one of these from another G series. Do you think the Protege one is the same?
Absolutely.
All right, let's steal it then.
I thought that was the one that we barely just... Like, yeah, isn't that the box of Protege parts that we took that one from?
Mm-mm. This is the parts from this G case. This case belongs to these parts.
No, it doesn't. That case right there is the G6 case.
That case.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, the other half. That half is for those parts. All right, well, I'm not using the Protege one. Let's tear it apart.
I thought it's already tore apart. We just kind of half-assed put it back together.
Oh, did we? All right, let's do that then. Let's half-ass tear it back apart. And then I'm going to go inside real quick and grab the baby vacuum, and we'll vacuum up all these shavings before they get everywhere. And then we can modify the shaft on stream, the shift, or for the gate, shift gate. All right, so we're done with these flywheels. Yep.
You can keep that ring gear. I bought 2 of them. So I'm not sure what you would ever use an E series one for, but
I got space to store it, and I know where they are. So,
it's also on the flywheel already, so it's not like taking up much more room.
fantastic. The fit might be close enough for us to even like peen it on like the factory ones.
Possibly. I'm gonna weld it though.
Same. Just like my cam sensor thingy that I'm still working on. So it turns out the size we need to fit in the cam, fit that slot's like 4.12 millimeters. 6-gauge steel is 4.115. So that's close enough to press fit basically, and then just kind of tack into place on the cam. I cannot find a single company that actually was willing to laser cut stuff from 6-gauge steel. Or I can't find a non-stainless sheet of 6-gauge. 6-gauge like common enough for aluminum apparently, and then for stainless. I need iron, magnetic.
Just unless the stainless is a ferrous type of stainless.
Right, which unlikely.
Unlikely, but not impossible.
I just need to find something that has the right shit. All right, we don't know what this washer's for yet. Maybe the whatever.
I got the parts diagrams pulled up on my phone.
Yeah, that and the service manual on how to take it apart. Okay.
Oh yeah, I wanted to check to see if the 6th gear for this actually is, well, for the MX, or NX, not MX anymore. The Mazda 6 and 3 are the same.
Oh yeah, automobile catalog should have it.
Well, if they're actually the .68.
We confirmed that the Fusion is 6.8. We're going to see if the 6 was 6.8 or not. Brad was also wondering if the diff ratio was different for the Mazda 6. Sort of like how the Probe and the MX-6 were slightly different. Alright, I guess I'm grabbing that little vacuum thing quick. In the house. Before we start filling transmission parts with pin shavings.
The case housing might actually still be a thing. The end house or end
cap?
Yeah, and it's like actually not expensive.
I will attempt to order one.
It's another greater than one available, but it's $21
$21?
for that end aluminum cap.
Heck yeah.
Like even if it doesn't actually attach to anything, just having it aluminum with the end will stiffen it more.
Right? Alright, hopefully that heater doesn't make too much noise for the camera. I'm going to vacuum all this crap up. Oh no, Steven, we dropped spider gears.
So it looks like a lot of the parts for the G6 are G6 specific.
Sorta. Just because it's numbered G6 does actually not make it G6 specific. There's a lot of parts that instead of using the old number, they actually just renumbered it.
That's silly. Also, it doesn't show a diff on here at all.
It's in a different section, like the axles or something. Alright, so next we're going to open up our Protege case because we need that little part that I just drilled up too big on accident. I made the hole slightly too big. We're going to try it again with one that's not slightly too big. For the Protege trans because I don't need that transmission. It's for an FS. I'm never going to use an FS. The transmission's worth money, probably, so I don't want to break it too hard, but that being said, again, if anybody in chat has a broken G series, please let me know. Do you have any more broken Gs, Steven?
I gave you my well. I have one broken G, but it's still in the car.
And that's one that's not actually broken.
Well, we don't know if it's broken.
Right.
Really? It showed. Does the CX-7 have a 6-speed? They use the same ring gear as a G6.
Really?
Yeah. I'm gonna look up see if the CX-7 came with a 6-speed ever.
Car part's your best bet for that. I'll show you like all transmission options. The only thing left to modify, I think, is the shift gate itself. Do you want to cut a slit in the gate and see if this thing works? So here is our 6 or our 5-speed case. Back to camera 2 for a second. So we gotta modify this shift gate right here to have a spot on this edge for the thing to go through. Swing it to reverse. You know what we could do, Steven, is it's got like, those nice slotted teeth that you can easily get between the gears as you go. We could just make the one that gets reversed very tight, so you know it's going to reverse because it gets kind of hard to get over. Make it very specifically sized.
Car hole. Said. Brad is a stinky butt who likes to smell his own butt, i.e. himself.
That's bold words. Accusations flying around chat right now. Steven gotta remove roll pins and shit to get the reverse lockout out.
So they had a 5-speed and a 6-speed, but they're both automatic. Which is weird.
Hey Steven, look at this.
So I definitely
Actually get up. So I'm trying to get the roll pin out.
Mhm.
you have to put it here. That's what the relief in the case is for, right here.
Nice.
That case relief is entirely there so the roll pin can pop out.
It's rare to have, companies make stuff purposely just for serviceability.
You're going to do all that to get this out, which we no longer need.
Car hole said, just curious, how are the tires on that Fusion?
Brand new, brother. Actually brand new. Steven! Which way does this go? Remember?
Oh shit. No, I don't. But you
I'm
can
gonna
look at
guess it goes this way.
Look at your other G series because that bolt only goes in one way because they're different sizes.
What
Your
bolt?
shifter
Oh,
bolt,
right, right.
if it has that.
Nope. So here's the thing. It has a notch right here for some detent ball that's gotta face up, right? There's no other way. No, that detent faces down. This shaft has a detent that's not used. Unless there's something I'm missing that interferes in this box. Oh, my head's covering the camera. Yeah, so look, on this side, it has to go this way. The hole for the screw is machined. Well, it's only threaded on the back side, and the through bolt that goes through it is shaft, which means the threaded part has to be on the bottom. That means this little detent area goes down. I see no reason for that to exist.
But you got your neutral safety switch back there.
Mm-mm. Not there. Or here? Oh, here, yes. Oh, yeah, you can't see it with the shaft's in. I think you're right. I think the detent is just for safety switch.
Car hole
The
said,
question then is, which way does this go?
oh shoot, I've got a set of Fusion Sport wheels with worn but still okay tires on the Mazda 3. How would you feel about a trade? I'd be happy to give any cash amount you deem fair.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably trade. I don't know what we're doing with the other Fusion yet. We might be fixing it and flipping it. I might be fixing it and driving it this winter since it's rusty. We actually don't know what the plan is yet. By we, I mean Steve and I, since it'd be me and him doing the clutch job on it. Yeah, assuming I don't need the nicer tires to do anything with, if I end up parting the car out, you have dibs on those wheels and tires. Oh god. This is going real good.
Car hole said, sounds good, I appreciate it.
Absolutely. All right, so now we're looking at the shift shaft, or the shift gate, I mean. We got to cut a hole here, basically. Should we reinforce it when we're done? It's just going to be open air.
Probably wouldn't hurt. But you really don't have much room to reinforce it.
Right, because we probably go up and over.
Cut a washer in half and weld it to it.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know if it's really gonna matter in the end. I'm gonna say it doesn't matter for now.
Carhole said, the 5X114 but not Nissan/Toyota center bore size is surprisingly difficult to use wheel shop for. I'll probably end up getting some new steel wheels for it eventually.
Ta-da!
How much do you say those trans usually are?
The 6-speed,
Yeah.
like on like eBay and stuff, they're like 1,200, 900 to 1,200 bucks.
Well, it turns out that JDM Mazda 6 used them a lot earlier. He used them all the way back in 2006.
Ooh.
So there's this one right here with free shipping for 900 bucks. That looks
Is that the
identical.
one we did last time? Yeah, the 2.3 one. Yeah, we saw this one already.
So this one might have a better diff ratio then.
I think it's the same diff ratio and a different final drive. So check that one on the parts catalog. But I believe we literally looked at that exact trans last time we were doing this. As a matter of fact, I think I have that exact listing in my watch list on eBay. Because we also saw the Mazda 3 one, which has the same center case and the same bell housing, but has the steel end cap.
I broke the website. Oh, I have to disable ad blocker. It's one of those sites. I turned ad block off. Okay, so it's just not going to work on your laptop.
Why?
It's having issues with your ad blocker. Even turning it off, it still says fuck you.
Go to incognito. Do it. Incognito disables your extensions. it does. Ooh, I don't know, Steven. It's looking sketchier and sketchier. I don't know if it's going to work.
Rygar the Destroyer said, I know that this is off topic, so you don't have to answer if you don't want to. Is the Kia Rio 01-02 front brake swap worth it?
It's the same as Aspire.
Well, two things. A, off topic is fine. We're all about community engagement. And B, even if it was on topic, I don't have to answer it. But no, seriously, yeah, the front brake swap, it depends what you mean by worth it. If you want to get 4100 and be able to swap your discs easier, then yeah, it's great. The 01-02 Rio is identical to the automatic Aspire. So it's like the exact same thing as doing automatic Aspire front brake swap. Is it worth it as far as better braking power? Not necessarily. It's vented, so it'll last longer before it gets too hot, obviously. But well-tuned stock Festiva brakes actually do pretty well. But yeah, if you're looking to go for 100, then the standard Kia Rio stuff is fantastic. The only real downside is if you get the later stuff, the 03 stuff, which you didn't mention. If you were to do that instead, then you run into problems because it's physically bigger. As in, you can only fit 14-inch wheels. Matches per pound.
Rygar the Destroyer said, thank you.
No problem. Steven? I don't know if it's possible. Anything's possible. I can barely get it first.
Oh yeah, you have to trim this.
Well, okay, I agree. So pop that out, though. So that's first, right? To get over to reverse, our ball hits the aluminum. That'd be a lot of trimming. We'd lose half of this thing.
Is the Protege case just fundamentally different? Different, like.
One way to find out.
Well, actually, the KL case. Wait, now what engine did you mount this to?
KL.
So yeah, the KL case must be bigger than right there. But we could always cut it out, and I can weld something in for you. You know, an extra little pocket. You know, kind of just cut out like a square right here. Then
Let's look at the Protege case. It should be the same as the KL case.
kind of. KL bell housing is much bigger, so there's a lot more room for activity.
Oh yeah, this is the bell housing side, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. We have a KL transmission out there.
Can we take the bell housing off and not mess with the end cap?
No. This can't be pulled apart just like the rest of them.
That's what I thought. Well, we still got 13 viewers. I'm sure they'd love to see another transmission pulled to bits.
do we feel confident enough about the parts for the G6 that we can put all the G6 parts in a bin?
Yeah, it goes together just like the G5. The only difference is the shift linkage stuff. Like most of the parts are pretty much identical. Yeah, they really don't leave you much room even for like first gear on it.
This is this one's bell housing side. So it'll be down here, right? Yeah, is that what this little pocket right here is?
That must be, because that definitely is more of a cutout. That way I can swing over further. Because this part's still in the exact same location, whether it's a 5 or 6 speed.
Right.
That goes far, even for first shift.
It's funny, this boot fell off. It's actually preventing it from going all the way into first. So there's our limit, huh?
Well, I mean, he had his pretty much cut all the way up to the shaft, so. Is the shift gate the same physical size on the
Brad Edwards
Protege one?
said, "Do we have to remove everything in order to take the axle out? I was trying to avoid messing with the coilovers if possible."
You don't really mess with the coilovers. You have to unbolt the knuckle from the coilover. Well, you don't have to. You could take out the lower ball joint and then bend the whole knuckle assembly. Take out the tie rod, take out the lower ball joint, leave it attached to the coilover, and the whole coilover can pull out. So you could do it that way. It'd be a little more annoying, but you totally can.
That's why I did in the Subaru, because I didn't
Should we
want
take
to
a
mess with
protege
that one.
case part first,
Probably.
since it's already halfway apart?
Well, no, we should take apart the KO one, since that's what all these bits are going into, because you're modifying the KO one first before the Festiva one, right?
No.
No?
Well, not now. Now that we already have it this close to these two matching up.
I mean, it's going to match right up to the KO one, too. And
Well,
the, KO,
this would be the harder one to do.
the KO one, you might not have to modify the case. Like,
It sounds like we don't. But yeah, I'll go grab it real quick.
Carhole
besides the,
said, "I've been listening and working in the garage myself. Got the new door handle in the Mazda 3 finally. And all my tools put away.
Heck yeah.
Thanks for the motivating company."
Thank you for joining us. We're not done yet, though. I'm going to grab another transmission for us to tear apart, and we'll start investigating some differences.
I think we should modify the KO one first, and then this one, because we know for sure that you want the G6 at the KO no matter what.
And
Well, you do, but we're going to do this with the G5 to begin with, so you can get your car together.
I figured we'd be almost done tonight with this. If it wasn't for that and needing to get a new one of those because I went too big on the hole, this would be done tonight. It's only 7:30.
Well, since we had to modify the case, it's definitely not getting done tonight.
Right.
That's why I said we should just do the G6. G6, the Pro one.
I was going to save it for the cleaner one, but I guess we can. Okay. We'll put this in here. Back on this.
Carhole
This running
said, "Going to go walk the dog now. We'll leave stream running. Good luck."
Thank you. I expect great things we will be doing soon.
Because this will be going before New Year's, at least back on its wheels, or by New Year's. I think we try to add this into it also. It's not going to.
If you have that much faith in our New Year's deadline, then all right.
With the G5, I do. Because this adds a whole nother level of complexity.
It does.
Like, I definitely want you to... I'll be careful putting those in, because I do have them. We'll figure it out.
That's why I asked if you knew. That's what I meant.
Well, I
I
meant
took
like,
a picture of how you had it laid out.
Okay, I meant like if you put them in gently, not like barely eat them in. Just make sure the synchro stay with each one because those are. Yeah, that can slide out of that shift fork, by the way. Just pull straight out.
Does orientation matter here?
Kind of. It only goes in like one way, well, 3 ways.
Really?
After we get done with this, after New Year's, I'm gonna start really forcing you to get the KO going again too, because we both need 6-speed, V6 slot wagons. I can't be alone here.
So true. Shit, I don't know which way that went. Might be upside down. Hopefully my picture will show.
Besides, you can't even drive V2 till springtime anyways. They salted the hell out of the roads already.
Yeah, I don't expect it to be done by then either.
I expect it to be drivable by the end of this month.
Alright, we'll see.
Well, no, it won't. Well, kind of. You just won't have your 4x100 rear hubs back yet because I'm waiting for the broken one to get me a quote and everything to be able to send them. I don't want to rush them on anything.
We're good on those. You took my spares.
Oh.
This still has its hubs. Those were my only spares. I have a spare spindle, and that's it. You took my only spare assemblies.
After bringing the transmission back in here, I might leave for like 5 minutes. Well, probably like 10. I'm feeling like a milkshake.
That does sound pretty good.
But I don't want to stop the stream just for a milkshake, so.
Sounds good to me.
For the Protege, I'd almost rather keep it cable. I think keeping a cable would make it easier because you'd have more room on the underside. You don't have to worry about shift linkages and stuff. As we just took apart every cable bit.
Yeah, it's been done to that exact trans, so we know it works on that trans. With these modifications, we know we don't have to dick with this situation.
And that one should have the correct shift gate. That way you can just cut a notch in it. Because it's a stamp, you don't have to reinforce it since it has all the bottom layers. Yeah, we'll start with a big G first, and then we'll try to modify a small G.
This is why I wonder what the Protege has in it, because the Protege is in between. The Protege should be the same as the KL one internally, just different bell housing. Because like even the offsets and stuff are the same, because I use the Protege axles. See, this bushing is just for it to slide on the shaft.
Mm-hmm.
So cutting a bunch of that off
Not gonna
won't really hurt anything. And this doesn't really see any loading. This is just to load up your forks. Removing strength here shouldn't hurt anything.
I was just saying to use the KO one since we're going to be splitting it apart to put all the bits in it anyways.
Right? It'd be cool if we could shift the entire gate over.
It would mess with all your shift points. You have to make a custom plate.
Right. Well, we could slot it some to move it up.
Well, all your shift points are still going to be in the same location. So moving it over is just going to make everything not line up shift-wise.
Right. You'd have to move the thing.
You'd
on
have
the
to move,
shaft.
but
down.
you would have to cut that ball end off and move it over too.
Or drill a new hole in the shaft for that roll pin to go through. Right. If there's room to move it.
Oh, that roll pin don't matter. You're talking about on the shift shaft?
Right. This just needs to move on the shaft. If we move that
Oh,
whole assembly up, then we just move this whole thing up.
You'd rotate it. You'd have to move up and over.
Why over?
In fact, actually, you wouldn't need to move it up at all. It just need to be rotated on the shaft a little bit since you're moving the whole shift assembly to the left.
Oh, right, because it's 90 off. So yeah, if you were to just move it Like just drill a new hole off the side.
That's way too much work. I'd rather just cut a hole in the case and re-weld it. That'd be a dozen times easier. Yeah. I've gotten pretty good at welding Mazda aluminum. Oh yeah, I couldn't do any welding last night like I wanted to. My helmet was dead. I found one of my batteries, at least for mine. Yeah, I hate how it just kills itself just sitting around. So I can stay pretty late, but I had to stop at Walmart to grab a battery before at some point tonight.
Walmart has that sags?
Yeah. That's where I got them the past couple times.
Are yours not massive like mine?
Oh, they're massive.
You can take mine home then, if you want. That way you don't have to go to Walmart. Save you the trip.
Well, I still eventually need to do the trip anyways to get said battery. Unless I buy it online.
I'm thinking take my battery.
Oh.
If it's the same size, I have a brand new one on the table right now. I did not put in my helmet because I forgot that I found it, and then I came out here and just... Charlie was horrified.
Yeah, to be able to weld aluminum, I kind of have to see what I'm doing.
Yeah.
You can't, put
No
the squints on for TIG.
Right. Keep feeling my phone's buzzing. Phantom buzzes over here. All right, so there you go. There's your update for a minute. I'm gonna start taking apart a different transmission. That being said, so since this was only ever confirmed to work for sure with the bigger G series that was used on the KL and things like the Probe and the MX6, now that we're looking at it on the case for this one, it appears that we're actually going to interfere with the bottom edge of the transmission case in order to get it all the way over to get into reverse. So our options now are to ignore it and never have reverse, or fix it by basically punching a hole out on the bottom of the case and then re-welding it with a bit of a U shape or a bit of a dish shape. That way it does clear all the way down. We might also end up having to cut a little bit more off the bottom edge of whatever you want to call this little doodle dad than previously thought needed, but we will explore that as we get to it. So for now, we're going to switch gears and keep modifying the KL transmission. That way we at least have an idea of what we're doing, and then we'll have it done on the Protege, and then we can see what kind of stuff internally compares between the two and get more ideas on how we're going to modify the Festiva one. So I guess we're not going to end tonight's stream with a 6-speed Festiva transmission just yet. We may still end tonight's stream with a 6-speed KL transmission, and I'll have the world's first V6 6-speed Mazda swapped Protege 5 wagon. So still some really cool stuff happening here, but we'll need to start with that, and Steven needs to go get some food. So Steven will get food. I will be right back. I'm going to bring in this other transmission that we have laying here that Steven found for me, and we will get to work. These are both scrap.
Yeah, allegedly a super low mileage KL transmission.
Do you know if it was from a Probe or from an MX6?
It's an X6.
Because there's a rumor that the diff ratio...
But no, shit, it's a Probe. It's a Probe.
It was Probe?
It was Probe. Which one's better?
I don't know.
Okay, well, this one was definitely a Probe.
I'll have to check on my thing.
Well, it doesn't matter, we have to use the G6 diff anyways.
Right.
Which that, we don't... I just drilled out 2 of the studs. Because we can just drop the G6 diff straight in that.
Oh. Yeah.
You don't need 2.
Well, wait, do we... Are these the right... Is this the right spline count? Did we check that?
Well, no, we have to use the output shaft. That's why we have to use the G6 diff.
Pardon?
We have to use that ring gear from the G6 because it matches the output shaft of the G6 gear sets.
Right, I'm saying, is the spiders, are they the right... Are they 28 spline or 26 spline?
28.
Or
the big G.
Did we confirm that, though? Are we sure the Fusion didn't switch to a 29 or a 30 spline?
We did not, but it's big G housing, so we can just swap spiders if we had to.
Oh, the carrier being the same for the spiders, you mean?
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
It's a big G. I don't know what G. I know it does work because I put the. I thought I put the. Yeah, I put the shaft from this in the transmission I brought over.
Oh, is that the shaft from the Fusion?
Yeah. Or vice versa. I remember I put one shaft in one of them. You know, to confirm.
Oh, Subaru parts. Get out of here, Rock Auto. I don't want to dang Subaru parts.
I could use some Subaru parts.
Ford. All Subaru owners could use some Subaru parts, Steven. 2011 Fusion 2.5 liter L4 transmission manual. Or no, it's drive line. I drive train, CD axle, front left, except auto trans. That sounds like what I want. And that brand does not need info. Fantastic. Fits Fusion and Milan only. Great. So I guess the Mazda 6 must use a different side axle.
Probably just different laying.
Front left, manual trans, track motive. Here we go. Track motive actually giving some info. Yeah, 28 splines.
Yeah,
Weirdly enough, it's 28 on both sides.
I wonder for the diff, like if these are different numbers, the shims for them.
For the spiders?
Yeah, like if they're actually.
Oh, Lord.
This is the one that went for this, so I only dropped one spider as far as I know. But it doesn't matter. But it does kind of matter. I doubt it is because there's no stamps on it for part size or numbers. And it looks like it's just stamped, so I doubt they use, can think this is a metal before they stamp it. Besides, a little side loading is not going to hurt it.
Not ideal.
It's with the, it's like the W1 supplement or something. It's not on the main page. Wait, which car do you look up?
Mazda 6.
Maybe I should be in. Well, I still have it pulled up on my phone.
Oh, is it with the axles?
Yeah.
Chassis suspension. There's front shafts.
Yeah, look, W1, like I said.
Yeah, you nailed it. There's diff. Auto. Diff. Manual. Nope, just this brush washer.
Perfect. Pretty cheap, too.
And there's all the shims I ordered.
Yeah, I saw the huge list of them. Okay. So that means, yeah, you can just drop that dip. Do you think the 2 holes I drilled out are going to matter?
Yes.
We can just hammer this back in and weld it in place.
I'd say, once again, we'll end time with test fitment, and when it comes time to actually drop the trans into that car, we will be using the diff from the other G6.
Why not you just use this one? You need to order bolts that fit this anyways.
That's
So
why, because there's a bunch of extra work I don't want to do right
So
now.
order 2X. But you're going to have to do it for the Festiva transmission.
I know. That's what I'm saying. We'll keep drilling that one out and not fix it midway through drilling it.
Oh.
I've got 2 trans, so it'll be fine.
All right. Now
Let's-
you have
Let's
one.
get the KL trans in here, and you can get
You have one trans and one car. We don't have 2 trans. Until you decide to finally, pull that transmission out of the car.
This looking like this situation at bone myself. I'll just part out. You got open bay.
I made $0. I mean, just not the transmission. Just fine. I just don't like the thought of throwing away an entirely working vehicle. It hurts a little bit. I don't care about fusions that much, but it still hurts a little.
Oh, right. Yeah, right up to the back.
Ugh, spine.
The chances of it just coming out.
0 with those. What? What?
0, he said.
357 HDH said, "How is this still live? My wife never lets me work in the garage for this long."
Because Michelle's cool.
I love her.
Nice. Like I said, it's low mileage. Like, that thing's meant.
The whole thing's meant. This whole situation's meant.
Look at this non-rusty end cap.
You got some sticker left over too. Hi, dog. Puppy's on stream again.
Woo! Look at this boot, even. Completely intact. You actually need that. Get that out of the way before it gets ruined.
Mine missing?
I don't know. It's probably torn like every one of them. Like, that thing's. Still see the part number on it.
Wow. That actually is pretty nice looking.
Like, not even dry rot either.
Guess we can check this VIN, see where this actually came from.
I'm like 99% sure it was a probe. Pretty sure that's what they said. And it's definitely KL.
Right. With that funky ass starter.
Turkey Gobbler said, "Puppy."
Yeah, everybody put a hey Echo in chat.
Oh, she's
Hey
gone.
Echo! She's right there. Echo! Come here, puppy. Come on, puppy! What are you doing? Hey, Maverick's here! Hey, Maverick! Everybody put your Maverick emojis in chat.
The whole gang. Oh yeah, look at the end of the bolt, barely any corrosion.
That's so funny. The mount delete.
I know, it makes no sense. I guess it's one of those holes filled.
I'm all about filling holes. You know me. I also want this.
357 HDH said, "Hey Echo." 357 HDH said, "Maverick."
Yeah, Michelle just called them both back. Sorry. She said it was long for back. All right. I can do this. You go get your food.
Look at that thing.
They're basically brand new.
They
We're
really
gonna,
are.
do you give me that box? I got another box. I had a feeling something like this would happen.
They would be brand new if you dunked them in some Vapor Rust.
I just might. And then throw that away on the way out. All right, go get your food. Come back soon.
Well, it's a milkshake, not food, but sure.
Is that not food?
Oh, would you consider a milkshake food?
It's really in that weird in between state, isn't it?
It's like, a sandwich and a
And it
hot
also,
dog.
I think it depends. There's some places whose milkshake you can easily drink through a straw, and there's some places who have milkshakes you really can't drink through a straw. Is a blizzard food?
Like, would you consider a hot dog a sub?
Tell you what, if you can eat the milkshake if they give you a spoon to eat it, then it's food.
Oh,
If they give you just a straw and it's actually straw sippable, then it's a drink.
Oh, it sounds like they never give you a spoon. They expect you to slurp that thick ass thing through a tiny little straw.
These are all phrases I'm very familiar with. I'll actually save that because I think that's what I use on mine, and that's nice.
Like I said, if you dip that in some Vapor Rust, it'll probably look brand new.
I probably will. Got the whole total there, just waiting to do some fun stuff with.
In fact,
Actually,
like that. Your front mount looks brand new too. But
Did you see my new elbow? They finally got it from the UK. I put it straight in the Vapor Rust bucket, and I pulled it out after 2 days.
Don Sammet said, _Maverick.
Mavericks! We got Mavericks in chat. Thank you all.
You see who said that?
Mama.
She's one of like our I think now 4 or 5 members. Ooh, thick boy. I wonder if this is the big size of Charlie for certain projects. I didn't find an alternate part number for the big ones like that. Like this one actually works
Pretty nice. I got this transmission for basically free. So
yeah, who did you find it from?
it was a random ass listing on Marketplace.
Which is wild because I've been looking for a spare. And I keep not finding any spare ones, and I kind of gave up. And you just like showed up one day like, oh hey, here's a KL trans. Oh shit!
Yeah, just take this shit. I don't need it. It's not gonna help me since it's a big G.
Look at the tips, the case bolts.
Yeah, it's
Perfect
like
yellow
new.
zinc. Go get your food. So you can do the hard part. I can take the case off. I can knock a couple opens out. And after that, brother, you do it.
I don't want to leave this like getting to the exciting part.
Well, I'll go slow just for you.
I could DoorDash it and spend $30 on a milkshake.
Yeah, right. I normally send Michelle, but I think she's still pretty tired.
You want anything?
You going to Sonic?
357 HDH said, believe it or not,
Text me.
I once actually got a Shamrock Shake from McDonald's. Once in a lifetime event.
Yeah, go through the house and ask Michelle if she wants one. All right.
Drew Virgin said, did you hit up Advanced Auto for the blowout deals today?
No, I was gonna, and then I got busy with this project. I was like, yeah, probably it's not that important anyway. And I just saw a post that somebody was like there, and there were 21 people in line. The line went out the door. Like it sounded like there was a ton of really good deals, but I'm out of space, and B, I'm probably borderline out of money. So I figured it was best to not go tempt myself. It sounds like there was some really good stuff though. A lot of people got really good deals on fluid, which also sounded good. And then I remembered I just ordered like 40 gallons of fluids from Jags that were on sale. So I've got like 8 gallons of oil here right now, and 6 gallons of coolant, and a bunch of transmission fluid like stacked up. So in this case, I'll leave the deals for the young kids. That's funny. We're now at 21 viewers. That's incredible. Thank you everybody that's here and viewing. I just literally sat down for a moment because Steven's going to go get some Sonic. I'm going to ask him what I want while I'm there. Steven. What's good at Sonic? Probably just popcorn chicken.
Drew Virgin said, we got ceramic brake pads for all our cars for like $40.
Oh, that's a steal, man. That's the other thing. I don't know what I even want parts wise, and it's not very often that Advance has Festiva parts in stock. They probably have some Miata fitment stuff that I could make use of. I don't know. Maybe if they're still doing it tomorrow, I'll check tomorrow and see if there's anything left that might be helpful for me. Might not be a bad idea.
.357 HDH said, sounds like enough fluid for a change in my F350.
Yeah, exactly.
.357 HDH said, Stock up on brake parts cleaner.
They already got wiped out. That was like one of the first things to go. The first post I saw about the closeout deals, somebody said they left a single can behind. Trying to make that one can. So I have to give a shout out to, I think it was Brad Edwards when he was down here. I think Brad bought me a whole case of brake clean, of which I think I still have 4 bottles. So thank you, Brad.
$357 HDH said, how about battery cables? The Festivas love new cables.
I don't think our stocks them here. I know you can order them. I know AutoZone I could order them back in the day, but I don't think they actually stock them in the Lexington store. The Advance here that's closing is not like one of the big ones. We do have a big hub store, O'Reilly, here. The O'Reilly's, like on the other side of town from me, is the hub store, so they have everything there locally. If they went out of business, I'd be having a field day.
Jeff Roper said, I like to run a logger cable for the alternator. $357 HDH said, I bet they have some VAF cone adapters still on the shelf. Brad Edwards said, I haven't yanked yet, but my puller is coming Wednesday. Think just a pry bar would pop these axles out.
For you, yes, because we gave you brand new OEM circlips for your axles when we did your swap. So those axles should pop out just like an OEM axle. You should be able to. You shouldn't even need a pry bar. You should be able to grab the axle, grab the base, twist it every few degrees, just yank it. It'll pop right out. If it doesn't, then a pry bar will definitely do it. You should not need an axle puller since you have OEM clips. Thanks to the Festiva store's efforts. All right, let's tear apart another transmission on stream to further
357 HDH said, I yanked twice this morning.
And 3 times on Tuesdays. All right, so this is yet another G series variant. This is the factory transmission for the KL. So it's the Mazda V6. This came in the 626, the MX6, and the Ford Probe. So this is the transmission I have in my Protege 5 outside right now. Basically, this is slightly cleaner than mine, so I'm going to try to switch over to this one. But the back half is basically the same as any other Big G. This section right here that you can see on camera is basically identical to the section on the Protege trans we're looking at earlier today. The big difference is, again, the bell housing, because the bell housing pattern for the V6.
Brad Edwards
and
said,
it's got this funky
sweet tie, yes. I still need to place another order before you ship. Jeff Roper said, if the CV axle is stubborn, I use an air hammer.
The air hammer is a great option if you have one. I also now realize, looking at the camera, that this transmission still has fluid in it, because there is now fluid all over our table. Oops. So we're just going to throw some rags on here and start tearing it apart a little extra fast. Step 1, we need to pull out our detents and retainers. That one 14. Undo our clip for our reverse sensor. Where's the other one at? There's no front side detent on this. Oh, guess not. All right. 14, 10. We'll start 14 and take off.
Brad Edwards said, "It needs to be a neutral, doesn't it?"
No, it doesn't need to be neutral. The circlip doesn't care if you're in gear or not. It'll help you spin it if it's in neutral, but it doesn't need to be at all. And there's the detent ball. And that was just a holder. Oh no, the transmission is leaking through the table because the table's not solid. And it's dripping all over my box of fancy wheels. Ah, no. I was about to say, it sounds like rain all of a sudden. That explains it. Ah, frick. That's not ideal. I didn't know this trans had fluid in it. Oh god, it's everywhere. Oh no, no, no.
357 HDH said, "Did I pre-order clear tails?"
Harrison, I'm not sure if you did or not. I'll have to double check the order list. Most of those have already been shipped out. If they haven't already been shipped out, they will be shipping out soon. We ordered new boxes. So that way we could ship all of them a lot safer than we were shipping them previously. Oh god, there's a huge mess down here, guys. You don't even know how bad it looks under this table. It is raining ATF all over my stuff. There's boxes of wheels under this table that really should not be getting dirty. Oh no, 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 no. Oh hell, this is all bad. Shit.
.357 HDH said, "Wipe the top of the table." 357 HDH said, "Also such care."
They're very nice wheels. I gotta be careful. Oh god. Oh, now it just smells like trans fluid all over the place. My least favorite smell. Shit. Come on. Oh, I didn't know it wasn't drained. We had it sitting outside with no axles for a while. I thought for sure it already leaked out. Where's the half-inch ratchet? Ah! It's all gone wrong. See, this is what happens. Steven leaves for like 5 minutes and all hell breaks loose. Because I don't know what I'm doing. I only fake it for YouTube. Clearly, I should have checked this before doing all this nonsense. Yeah, can you guys see the mess I've made on camera? Does all this disgustingness show up well? Oh, no! You just drained. Why are you still draining? Oh, God, it's very dirty, too. It's all very concerning. Everything's gone terribly wrong. Oh no. You all are sitting here watching a freaking disaster unfold on camera. Shit. Okay.
357 HDH said, "It's so wet."
Oh my god. My boxes. Shit. Well, there's one of them. You can see how wet that got. It went through one layer, kind of went through 2 layers. And here's the wheels that we really should not be getting dirty right now.
357 HDH said,
Yeah,
"Just
this
move
is
the
why I
wheels
don't
at this
want
point."
all this fluid everywhere. I think this one escaped unharmed. Oh, Jesus Christ. Steven! There's that box. I see a big layer on top. Before I open it, before I wipe that off. Oh no, this one got through. Shit. I'm gonna need like some damn toothpicks to get down into the cracks of the wheel face. Damn it, Steven. The moment you leave, it all goes to hell.
357 HDH said, "I was going to compliment your table on its cool design earlier, but never mind."
I was tuning it. It's so much faster than before. It's fluid in that trans.
Oh yeah, I didn't drain it.
Yeah. Yeah. And the table's not, sealed or anything, so.
Oh, it'll keep them from rusting.
Yeah.
Don't want that chrome to rust. I got a large that wax UPVs. Also, look at the shape. I asked for extra strawberries and they just dumped that shit in there.
Oh, hell yeah, they did.
And by our definition earlier, this is in fact a meal because I cannot drink it through a straw.
Bingo.
I had to go outside and grab a fork.
Harrison, what I was going to say is thank you for the compliment on the table. My dad built it for me. This is actually a chunk of a bowling alley. So this is a section of a bowling alley. When the bowling alley got torn down, they cut it in little bits. So this is 6.5 foot section of bowling alley, which is neat. The goal was to sand it and reseal it. Never got around to it. Obviously, by the way, there's fluid everywhere. And now it smells. Now I'm covered in it. My hands are covered in it. It stinks to high heaven. I hate it.
It's very clean though.
No, it's not.
Well, clean, it's not clean.
I mean, the fluid's not clean.
Wait, really?
Yeah, it's a little scary actually when it starts to drain towards the end.
Carhole said, "Clearly, you're not a golfer."
All that is from this. This was a clean pan.
That's not brass though.
Yeah, it's like it's dirt.
Looks like
Chunks
paint
of
almost.
like huge chunks of black. So unless this also uses carbon ones,
Which
to
would be wild.
chunked, something is terribly wrong here. Yeah, right here on the outside. I wiped my finger where the fluid was. That's what the fluid looks like. At first, it was like, yeah, it is clean. And then as I drained it, it got towards the bottom of it. Huge black.
I wonder if that
chunky-
magnet exploded.
Ooh, that'd be weird. Maybe it's why it was on Marketplace. We'll find out. Balls. I'm so upset right now. Oh, it's the bottom of the table is so gross.
To be fair, I actually
YouTube
don't know how
user
to do it.
said,
Oh, clearly,
"Are we going to Sonic?"
I told Steven to tell you we're going.
I did tell her. I texted her and tagged her. If you're talking about Michelle,
Yeah.
yeah, I checked your text. I told you.
Damn.
I even went inside, said Michelle at your door because your door was shut, so I figured you were in there.
YouTube user said, knew he's already eating the milkshake. I missed it. Sad but relieved face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face.
She must have just woke up.
Oh, you must have been sleeping while I went inside and called your name.
I told him, yeah. I told him to go in and make sure she hears you. And he went in. The door was closed, though, so you must have been napping. Sorry, buddy.
YouTube user said, I was in the shower.
The sure. Thank you. Text to speech. By the way, would you say this trans is OEM? Unopened, likely?
Oh yeah,
Aluminum washer.
it had under 100,000. I think they said like
So, yeah,
50,000 or
aluminum
something.
pressure washer.
It's either 50 or 60,000.
I think aluminum is probably the spec.
Makes sense because copper is harder than aluminum, so
Right.
going in an aluminum case.
YouTube user said, disaster.
You don't even know the definition of disaster, brother. You just missed the whole ass disaster. Oh my lord.
Oh, this is like a whole ass EPA, you know.
This is,
disaster.
yeah, somebody, Exxon's got nothing on me, baby.
YouTube user said, bro, Emma Uber eats some Culvers.
Hey, brother, it's your money. By which I mean, I think it's our money. But you do you. You've earned it. Freaking hell, man.
357 HDH said, I'm harder than aluminum.
I bet you are. I would be too if I was watching all this. Quit dripping. Smells after go away for months.
Honestly, I'm surprised it didn't smell like gear fluid more with all the transmissions we have open right now.
I know.
YouTube user said, bother, I missed Sonic opportunity. Definition of disaster.
Go rewind the stream about 10 minutes, then come back to the live view, and you see disaster. But damn Hoshinos, man. Ugh. Now I'm burnt. I was just telling them, please don't burn through my new rags. And I'm like, immediately, shit, the wheels. Grab every rag in the box.
Or at least the new rags don't matter as much since they're cheap as hell.
Yeah, that's why every
YouTube user
Bill and Nick
said,
they were burning through them.
I've been craving Culvers since surgery Wednesday. I might just have to do it.
Like, you guys are just skipping past rags because it's got a dirty corner. We're resealing a B3 here. You gotta get it grease. It's okay. Now here I am, like, oh god, the wheels. There's a pile of rags.
You know,
under
to
the
be
table.
fair, those wheels are kind of not cheap.
I know, and my biggest
Brad
concern is
Edwards
now between the lip and the
said,
face, it's gonna be leaking out of there.
BTW, the M16 won't work on the drain plug, gotta run out in the morning. 357 HDH said, number 3 supersonic double bacon cheeseburger combo with tater tots and a raspberry sweet tea is my shit.
Well, now you're just gonna make her jealous.
I mean, you can't even
More
splurge
jealous.
you can't even splurge for the chili cheese tater tots.
I wouldn't. I'm not a really big chili guy.
YouTube user said, so do I want Culvers or Sonic?
Sonic's pretty good right now. You should have seen my milkshake before I started eating it. Like, they made it look nice and everything. You'll probably get it sooner if you order from Sonic because, you know, it's closer.
These are bare aluminum. I can't even use wheel cleaner on them.
But they're not coated at all. Just bare polished aluminum. Well, it's probably good it got a little oil on it then.
357 HDH said, it's about the crisp.
The chili cheese ones are crispy too, unless you wait like half hour to eat them.
All right. Well, I'm glad to know Steven will argue with anyone, not just me. over here fighting on stream over fucking Sonic tots.
The tots by themselves aren't very good.
They're okay. Yeah, I usually ask for them well done, personally.
Well, I guess compared to their fries are complete ass.
Absolutely true. Something we can all agree on. Is that United States Postal Service bag empty?
Probably. Maggie did.
What's in it?
I don't know.
Can see it?
Oh, the shit LEDs.
Brad Edwards said, Steven, I'm a little slow, but you said should have seen your milkshake. Does it bring all the boys to the yard?
First of all, it's with a V. Thank you very much. That's not Steven, that's Stefan. I will die on that hill. And yes, it was very nice. They all came. Besides Michelle.
Harrison came.
357 HDH said, well, I eat ass but not Sonic fries, so they ate below ass.
Like I was literally about to say, until I saw the message pop up, if anybody ever gets banned from my chat by YouTube, it's probably going to be Harrison. And then immediately after I was going to say that, I had to pause for that comment. So my point stands. I will not ban Harrison, but YouTube auto mod might get a little upset with him.
You know, I didn't even know what was in those boxes till now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I saw the the rhino egg thing on the side.
Oh,
That was just something
yeah.
from moving that you never unpacked.
Well, I mean, that is true. It is from moving, and
Never
I
unpacked
very
it.
legitimately decided not to unpack it.
Brad Edwards said, LOL.
You know, there's another box right by your feet.
357 HDH said, thanks, Doc.
Okay. I would not expect that emoji to be called thanks, Doc. I like how all the smiley face was like smiley face rolling on forward laughing emoji.
Mhm.
Something emoji. And then it says, thanks, Doc. Alright. That box down there is brand new inbox Atway optional wheels for the German 121. Like, actually from the 121 catalog. In case you're wondering what's in all these boxes.
See, for some reason, all the aftermarket catalog stuff, I just figured never actually existed because they figured no one was actually going to order it.
Right? There are wheels like that out there. Wheels that nobody to this day has ever seen besides the catalog. Like, check out this cool wheel, and then it was never ordered, or they quoted a price absurd that nobody would pay.
Mhm.
That something like that exists. As in, the story like that exists. The parts don't exist, therefore the story exists.
Unless it's like a build-to-order type of thing, and they don't make them unless someone
There are
actually
some
orders them.
billet specialty wheels that are indeed like that. I know a guy that has a set. The company that made the guy that designed them like died right after they designed them, so only 3 sets of them get made.
Dude, they like loaded this shit up.
Catalog.
Like, for one, I got the large popcorn chicken. Right. There's still some just floating around in. Like,
You get barbecue sauce?
I got even an extra barbecue. That bitch didn't give me the extra barbecue.
Yeah, they don't include nearly enough.
Like, I paid for that.
Oh my god. Okay, so before I wipe it up again, I want you to come see the fluid level or the fluid quality that I'm dealing with.
Yeah, something got in there. That's not like from the transmission, unless that magnet did just decide to.
Right, that's what I was thinking. It should not be black like that.
R2D2 Nosy Tall said, so excited to catch the stream. Love driving by and seeing all the Festivas. I'm personally into rotary, and based out of Frankfurt. Slightly smiling face.
So
Hell yeah,
You'll
welcome to
love,
the stream.
you'll love to know there's a Rotary Festiva out there somewhere.
No.
Does it still exist?
Yes.
It's not good, but it does exist.
I was going to say, you'd be glad to know we have a rotary.
Not us, personally.
A rotary.
357 HDH
No.
said, Baglers.
Excuse me. Yeah, my wife, up until recently, daily drove an RX-8. We still have it. It's just not a daily driver anymore. But yes, she has both of her rotors from her first rotary on our mantle in the house right now.
It's almost like they die frequently enough. People want to use them as souvenirs.
Yeah, well, that one was not necessarily like a worn Apex heel like the meme would suggest. It just
Well, it did wear. It just fucked right off.
yeah, so it didn't wear. It shattered. It's not wear.
I would prefer breaking something by wear.
I swear to God.
R2D2 Nosy
Okay,
Tall
Next time you come over,
said,
I'm gonna have a dictionary here.
You all have a
Check out the
rotary?
Definition of
No,
wear,
we need to fucking
definition
we need
of
to fucking
brake.
thesaurus. Look through. Anyways, considering it's for a rotary and the apex seals are what always break/wear.
Just wear.
Obviously not, because that shit broke.
Well,
And
that
that's standard
shit
wear.
broke, and then the actual.
If,
Oh,
bre-
it's
well,
sealed.
if breakage is standard wear for your engine, it's wear.
Standard wear is standard wear for an engine. A broken piston ring is a cracked piston ring. A worn piston ring is a worn piston ring.
Well,
you don't call
a-
worn rings
but
a broken
A
ring.
broken apex seal is a worn rotary engine.
No, it's a broken engine. A worn one you can like recoat and reuse.
But
Hers was
if
broken.
if it
and not
happens
usable.
if it happens like every Renaissance engine, it's standard wear.
No, because it's not standard. They don't usually crack.
They
They
all
usually wear. And B3s all have blow by, but you don't call it broken. What's happening here? Just a weird bit of dirt. All right, I'll let you take over for a minute so I can go wash or attempt to wash some of this out of my hands, and so I can eat some chicken.
Yeah, hurry back while it's still warm.
I'll eat cold. I'll eat a cold nug. No bother me none. You all have a rotary? Yes. Yes, my wife has an RX-8. I'll pull the picture of it.
357 HDH said, They don't all have blow-by.
Most of them.
And not all RX-8s are broken. I
So-
stand by my point.
So it looks like the KL, at least the Ford Probe one, has reverse synchronized.
The prototype one didn't.
No.
That's so weird. I guess we could have done that from the cap, right?
Yeah. Interesting. Also, that's a lot of fluid up there. Just gonna let a rag soak up that fluid for a minute.
Or if we're back, I have to go to find a good picture of the RX-8. Ta-da! That's my wife and her RX-8. So it's
R2D2 Nosy Tall said, Sorry I said that earlier, and heard you explain it before. The text seems to be delayed. I agree with what you are saying about worn vs broken. You guys seem fun, I'll be tuning in more for sure.
Oh yeah, we have fun here. Yeah, there's like a 30-second delay in chat because we're streaming in 4K, and 4K streaming requires you to change the delay amount. Yeah, if you think this is fun, you just wait till we argue about something that matters.
Oh yeah, I kind of needlessly argue a lot, just with Will.
Yeah, Steven and I are virtually brothers that met just way after we were born. And Steven's very smart. I consider myself pretty smart, and it leads to very technical arguments very frequently.
I mean, we're literally born like 2 days apart from each other.
Yeah, we're
Both got into
separated
Festivas, both met with Festivas, and the first night we met, we built a turbo Festiva for the funs of it.
That was a good night. I think Michelle might even be in chat. Michelle should talk about her RX-8 instead of me talking about it. If only I had that tool that holds the shaft.
If only I can find a socket to fit the shaft. So neither of those
24?
fit.
Is it 24?
Not a chance in hell.
It's not 27?
357 HDH said, Teachers don't get much cooler than that.
Yeah, she had it on her desk for a while. It's not 32?
32. Am I just stupid? I could have sworn I tried that one already.
Oh, and look, I got this out earlier, and sure enough, we didn't need it in the end, didn't we? All right, again, I'm gonna wash. It smells so bad. I covered myself in Axe. Black ice cream on the
Ooh.
black ice from the microphone.
What?
We're gonna hang a black ice cube from the microphone.
Oh.
YouTube user said, What is there to say? It's been banished to the side street.
I mean, you gotta save those miles. You only got, what, 75,000 miles per rebuild or something with the Renesis? It's pretty standard.
.357 HDH said, "Did you have to push it there?"
Where the hell did the hammer go? Oh, there it is.
YouTube user said, "It's still a nice rebuild though. Thanks to your old Dodge."
Dude, I missed out. I shouldn't have sold that Dodge. That Dodge was a beast.
R2D2 Nosy Tall said, "I'm currently on just over 120,000 miles on both of my 13B, they're 88 and 91. Original seals still holding strong compression.
Well,
It's dependent on how you drive. A red line a day keeps the rebuild away." Cat in Parnaby said, "How do you make these things better on snowy and icy roads?"
well, the older 13Bs are a little bit better off than the Renesis engine anyways, to start with. So they last a little bit longer to begin with.
357 HDH said, "Will, Steven spilled ATF on our wheels again." YouTube
It's
user
not ATF, it's gear oil.
said, "Basically had to push it. Thing eats batteries." 357 HDH said, "Your asterisk."
Your asterisk.
I was about to say that too.
I brought some barbecue sauce and some lens wipes. I don't wear glasses.
Oh, they're in the truck.
Oh, they're still in there?
Yeah, I never got them out because the truck's locked. We don't need those gears anyways.
So there's one man who can defeat the smell of gear oil.
Oh, you should have gotten my spray. I think I left it here.
Oh, it is. Somewhere out here. Just spritz the floor real quick a little bit.
Spritz the oil. Have it soak into the oil.
Like the GM grape scented rear end oil.
Which is absolutely grape scented. Like, there's no, it's definitely grape.
I ain't faking it. I wonder if you can see the tree on camera now.
YouTube user said, "Compression isn't the problem when your apex seal breaks loose and takes a ride."
Yeah.
YouTube user said, "Also, gear oil is worse."
Differential fluid is the true worst.
Which is what
Hence the
gear
grape.
oil is.
Right, but for some reason it smells worse coming from a differential. I don't know, it's just the way it combines with those particular
I wonder if like first through third or first through fourth actually is carbon seals, because this looks just like the G6 on the inside.
Does it?
Yeah, with all the black everywhere.
I mean, this is like the second newest G series we've dealt with, because all the Capri ones stopped in '94, obviously.
Well, if this is a Pro, it would have to be at newest 99, 98, something like that, right?
96.
Yeah. So
Well, I mean, newer than Capri at least. This would have to be between 93 and 96.
yeah. That does kind of smell good. Black ice is the best.
Cat in Parnaby said, "Will studded tires help Festivas in the snow and ice?" R2D2 Nosy Tall
Man.
said, "Diff fluid is the worst smell out of a car."
Yeah, it is the worst smell. And yes, I mean, technically, a studded tire could help you on ice and some snow, but they are not really obtainable in the correct size.
For like deep snow, just a stock tire size helps because it's skinny and it kind of just cuts through it.
Yeah, just having decent tires, period, is very helpful. Right now, if you want some nice little tires, you get some 14s in the correct size for a Festiva. If you don't know what the correct size is, go to the Festiva page on Facebook. I made a whole guide on tire fitment to tell you exactly what fits and what doesn't fit. And then you can get some Armstrong, I think they're 155, 65 14s. Go ahead. Or 145, 65, 14. for like $180 for all four. Very cheap. Worked great.
It's really crazy how good some of the bolts still are on this thing.
Those are minty.
There's only like 2 or 3 that actually have any oxidation on them. Well, rust oxidation. Like even the breather had still in one piece and not rotted in half. Yeah, those will look brand new after a little trip and some evapor rust. Besides,
They're definitely going in there.
besides that one I halfway rounded off. I kind of tried to clutch dump it with the impact and it wasn't liking it.
Somebody have to slow you down. You're almost too fast. This. Wow, it looks awful in there.
For real.
It's like black everywhere. What happened to this transmission?
I wonder if it got water in it at some point, and that still doesn't even make sense.
I'm gonna need to put my gloves back for this thing. Where my gloves go? Here's some gloves.
I need something to put this in.
All right. Well, if you guys have been watching the stream for a while, then you will know that that looks pretty disgusting compared to all the other ones we've been taking apart. Like this looks awful as far as dirt goes. You can see. We're trying to see if there's a spot the camera can see. Can the camera see here on my finger?
Oh.
Yeah, probably. That's what. Oh. So that was black just now. If I rub it, you can see that's supposed to be aluminum. So that's the case for a lot of it in here that's black. And then there's like there's chunks.
There's nothing in here
What's
that
up with the chunks?
made it looks pretty standard goop.
Yeah,
Maybe a little high for its mileage.
but intact.
Yeah. I guess we'll have to pull apart one of the gears and see if it actually is
I
carbon.
don't see how this has space for the thing.
If anything, it looks like it might have less space.
Right?
But I doubt they used
We got some water in it clearly because the bearing has rust on it for the diff. Not like a ton.
I mean, that's also because I kind of let it sit outside for a little bit.
And I'm sure they did too. Whoever you got it
No,
from.
it's in a garage, tucked away in the back corner.
Really? The fluid is just so nasty, man. It's just so chunky, nasty. Maybe they put like the wrong fluid in it, and the fluid's mixed and caused it to have this weird reaction. Like, yeah, look, everything's cleaning right off, but it is black in here. You guys don't even know. Wish it showed up better on camera.
Like,
Maybe like right here, you guys can see. So
look at
I'm
that.
gonna
Just like
pause. I'm gonna zoom in to this part and straight clean, so people get an idea of just how disgusting this transmission is.
I wonder if they mix fluids and it's just some weird
That's what I was thinking.
chemical reaction.
Fluid mix. Uh-oh. God.
The magnet cleaned up nicely.
We're zooming right into your bald spot, Steven.
Hell yeah. Yeah, there's not a chance in hell this thing used carbon ones like that one. Not being from 96 at the newest.
Alright, so now we're wicked zoomed in here. I'm gonna try to brighten it up a little bit too. So you guys can see just how black it is in here. I'm gonna try to wipe off right here on this arm. So this arm, this is a cast iron arm. That black section right there. Wow. Okay. Yeah. You guys can probably see the difference now. Where I wiped it, and where it's not been wiped. Same on the diff over here. If I start wiping the edge of this diff, you can see right there, it's now shiny. It is not supposed to be black. Everything in here is just coated in this black mystery material. Especially anywhere aluminum. Try over here on the diff, shiny. Right there, now it's shiny. This is really weird. It's a very weird sort of coating of nasty blackness. Now I can undo all that zoom nonsense. So yeah, not sure what's up with that. This black ice is actually kicking. This is working out really good. All right, can a stack come out now?
Yeah.
Oh no, that. Can we? You think we can stink the diff around the edge?
No.
Nope. Okay. Well, time for me to have a popcorn chicken. Yeah, that pin is way less thought through.
I need something to like really, you know. I want to just like kind of put my foot up on it. And,
Yeah,
it worked. And look, because they're, you know, you have to click the button to release them once you actually lock them.
Somebody in chat should clip that. That'd be a really good short. The feeling of success when you say, "I wish I could just do this," and then you do exactly that.
And it just works.
I'm looking at the case shape, Steven. I think it looks almost the same as the other one. So I wonder if from the factory, the way that shift arm is set up actually is just shifted up.
No, you just physically have more room in this case. It doesn't look like it somehow from the outside, but you have like another half inch before that ball hits the side. So weird. So in the G6, just ball's retained, and now it's parry.
Which is hilarious because now it's in like 10 seconds.
Don't take long. In terms of wear, though, that bushing in reverse looks brand new. I don't see any wear at all on it.
Yeah, this thing just needs to spend the quick rinse with a parts washer. And the way it's brushing off, a parts washer with a little brush attachment would take care of it like in no time at all.
I mean, just like a garden hose with a sprayer should be enough to get it off. But it had to be some chemical thing, like they had to mix fluid or something silly like that. Because it just wipes off. There's no wear in anything. And then wipe the stuff off, it looks new. So, I want to check something. Now, since I removed that, even though this part's kind of unobtainable, by itself, I was wondering if I could just drop the. I don't know. Okay, first gear must be completely different. Oh yeah, first gear, pretty much everything but third was unique in the G6.
Ratio wise, yeah.
They had to, I guess it has to be like that to be able to fit this in there. I was hoping for some cool little. I just love how small the synchro is. Oh shit.
I have to see if there's even a rebuild kit. I mean, ours look like they're in good shape.
Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, yeah.
It'd be good to know. Good to hoard now. It's like when I actually do break this thing, I can rebuild it. Or when I accidentally money shift in reverse instead of first.
Oh yeah, that synchro grabs them tight. Cool.
It's all going in that box.
I know. I'm trying to find.
I guess we put some in the pan actually. So I clean that pan back out.
I need a flathead.
Okay. Stick one at that one spot.
Yeah.
The tap. Seeing this weird chemical reaction and all the black like skulls we have to deal with now, I really want to see what the interior of our water beer automatic trans valve light is like.
His car's about dead too, so we could probably, tear it apart too.
Is it still the same trans in there?
Yeah.
Oh, it got swapped out already.
It might have. I thought it was the same.
Parts tracker. Here's for both parts.
Is it? It looks like that might actually be flatter on this side.
Oh no. It's so weird.
It's everywhere.
It just dropped right off.
Given that it's everywhere and it's not actually attached to anything, it has to be chemical.
Right, like a surface coating of reaction of some kind. Alright. Where'd I put this piece of cut up?
Oh. Stupid big G stuff.
You heard it here first, ladies. Smaller's better.
And there's that shift gate that he has. And everything is actually pushed over further this way. Look how much room you have between here and here now. So, if I go into first...
Well, so I'm wondering if this is different, too.
Like, right there is first.
If that brass part's offset differently, you might be able to actually use this.
As long as this has the same bolt pattern as...
It's right there. Let's find out. We're on a journey of discovery here.
Well, I tell you one difference is it uses 12 mil instead of 10.
On all three?
It only uses 2.
This one uses 112 and 2 10s.
Okay, this uses 112 and 110. Yeah, it's looking like it might be. I don't know, you kind of covered the
The
sockets.
distance is different, but...
The sockets are under it.
What sockets? Oh. Right. I put all these in our bin. The bin I just had and already lost.
That bin? Did I put everything else in?
Oh. Yeah, okay, there's third bin. Yeah, I was counting like 1, 2, it's a much more compact lockout.
Did you loosen these?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Doug, because you.
Right. That spacer has to stay.
Well, it won't work with this shifter to begin with. The thing's too deep.
Is it?
Yeah.
Now go.
It's wider. This is more pointy.
Right, that's what I was wondering. I was wondering if we just put that one, maybe this in here, would it work?
Possibly.
Okay, so then like looking back to here then, where the magnet sits, this looks like the same pattern to me. Right?
For the most part.
And this looks like the same offset to me.
Let's not get those mixed up actually, just in case they are different heights.
Alright, well, we know we want to get rid of this. Anyway, suppose I can just drill it out real quick, right?
Oh, this one uses bushings too.
Just one?
No, it uses bushings down here too.
Oh, yeah. Nice. This must have been like a mid
It must be a
thing.
It must be a big G thing.
Alright, I'm gonna take this lockout out.
Okay.
I think we can do that without too much risk. This goes to that trans. I don't know where the other one is. I hate to say it, but how often? Well, it's still in the cage. Okay.
But yeah, like even look at the bushing in there. That bushing gets
Oh, God, it's
constantly.
even retarded. It's in the case.
They do look the same though.
Same number. This is 49.
60 or 90. Or 06 or 90.
Right. I got you. Let's see it then.
That looks the same.
In the height offset. So what's different?
They just moved everything over towards this way, like you're saying with that. So I mean,
So is it different right here then? This one, can I make this one go up or not?
oh, they're kind. Oh no, this looks slightly offset, not straight.
Mhm.
This looks like it's actually in line with the ball.
Where's the gate that goes on this? Right here? Yeah, I think if we change that out for one of those, it would work with this case. Because that's the same. Like this right here is definitely the same shape.
And then this ball is pretty much perpendicular with this. So yeah, it looks like it's just the gate and then the gate selector. That's different.
We can work around that.
I mean, using a source one for it. I still say you get the KL one done first.
I think the Protege one's the same as the KL one.
It is. So you have the
shift
parts.
case. Okay, yeah, let's do that then. I want to make this work. That's what the stream's called, Steve. The stream's not called World's First KL B6.
I mean, it could be.
Speed. Nope, can't change the title. It will save with this title. So I'm going to drill this out, and we'll go from there.
Well, I'm just saying it's in your best interest not to do the Festiva one right away. Because then you're gonna want to put it in right away then, and then we're gonna probably run into a lot more issues.
Like what?
Like what if it just doesn't work? Like something inside we fuck up.
Well, it doesn't matter because this car's stuck in here anyway. It's going to take a lot of work to actually back the car out. If that's an issue, we'll just swap the trans out from the bottom.
I mean, we could just start with the trans we know for sure does work.
Well, this stream's not called. Let's start with the trans we know works. These people want to see a 6-speed Festiva. So do I.
I want to see your protege working too. So
Well, and we're halfway there. Look at that.
we're not even a quarter of the way there. If you're gonna use the parts for that transmission.
We're halfway there, Steven. And I guess this, since they didn't use both studs, Mazda must have decided that it doesn't need to have both for strength.
I'm just saying it's in your best interest if you do a KO first.
Let's do them both now.
Well, you gonna pull the other one out of the focus right now? Fusion. What's the chances of the KL probe having the same diff ratio as the G6?
It's not.
Oh.
We just checked 4.1, 3.8 or 4.1, depending which one you have.
And that's
Versus
4.3.
4.3, 4.1 or 3.8 versus 4.38.
Oh, it would be nice if we didn't have to, swap this.
I agree.
YouTube user said, "These people want to see projects completed. Doesn't matter which."
Look, there's so many.
YouTube
Why are you
user
taking Steven's side?
said, "I'd listen to Steve."
I bet you would. We'll talk about this when I get home. Can I have the metal hammer? Thank you.
See, at least there's someone with reason here.
I'm gonna not lose those instead. I can't believe how much more compact and mid-lockout. It's crazy how thick the Festiva or the G series early ones are compared to later ones.
It's a whole ass loop compared to a little tiny bracket.
Insane. It's not a mild difference. It's a pretty significant complication in weight saving.
Get those pliers.
I think it's a case difference. Because why would this one, if I use it in this case, have all this extra room over here now? But in this one, it doesn't. Yeah, look at the gap when this is in place over here. There's like an 8mm gap tops between the case and that. And then when I bring it to this one, there's quite a bit more than an 8mm gap. So this case must bow out just a little bit more, or this stuff's physically moved further in. Well, let's take that shaft out and try it in here. This is a quick tenor. And a punch. Oh, they use Loctite on that. I put all the punches back in their slots. That's also under your transmission.
So I put them all away. This is probably the right size though. When I was just using.
I'll grab that hammer while you're there too.
Yep.
It's not, but I made it work.
Okay, I'll take it.
Two broke, two boosted. Said. Do you work out of a shop?
Nope, this is my garage. I do everything in here in the garage or my house, much to the annoyance of my wife.
Look at that weird difference just from, I guess, fluid. Or just atmosphere versus...
That looks
Fluid
like
band?
zinc, doesn't it?
Yeah, that almost looks
This
like
one's not coated.
It's like
I think it's partially zinc coated for where it goes out. Yeah, because look, I bet they did this whole.
Yeah, just the end of it. That's crazy.
It's so cool. No shop. This is my garage. If I go to the camera too, you'll see. Ta-da! The rest of my garage and Steven's bald head. My Steven's head. So yeah, we're in the back corner of the garage. JDC the V2, the one we're doing all the work on right now, is right here. There's another Festiva hiding behind that. But yeah, it's my garage is 24 by 48, mostly full of garbage and stuff. But sometimes stuff happens in here. Like this, we're doing right now. Stuff is happening now.
What?
Double?
Does yours only have
Neutral?
a single?
Yeah, look. Oh, no, it doesn't. Oh, that one's always sitting in the thing. So I don't know how last time I put it in. I was like, why the hell are there so many things? No, yeah, same, double. Great. And is this...
It doesn't have this cut
Yeah,
out,
that
whatever
was
that is.
missing.
Must not have been important.
And we're going to hope it continues to be not important. Alright, can I have your...
I got the tip smaller.
It didn't see-
It's angled right or the same way though. Oh, this one's slightly offset from the center of the shaft. Or they just cut this edge for some reason.
Yeah, that one's got different cuts on it. Yeah, this one.
Well, I hope you didn't just mix it up in the orientation I gave you. Like, I think it only goes.
It only goes
one
one way.
Use your roll pen because mine's covered in gear oil.
Okay.
I'm still kind of soaking up everything in here. These rags are gonna burn so good.
Don't tell the IPA. Alright.
$357 HDH. Said. Going to lose track of what parts belong to which trans.
Well, the good thing is most of them's all G5 parts, so let's interchange. All the G6 special stuff is in its own bin right now.
And the only thing we're taking apart from this one is this exact shaft, so it's not a huge deal.
Which the shaft is identical, it's just the little pawl parts is different.
And that one relief cut,
Which
at the ends of battering. We have to kind of put it back together to see.
I'd
what
probably
that
grab a bigger
is
punch.
for.
Never mind, there it goes.
G6 ball or G5? Or big G or small G ball? Are they the same?
They look the same.
Yep, I did the same. So I'll use this one. Is that for this one?
Yeah.
So it's wet. Used to be dry.
Oh, that's the one for that shift gate.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you might want that actually in the shift gate.
Good idea. Oh, it is.
It is now, since I put it down there.
Okay. Oh, wiggle room.
Well, this one sits against this bar, so there's not as much wiggle room.
12. Oh, yeah. Yep. Yeah, ball clears now.
You have a second reverse.
Right. I think that's one of the things you kind of want to look at for when you're doing this. You
Just weld a little tab right here so it can't go backwards.
right. Unless it physically can't when it's on the shaft. The shaft might have some geometry that blocks it up and try to go too far that way. So yeah, I think it's doable now with this. Which means anybody else doing this to a Festiva, if you're watching this and you want to do a 60 Festiva,
You need a big G
you're going to
also.
need to go part out a Protege or something. Thankfully, these were used all over. The big G was used in like Escorts and a bunch of other late, like 2008 Fords.
So you need a super rare G6, a semi-rare G5 cable,
Right,
and then a not as rare G5 hydro.
right. You should be able to find these blown up in Proteges all over. I wonder if this is the same one that they'd use in the not like the full G stuff. Like this stuff like not quite F. It's like not the Protege 5, but the FP and the Z Proteges. All the
Josh
Z stuff
Reinke
look like a G type thing.
said, "Just now tuning in. This is awesome. I had an 08 manual Fusion that I swapped in the newer 6 SPD into.
Oh yeah, then some of the stuff should, or that everything in this corner should look familiar to you then. This is Dewey. Now let's put my fucked up ball, or I can unfuck this ball. Extra fuck this ball.
Double fuck it.
Yeah, double fuck this ball, both holes, all three. Let's put the loose ball in here and see if this shifts for the gears. Because that's the question. The last question is, does this offset break something else? Because for this offset to change, means we're changing where the ball sits. Now the ball's going a little bit further. That's how far it went on this trans. So does that mean the G6 needs that offset to even work at all? Or is something to get boned here? So let's test that, yeah?
test it in this case. You know, since this is the case, you should be putting everything in.
No. Not what the stream's about. I do need to finish grinding this out, though. You want to get dangerous finger mode real quick and hold the grinder for me?
I'm already like not 100% on fingers.
You're holding the tool.
Okay. I'm sitting at 98% right now.
Yeah, every bit of skin we take off is now a measurable percent of hand missing.
Well, if I take any skin off the tip of that finger, it's gonna be bone pretty much right away.
Straight to the bone. Alright, yeah, you just hold the grinder.
Oh wait, like the grinder?
Yeah, I need the thinness of cutoff wheel to do this. Accurate. I guess we'll do it on camera so people can see how to do this.
I am going to grab from here and pro because I'm
Oh, good idea. I love that too. You want to set up there still? It wasn't set in a box of repairs. I was running it through the laser. Hey, does this still have the piece when you did it?
That has the same style as the other Cable G.
I was hoping it had the other bit needed. But no, that'd be on the shaft. The other one I thought. Yeah, this has the weird, I don't remember mine having the flats. Oh, see, that's what the flats for.
Oh,
Right?
yeah.
Get you into this?
Because it turns it.
Maybe not. I don't see a flat. Alright, who knows?
We'll assume that's what it's for, even if we don't.
Alright. You just, you hit this for me. Hold it down. And I'll take this and draw some pretty art.
I might have my transmission sold again for reals this time.
Your 5-speed setup?
Yeah, the old Subaru trans.
Oh, nice. Alright, hit me.
That kind of hurts. Oh, you're kind of like.
Yep. Oops. Oops. Good thing I got more of these. Alright, yeah, so can I have those pliers real quick? Pliers?
Oh. ignore the half shift gate you cut off.
Yep. Alright, do you want to grab the section of the G6 we need?
Can you shift out of? You can take your head things off. Not known for talking the loudest. Can you get all the way over to reverse?
Yep.
Well, there's that. We're gonna need that so we know if we're actually shifting. That doesn't fit in that case whatsoever. So that's fun. It is like half-inch wider, so it kind of makes sense. KL Trans sounding better now. We're gonna have to finish grinding those off to be able to. Wait, actually no. We have to use that ring gear.
Right.
Wonder if we can take it and have like half of it milled off, like the not as wide. Because the width is the issue. The rest of it should be the same. Although being a 4.3, that makes that pretty damn big, like diameter-wise too. It looks like it fits though. It should fit since this half fits the small G case. You know, we tried this on the center section.
Yeah, where's the mating shaft at?
Does that have a bearing in it?
Nope. Neither does this side. That might be why I was hitting.
Possibly.
It'd be in that box. This is for this case.
I don't remember pulling any of the bearings out though.
We did. We pulled them all out so we could clean it. Nothing left behind with those seals. So it should be in the box below it.
There's two bearings. Is the input shaft one? No, it's not. Here's another one. I think this is the input shaft one, the smaller one.
A little rough, but it's the right size.
That's the only other bearing in there.
Not the same size?
No, it is. I think your speedo gear is different.
Oh, is it?
Or it might just not be meshing in for some reason.
Yeah, I'll just pop him out.
You had the...
Yeah.
That's like straight sideways. It's the bolt's out.
That's an oxymoron. Sheesh.
Yeah, if you get this stuck, there's really no getting it out because there's no lip behind it too.
Well, I can get to it right now. He says.
You gotta pry in this back here. No, don't pry on the side that's already up. You want to pry on the low side so it evens itself back out. And just barely tap that. Because again, I want to go past straight pretty easily. It looks like it rotated in this at one point, which makes sense because they're a super loose fit. But clean it out with a microfiber. It's just it's not perfectly straight type of deal.
And last but not least,
That one you can hammer out if you get it stuck in. So. Still grinding. Didn't Joe have this issue? He had to like grind just a little bit of the case
with what situation?
when he was trying to swap ring gears with some LSD. He was trying to swap in. Wait. What? Does that have bearings in the bottom?
Yeah.
Well, the swap has to be possible because someone's done it with this transmission.
Right.
Did he mention anything about having to grind in the case?
I don't think so. I'll have to ask. You can see where it's hitting though.
Weird thing is it shouldn't be hitting on this case because this already has.
Hitting right here. Where's the diff from this engine?
I think the G6 is slightly wider.
Yep. Definitely is.
So we're going to have to clearance the case or clearance this. And we have a blown up G case. We could just literally spin this bitch up and angle around the side of it.
See how much it takes off.
Because I don't think it needs to take off much. That one's going to be a little bit harder since it's hitting the bearing housing.
We just need to check that up in the lathe.
If we had a lathe, yeah. We just need to take off, what, like 3 or 4 mil to make it equal to that one.
Mm-hmm. That wouldn't really hurt or mesh on the other side.
Just a little bit longer. This center section is just longer. Everything else up to this spline looks the same. We could go Pakistani on this and chop the shafts off right here.
And just weld them on.
If we had like a legit lathe, we could make this work.
But with the reverse gear stuff's still different.
But yeah, you also have to. Oh yeah,
Right.
because this is actually wider than if the ring gear is wider. Look how much higher that sits.
Right.
Well, we could change the stack as long as this has like a spacer.
Yeah.
That this doesn't have. Wait, what? That makes this gear not as wide as this one. Oh wait, no, it'll go further down. So the bearing probably. Wait, I'm trying to wrap my mind around this.
So these are the same size, height-wise. That spacer moves the stack up.
Oh, the gear offset.
This gear is thinner than that one by a good bit.
The first gear offset's actually different.
Yeah.
So that's what makes the height difference. So we could take all the stuff from the stack and put it on that.
Possibly. Assuming this is all the same machining inside.
Just should be. It looks like it is at least. Hard to tell without actually having it apart.
And then combine these.
I mean, you have a natural line right there.
Gary
that
Stinton
lines up.
said, Kia Rio 2013 has a 1.6 and 6-speed manual. Any chance that this setup would fit? I kinda get Kia/Ford vibes about the swap being there in the same family line and could be a simple swap.
They are actually not the same family line. That is a Hyundai engine and transmission.
Pretty much
all Hyundai design.
After like 2006, it became all Hyundai stuff.
Yeah, so none of that's actually related to Festiva or Mazda at all. It's all Hyundai. I think it's been done in Korea. They've used the Hyundai G4 or the GOE something engine.
Gary Stinton said, providing that the Festiva engine bay is big enough. Might also be a simple mount swap too.
I think it physically does fit, but no, the mounts are also totally different. It's all Hyundai design.
But see, the axles are different spline counts too.
Yeah, like Hyundai use their own entire lineup starting in like the 80s. So that's actually an evolution of the 80s Hyundai design, which shared nothing with Kia.
Yeah, it's 25 spline versus 26 outboard.
Yeah.
I already looked into it some.
It's been done. I think they just made custom axles. There's a guy that has a Hyundai
No, I think they
swapped one.
just swapped on the Kia hubs.
Oh, they use
Car
the
hole.
hub.
Said, yeah, anything Kia after 2003 or so has 0% Mazda DNA.
It's more 2006-ish.
It depends on the region.
Line, yeah.
So, like, same for the Rio. For us, we call the 05 Rio the last one. Even it had a lot of changes versus the 03 Rio. But that body style Rio was actually carried up to 08 in
Car
Russia
hole.
and stuff.
Said, all Hyundai after a certain point.
Yeah, definitely after like 08 or 09, even other overseas, it's all Hyundai. So no relation, sadly. Because me and Steve are actually looking at a Hyundai V6 that's very similar to the KL. From the outside, it looks identical, but you start looking at it deeper, and it's like there's a ton of small differences. So, and it shares its family DNA with an old Hyundai motor.
So it makes you wonder: was the KL built off an old Hyundai motor then? Like, was it? That design?
Nah, I don't think so. Because it was Mazda Japan versus Hyundai Korea. Mazda Japan wouldn't have borrowed Korean design intent.
Borrowed.
Okay, so back to the diff. This diff doesn't fit that trans.
He had to modify that ring gear some.
Gary Stinton said, thanks for the crash course.
Yeah. I do enjoy looking at possible other swaps, and that's one, like, you could do it. It's been done. A modern Hyundai swap has totally been done in Korea. But it's one of those things where it's really not bolt-in. It's like swapping in any other engine. Same as swapping in a Honda setup or a modern Ford setup. You're looking at all the wiring, all the custom mounts, and potentially custom axles.
Did he just use the stock KL diff?
Just call it good enough.
When there's like barely any backlash.
Oh, okay. He mentioned it. one of my 6 speeds had a thick ring gear that you clearanced. My other has a normal gear that drops in.
So it's probably the MX-3 or MX-6 MX, the fucking Mazda 6. There's no MX anymore. So yes, we're gonna have to modify that ring gear then.
Alright, that's not the worst news I've ever heard. I mean, it is already a circle, so mounting it onto a lathe and shaping it is something that I could tell a machine shop, here's what I need done, and then they could do it. Versus if I were trying to modify a little ball thing, I'd be like, cut this section out of the side of it, and then flatten this portion, and make this 20 or 13.01 millimeters. It's a little more involved than just make gear thin.
I mean,
Gary Stinton said, "Did you guys ever get the Kia Morning?"
No. Well, not under that name. I've gotten under a different name. You have a chassis code.
doesn't sound great, but it'd be about your right gear ratio then. But then take enough gear oil, you wouldn't hear it. It sound like straight cut gears though.
Yeah, we should switch to a straight cut diff. Do you remember all the parts we looked today? We looked up the ball mount thing I messed up. Shift gate messed up. The weird bearings, 6-speed. The aluminum end cap.
Gary Stinton said, "I would consider that the spiritual successor to the Festiva, being size-wise and the more modern safety features like airbags, etc."
The Festiva has a full lineage. You can actually track the Festiva through every generation up to now. Actually, Carhole made a fantastic diagram for this. I don't know if he has a screenshot he can share in chat or something, but the Festiva lineage is still going to this day, and you can totally track it. It's really cool.
I think he already left the chat.
Carhole did?
Yeah, I think when he left the chat up.
No, he just commented.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh.
He's the one that we just talked about with Kia being not Kia after 03.
Oh, he must have came back then. I know he
Yeah.
left for a minute.
He's walking the dog. Ball mount, the shift gate, the rear bearings, the aluminum end cap. Was another part that we are going to try to order from Mazda to see if they still had them. Oh, the 6 gears, right?
Mm-hmm. I don't think I actually looked up the 6 gear. I did, but I wasn't sure if it was the right 6 gear.
Ratio, right?
Because it'd be silly to spend $300 on a gear if it ends up being,
717.
Yeah. Which wouldn't be the end of the world because we could still use them.
Right, they're still sellable. They're still getting hard to find.
William Shaw 3RD said, "My modern daily, A 2013 Ford Fusion with a 6-speed manual shares the same drivetrain as my Fiesta ST, a 1.6 EcoBoost and Getrag Trans. European stuffs. Gary Stinton said, "Hey guys, sorry to fly, but I'll catch the recap later. Really interesting to see how far the Festiva has come."
For sure. Thanks for joining us. We'll be live streaming a ton of cool stuff happening. I mean, this whole build, all the builds for V2 is just crazy stuff. So it's very exciting. Would highly recommend checking it out as we go. And yeah, the 2013 6-speed is like a totally different beast, which is why we had to deal with this rare 2-year only 6-speed stuff. 2-year only.
Carhole said, 2013 EU Fusion is basically a Demio in disguise.
An almost Festiva. Alright, are those both the G6 shafts? Is that G6 KL?
Oh yeah.
Hang on, is that hitting the tube?
It is indeed.
It is.
So that tube must be angled slightly different. I thought it felt kind of weird.
Is this the KL one or the?
That's a KL one.
It does look pretty close.
It's not.
Carhole
It wouldn't be making that sound.
said,
If it was.
"Don't make me get out the spreadsheet."
No, you should get the spreadsheet. It's that crazy tight diameter difference. It really needs that full teeth contact to transmit power properly. Oh yeah, I should know this was the KL one.
Oh,
Can't we put these in here without the diff and just see if the forks shifted? That was the question I was asking before we realized that.
we also need to get rid of this.
What?
The
Two. Right. What, this one's already gone though.
Oh.
Where's the modified one that I boned?
Okay. Well, that's gonna be an issue.
What? Like, why no go down? Hold back up.
It won't line up because that one can't go low enough.
Oh, this one go low.
I'm assuming the extra wide gear at the end.
Lift up again.
You gotta get the teeth to mesh up. Did he have to use a spacer or something then?
Well, it worked in that case, didn't it?
Are the big G and small G just fundamentally different?
Somehow much. Because we've always said the cases are interchangeable.
Well, we might have always been wrong.
Is the bearing that seated all the way?
It sits down fine in this one.
What on earth? Alright, well, I just gotta play the game of spot the difference.
Yeah, both bearings are seated all the way. The offset between the first and second shaft has to be different. That's not super easy to measure.
This one's missing its cup.
That would make it worse, though, wouldn't it? Making the second shaft higher. Yeah, that would extenuate the offset.
Slow shims.
And then just run the top shimless. Counterbore the top so it can fit, the bearing. Cut the top bearing out and just use the two input shaft, very end bearings. out of here mid shaft. Let's do the flatter sides. Everything looks the same.
Those two at least.
Well, this is big G versus small G. I mean, this spacing right here is a little different. It's hard to tell if the bearings are the same height or not. This one looks like it might be a little taller. They also might just not be on perfectly level surfaces.
Yeah, something seems weird here. That seems like an odd dimension to change. I'm not saying it's not possible. Just it seems odd.
Okay, this one has a black shmoo on it. This is a big deal. Pull that one out. Then put shaft for that. Yeah, that bearing's a fuck ton. Well, the shaft's longer. Let me try the other way. They don't really look any taller.
Maybe a little, actually. Does the bearing go down at all? Is that a spacer right there? Or that molded into the gear?
It looks like a spacer.
This one has something similar.
First and second gears in pretty much the exact same location. It's all, I mean, the reverse stuff's gonna make sense to be a little different since that's some completely different reverse setups, right? But the bearing itself looks not as far off as what it was showing us.
Rygar the Destroyer said, if the 6-speed stuff does not fit in the G5, could the 5-speed shafts be machined to accept the aluminum cover with the bearings to increase strength?
Oh, it should. Oh. You'd have to make something fancy to hold bearings, but the case should physically bolt onto the G5.
Yes, but the shafts aren't long enough to have the bearings on there. You have to not machine them. You have to actually like extend the shafts.
You have to make like
machine
a cup that holds the bearings that bolts onto it.
And you have to completely reconfigure how reverse works.
I mean, if you disconnect the stuff, it just won't be synchronized. It would still work.
Do you want to grab both the shafts from this? Make sure we didn't mess up the case somehow.
Dantistic G said, is this episode still going? Wow.
Yeah, both for good and bad reasons.
Those are both the small G.
There's 3 shafts in here.
Fuck.
This is the dirty one, right?
That's not
This is wet. This got to be for that one.
okay. Yeah, it doesn't match up.
Okay, there's that one. Please don't fit. Please don't fit. Please don't fit. Fits. Damn it.
The big G stuff fit in the small G.
Both of those just fit in this?
I think. Let's try it. Because if it does, it wouldn't make sense for the...
Exactly.
Because the G6 stuff fits in the back case.
Right.
For sure. Nope. Same. So the big G and small G are just fundamentally different. That's lame.
How hard is it to make it match? Because this probably needs to go deeper.
Yeah.
And you have to extra shim this end. That doesn't seem right.
I don't get why they make the case itself different. Super accurate measurement.
We have calipers.
That's significant. That's just from the faceplate to this, not like the bearing surface.
Right.
But that's like significantly deeper than the small G. How much meat is there?
So the other thing I'm thinking that we could do is we could use a BP Big G that would have the right bolt housing pattern,
YouTube user
but it's not.
said, burning the midnight oil, I suppose.
Burn the 10 p.m. oil barely. It's not.
Our oil drums are always full,
The big one though would be hydro.
which isn't ideal.
Yeah,
Is there
and
any?
that's part of this section.
Is there any big G cable?
I don't think so.
I mean, there's probably enough.
Unless what's the Kia Sepia G? Is it hydro?
I think so. I think all the Kia stuff is hydro besides the Rio.
Right.
The Rio's not considered a big G, is it?
No.
So I'm
What about early MX6?
How bad do you want it to work?
I just did a whole stream about it. I was the first person to do such a thing. So
Because you could have this case machine. There's a lot of meat right there. We could sink this bearing down in further.
but then how's it going to affect where it bolts on top?
Who knows?
Let's find out. Put this in
Well,
there.
this-
Find out.
Well, this is the one that we need. This one to stay where it goes no matter what, because that's the input shaft. So we can put the top case on with this, and see if it, if this is just loose.
Put the other one back in. What were these?
Those are small G. No, yeah, those are small G. This is the
Okay.
big G.
Okay. We need the G6 stuff in that.
It'd make more sense to sink the output shaft than it would to raise the input shaft.
I agree. No, not you. You. Although, did it mix and match? We proved that the one mix and matches. We should actually see if this is physically bigger.
What
Well,
if you just use like a?
KL Big G case bolt for this.
It should.
Not if that bowed out more like you were thinking it was. Right?
All the bolt was line up.
Well, I think they just proved that it needed to sink it in.
Yeah, so it's definitely the output shaft that needs sunk in.
And that means we should use this midsection and not this midsection.
Midsections are the same, I think. Oh, but we should use a big G midsection because that doesn't matter.
If we
The bearing
hang on.
or the seal and bearing stuff down here doesn't matter. So
If we sink the bottom, oh wait, no, yeah, this should match. This should be the same.
yeah. So if you take the output shaft out and then put the input shaft back in, is this a G? Yes.
Yeah.
This should.
Just fit.
Yeah. And then not down all the way. There we go. Yeah. Spins freely, so we just need to sink the output shaft. Which I think you have enough meat there to machine out the couple mil you need. We need to measure the whatever. Where's the hammer? Well, if we have them over machine, as long as it doesn't leak in the case, we could just shim the bearing to
Is
it.
this the same?
I think
Is this straight up the same?
I
Or
think-
the top.
the centers are the same.
Yeah. Well, there's this boss is the thing they added.
Mhm.
That one already existed. Those two already existed.
So yeah, the big G centers are the same. Or big and small. Like same nameplate or
Can I go on
spot.
the side again. Yeah, I'd say it's a tick thicker right here. But not in a way that matters. Oh, they moved the oiling stuff too.
And they made it plastic.
Yeah, so that's the plastic one that sucks, and this has the all metal one that goes all the way down.
So yeah, you should use the big G center because it's gonna have your mount. Well, for the KL at least. Well, the KL doesn't matter.
Okay, yeah, because KL1 has to use a KL transmit. That we can still put Pro today though. Or I mean, does it? Obviously,
You
it doesn't
could-
matter.
You could use that one. I mean, that we're not gonna be using it in this trans. Maybe. Oh, if you use another one, you'll have to cut some notches off the side to oil the 6th gear. Because the plastic one has an extra notch down here for the 6th gear.
Right. Or we can switch the plastic one.
We could probably just use that plastic one. The
Right,
center
I think it
face should
bolts
be
in.
about the same. So yeah, we need to machine this down quite a bit.
What kind of operation would that be? Could you technically mount this like and drill press it?
No, it'd be best.
I
to
don't
use a
have
mill.
I don't have a machine person that can do this, unless Nate can.
Should be able to. Just a indicator to get the.
All right, let's put it back in. Let's see if there's anything else we're running up to. Like, are we gonna hit like, this edge or this thing?
I don't think so. Because all that shit's pretty high up.
Yeah, that's plenty far away.
So what we could do is, right now, we're gonna have to like actually measure. Luckily, this is a nice machine surface here, and so is this, so we can reference off that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you don't have any machine blocks, do you? You know, to have an actual flat surface and over to measure from.
Got a chunk of granite.
Well, you know, I can put a chunk of granite on top of this to measure
No, not quite.
gauge blocks.
I mean, really, we should just go to Nate's and do it there. What time is it? 10 o'clock. I think Nate's in bed for work tomorrow already.
Possibly.
Probably. You should call Nate, see what he's doing next weekend.
I can text Nate right now.
See if he's awake.
I don't think it's absurdly late yet.
I would Google like Mazda clutch cable and see what models pop up. And see if anything else used the cable G.
Well, maybe if we go up there next weekend, we can get him to start your intake. Because you kind of need that before the following weekend. Before the
Or
following week.
we can try to print it in like PCCF and run it. Frick.
You can go grab a brake press and we can make one out of sheet metal. I got enough aluminum sheet metal, we could do it. I have enough gas, we can weld it up.
If we're gonna do that, we can just chop up the stock one. The first person that saw somebody else done this in the past before I did mine. They just chopped the stock one off. They TIG welded the hole shut, drilled new holes in the side of it, and like welded a little plate onto Miata throttle body off the side.
Actually, no, we're good. We can measure from here to the bottom of, or top of this gear, whichever's easiest. And then move it over to here and then measure across the same. Because we need the.
I mean, honestly, we don't need to measure it now. We'll just take all the stuff to Nate or whoever I can find that's willing to do it, and we'll measure it with
Anybody that has a
tools.
mill should be able to do it.
Yeah, if they have a mill, they're gonna have the tools to measure this offset correctly with a nice flat surface.
Well, they could also just, if the mill has a digital readout, just tap the
Is
top.
there anything
move it
else
over,
that can be
tap
done
the
instead
bottom.
of this? Is there any way those bearings can be shimmed or unshimmed? As
No.
you can see.
Not to make that work. Like, we're pretty much at a standstill because even if we can't even build this one because we have the extra wide diff. So and we can't do that one because we have offset issue. We could, jerry rig the lathe them ourselves and make that.
To
thin.
grind that, right? Because that doesn't need to be perfectly even.
Yeah.
This, though, is pretty precise work to not fuck up.
Yeah, that you have to have, a precise-ish.
Yeah, this is now squarely out of the realm of somebody who can do this based on a guide.
This one, yes. That one, not so much. That one, I didn't think that they're gonna be that far different.
Me neither. Which is crazy. We solved every other problem with this one here.
That sounds like you just need to get a machine shop on hand.
I tried. Got too busy for my ass. My cheap ass.
No,
Okay,
then
there's the
like
G6
straight
one.
up just buy a mill and lathe
Yeah, and put it in where in here?
by the house next door.
And I doubt the hydro version has any remnant of cable
Well, probably
bits
not.
left in it.
Well, you could look at your FS one over there.
Yeah, it has nothing cable related to it.
Now we could make it work because I can just weld aluminum, but that's so much extra work than just having that bearing milled down a little bit.
We could also do a cable conversion since we can weld our own brackets. I mean, cable conversion already exists. I know which parts Rick used to make it.
Well, we could, instead of having that laid or milled down, we could take the bearing off and have this laid down so the bearing can physically sit in further.
That's what I was thinking. Then you also have to move that bearing up the equal amount.
Would we? Because if we mill it down, we're sinking this in. If we move this up, we're also sinking the whole shaft in. Unless you mean the correlation between the width of each bearing.
Right, that matters. If we were to move this bearing up and
well-
not touch that one, now it's too short.
Well, as long as, they're actually the same between small and big G, which if the center case is the same and the bottom's not, that means they're not the same correlation.
Yeah,
So we need to measure from bearing to bearing.
that's pretty easy to do with calipers. Because we can
Because
hit the edge of this bearing and edge that one, the big ones, right?
Yeah, because
Let's do that.
if bearing to bearing is different than the small G, that means we could just have this shaft modded.
Right, cut this gear down.
Yeah.
And then, as long as this looks like that cup, if we delete the plastic,
The plastic doesn't really add anything.
might have to machine some of this off too.
Yeah, that way it doesn't hit the out at the bottom.
Let's not do that. I think machine the shaft would probably be easier to machine the case. Because like putting that, chucking a shaft in the lathe and taking some off the tip is way, like we could do that op.
Oh.
The op to do that, we
Well,
cannot.
we could kind of do it. I would still rather have it in an actual lathe.
That's what I mean. If me and you had access to an actual lathe, like Nate does not have a CNC at a Bridgeport in his garage.
Oh, you don't need a CNC that.
It's just a weird op to do to actually get this dead straight and mill it down.
Not super easy.
You have to mount this funny. I'm saying chucking that in a lathe is
No, that'd be super easy to mount because the bottom's actually flat and parallel with the bearing surface. Should be.
just locating it still. Like you have to locate it right and make sure you're
Which
doing
is super easy.
Not this is easier. Putting this in a lathe.
Yeah,
like,
it's chucking-
just tighten
because
the
you
chuck
just-
down and go into the
Yeah,
edge.
because you just use a 3-jaw on the end of this.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's easier because that's self-centering. Not saying this is impossible, but that
It's not.
I could do that without training. I couldn't do that without training. I'd have to learn to use this machine. That it's like wood turning but harder.
You heard it first.
It's like wood turning but harder and a little more precise.
We're
well,
basically
I got-
just making
big
furniture here
houses.
today. Just like making your grandma a chair.
It's just like that. Inches, get out of here.
Okay, I'm tired of touching this gross ass thing.
This is the G6 one.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, I don't need this one.
I need the small G one.
Alright, putting some pressure on the middle of the cage here. 219.64. I'm guessing if the cage was not really pressurized, it'd be 220.
Yeah, look at that. So yeah, we can just modify the shaft.
It's a very bold just, but yes.
So that means the G6 centerpiece must be thicker. Oh, no, never mind.
It's just more sunken down. The G6 centerpiece should be the same as all the center ones should be the same. This end is more sunken down on later Gs.
Well, we can prove that by putting the G6 center on a small G. input.
Easy enough. All right, I know there's only like 3 people left in chat, but I will go over what we're talking about right now in more detail so you guys can understand what we're babbling about over here. Oh, never mind.
I don't think it's all the way made up. It's not. There's still one gap. But that could just be missing shims.
Yeah.
But that's not, 5-10 millimeters off.
Right.
So yeah, all the centers are the same. The ends are different. Like different.
Right.
So the G6 stuff will straight drop in there as long as you don't have the extra wide diff. The G5, you just need to modify the output shaft. Which is only $200 if we fuck up if anybody in the world has them. The output shaft.
Yeah, if it's actually available.
If it's actually available.
And then the work also to get the gears off of it.
Oh, that's super easy. The hardest part is getting the bearing off. Once you get the bearing off, everything just pops right off. Nothing else is pressed. We just couldn't get my G stuff apart because they welded this stuff together.
Right.
Yeah, if you look, there's just a little clip right here. Like it's pretty much free floating.
Okay. Let's put the appropriate parts into their boxes before I lose it or my mind. This one is for the G5. Put over there, please. G5 area. This was all hardware for the
Lift up this
KL.
junk. Actually, that's probably good enough.
Yep. That's for this.
This is also G5. Not necessarily that G5, but G5.
Right. These weirdos here. All right, chat. 1 second. We're going to talk about what we need to do, what we're going to do, and what we'd like to do. None of which will be innuendo based. What are these?
Those are. I'm pretty sure it's all G6 stuff because I brought the shift linkages over here. But if you let me see the end bit.
Yeah, that one definitely is. This is probably the matching one then. Oh, it says G611.
Nice.
Okay. What's this trans? Oh, let's do that. Holy moly, see, look at this. We're just talking about how nobody calls it a G5, and here Mazda's like, you mean G5? Someone say G5? Okay.
Oh yeah. Not trying to mix parts up. That's definitely angled differently.
Yep. But we're gonna need to keep that, so probably a good idea. Here you go.
Oh wait, what diff is this? Oh, this must be a G.
K, the KL one probably.
Nah, it's too narrow. It's G5.
Ooh, black ice smell really good right now. The G6 has the taller here. Oh, dude, side by side, you can really see the difference in the ratio for the pinion.
Mm-hmm.
And now it makes it quite obvious how much wider that one is. Oh yeah. It's funny, we have the height versus width difference. I wonder, it doesn't really matter. There's no practical use, but I bet they're about the same mass of material.
Mhm.
I bet the volume of this and this are about identical.
Yeah, I wonder if we could just have, if we do go to Nate's and have that lathed off, if we could just, swap the gears. Lathe one off, make it key.
Oh. No.
Then you would really have an ideal transmission.
No, now we're going too far.
You
We just need to fix these issues.
They put a 6-speed that's completely untested.
Did you think this would be easy? I kind of did. I thought we'd be putting it on the transmission, on the engine. Not that one, but a engine. Okay, lovely people on YouTube Live. Let's talk about what we found out. I'm going to zoom into this. It's important for me in the future and for all of you to know. If you want to try doing this insanity stuff.
At this point, I'd probably recommend not doing it.
I probably would too. Both that makes me the only one still, and it's also really annoying. If we even can.
Well, at this
I'm
point,
really
we're-
relying on my friends telling me yes over and over again for this to work out.
At this point, we're basically making custom parts.
If you have a big G car, like a Protege or BP hydraulic G, this would probably work a lot better. But we're wanting to stay cable. So, here's what you're going to need to do for a cable transmission for this to work. Here's the problem we're running into. First of all, we couldn't get the shifter to shift far enough down to go in reverse. Turns out there's a difference on how the shift gate works from a small G to a big G. The shift gate's a totally different shape. The G5 shift gate is tossed over here somewhere. Forget it. It's hollow. Okay, the point is it's hollow. It sits right here. It's just this hollow piece of metal, bolts in 2 spots. It's got a big funky lockout mechanism. We removed all that. The big G stuff is this little lockout. It's embossed. The back side of this is just kind of engraved. To make it a 6-speed, you just have to make a little tiny slot in the engraving. However, the whole thing is offset upwards. So now this whole shift shaft can go down all the way to the reverse and not interfere. On the G5 original bit, if I can make this face the camera better, this ball was hitting the case. Now, it doesn't hit the case anymore because this whole thing offsets it.
Just for reference, if you don't know, big G is 28 spline, small G is 26 spline. Just in case if you're not sure what that means.
Yeah, if you guys, we talked about the whole thing before you got here.
Okay.
But we probably lost a lot of people compared to 1013 versus 330. So yeah, we're talking big G versus small G, big diff versus small diff, or spline, axle count, axle splines. Anyway, this piece shifts it all over. So you need this piece from the bigger G. This should be easy to get though, because this piece should be used in any G series after, let's call it 1995, 96.
Basically any hydraulic G, more or less.
Yeah, should use this updated piece. Okay, now we're just going to skip this bolt hole. We use that bolt hole, and we drill out this pin that involved the lockup mechanism. Done. This shift shaft itself is also from the big G. Once again, it should be easy to get for your parts G series. Done. That ball is the same on both of them. That doesn't matter. The next problem that we faced after figuring all this out was problems that we knew we had. This little thing that interweaves here, this hole needs walled out to fit the 6-speed hole. And this little bottom edge needs cut so that we can have reverse. I haven't done that yet, but it needs done. So you need to cut off some of here and drill this out. I'll have better pictures and stuff once we actually do it the right way. That needs all drilled out. That sits on this ball now. That grabs on the edge of the 6-speed. Everything gets hunky-dory. Fantastic news. Okay, but what we just now ran into was a really big problem, or two kind of really big problems. Can you grab me the big diff?
As long as I
Thing-
don't eat shit.
Thing one, which I did know about, I just forgot about, is that some 6-speeds use a bigger differential than others. By bigger, I mean thicker. So our ring gear
Thick
on our
boy.
diff, what we were going to do is just put this ring gear on a 26 spline carrier from the G5 and call it good. We're going to drill these rivets out, replace them with bolts, everything's going to be great. But this is so thick, and it's thick going down, that when you put it in the case, it hits the case. Right now
Like,
I'm grinding,
significantly.
I can barely spin it at all. There, now I can spin it. We're grinding aluminum off the bottom of the case right now. This is the bell housing side of the case, by the way. You can see it up there, the engine mount bolts versus the midsection versus the end cap. Bell housing side, this is important. I need to use this bell housing side because this is what makes it a cable operated clutch. I need to stay cable. I don't want to do a conversion to hydraulic. So the guy that said this before said he just took this to a lathe and lathed off some of this edge to make it thinner. Not a big deal. It's pretty easy to throw this in the lathe since it's a centerable round object. That's pretty doable to trim that down. However, the next part got really tricky because it's a lot less just adjustable. We just discovered that on this side, not the input shaft, the output shaft side, one of these is the G6 one. This one. No. This one. This is the G6 one. Okay. So in my hand, I'm holding these two output shafts. And at first glance, they look pretty darn similar. A little different, yes, because the reverse gear is different. How first and reverse are set up on the 6-speed. It changes some things. And obviously the shaft is longer because we had to fit those bearings in there on the end cap. So this is the end cap side. This is the bell housing side. You'll see the gear is thicker for that thicker differential. That makes sense. This gear is thinner for the thinner differential. That makes sense. Fantastic. But what happened is when we put it in this trans, we put the 6-speed one in here, it didn't properly mesh up with the input shaft side of the gear stack.
Why, we wondered. What the hell's wrong? Well, it's because this shaft and this shaft, these bearings are not the same width. The distance between these bearings is greater on the G6. Turns out it's greater on all big Gs. You can't put a big G output shaft into a small G cable case. It doesn't work because the case is physically different. The depth of this little cutout for this bearing is like 4 millimeters deeper on a big G case. So while this whole process is a lot easier to do on a big G, like for the Protege, this makes it very hard to do in this cable case. This was a problem we were not expecting. This problem over here, we kind of expected. The problems with the shaft, we knew about ahead of time. The problem with the diff, I was warned about. I forgot about it. Not a big deal. This is a problem. This is going to be a very hard fix compared to the rest of the fixes.
What was the final drive of the 6-speed?
Final drive, 4.38.
Oh.
I have a whole spreadsheet in R&D if you want to go check it out. So, there's two ways to fix this. We need to shorten where the bearing sits down here at the bottom edge, so where the differential gear is. This needs to go shorter, the bearing needs to go higher, or the case needs drill for the bearing to sit down lower. Between the two, I think adjusting the shaft is going to be the easier option, which I bet is the exact amount we need to take off the diff.
I was only half paying attention.
I bet the amount we take off the pinion gear for this bearing to move up
guaranteed.
is probably the exact amount we need to make off the diff gear. So I bet this, whatever we end up measuring, the distance between these two versus these two, subtract that. It's about, we haven't done a very exact measurement, but
Roughly
it's
10
looking
mil.
like, I thought it was like 4 between the two of them.
10 mil sounds better.
10, 7, whatever. We'll call
Somewhere
it 10.
Between 0 and 10.
Let's say it's supposed to be 10. So we need to do is we need to chuck the G6 gear set, take all the gears off, which leaves us with just shaft. The shaft with no gears on it looks like this little tip. Then there's this gear here, which is part of the shaft. And then this rest of the shaft is just blank shaft. What we need to do is put this on a lathe and shorten the end of this gear by our imaginary number. We're going to call it 10 mil. So this needs to be 10 mil shorter right here. And then this end piece also needs then milled down that same 10 mil. So this bearing slips back on 10 mil higher, which will sink this shaft 10 mil lower. We do that same 10 mil cut on the end of our diff. That will then pop in, not get boned. This thing will fit correctly, and we will have a 6-speed cable.
What was the ratio one more time?
4.38.
Fuck. So close. I found 4.25 for a G. Escort was G's, right?
Yeah.
The set
Escort GT.
Oh, was it only GT? Because the XR, or the XR2, not XR2, the ZRZ, fuck. My brain ain't working.
Escort ZX2?
Yeah, that was
The
also,
later ones. Yeah, later ones.
Like 2000.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, because the 2000 Escort manual. Oh, wait, that's a Ford's manual. Shit. The Get Drag G, whatever the fuck it is. That's a Ford manual transmission, not the. Anyways, that shows 4.25. So 4.3 something.
8. Anything lower than that would be
I'm
great.
trying to think of what other Fords around that era might have had that manual transmission, but like big, or that way would have a taller. Can't think of anything.
The Mazda 6 would be our only other option. In the 3,
Any of the Explorers, like not Explorer, Expedition, fuck,
they use a
what's-
5-speed G.
Okay, they use terrible ratios. I know that for us.
Probably because the tires are huge.
Do you know what year? Ish.
It'd be like 08. Not Explorer. It'd be like the Escape.
Escape,
08
that's what
Escape.
it was.
With a Z-Tech. Pretty much anything in the 08 to like 04 to 08 Z-Tech stuff. All right, that's the general thing. We need to. This is more than I can do at my house because I don't have a lathe. I'm not a machine shop. I have friends with lathes. They also aren't machine shops, but they are friends and they own lathes. So this looks doable. It's a little more work than just throwing it in, but I say that every time on these projects, which is cool because I'm gonna go back to me for a second. We're gonna get personal before we sign off. It was just do it. So, yeah, everything is impossible and difficult and expensive and it's not. That's just the way it is. I say that because I started this engine build. I started building V2 in that beautiful engine over there almost 7 years ago now. Stephen was there. Stephen was there in Illinois 7 years ago helping me put the head for that engine on that engine. That's the first time I had really built an engine. I had never really been in an engine before that. I wanted somebody who had to held me out. And then here I am now. I've put countless heads on countless B series since then.
Oh,
But
I'm stupid anyways. There's gonna be no small G that has that high of a ratio. It's just not gonna exist.
right, or unlikely. But then you do it a few times, you learn something, you take some risks, and it works out. And the more friends you make doing stuff like this, the cheaper you can make it happen. Obviously, this would be a very expensive swap if I hadn't found deals, or which I mean, if Steven hadn't found deals on the G6 itself, and I found deals on these G series. But when I first started this, that G series that we had on the table earlier, that shiny silver one that I mentioned I painted, that was 7 years ago that I sanded that down and painted it. The reason I sanded it down is because it was disgusting. It was literally growing white crystals inside of it from corrosion. Not like a little surface corrosion on aluminum. It was growing physical 3mm crystal white balls of corrosion from aluminum. That's how bad it was. And that's all I had. And I'm like, G series are rare, B6Ts are rare. There's no way I'll get another one. I have to clean this one, make it perfect. And then 7 years later, I've got 100 of them, or whatever, 10, 20 B6Ts. So right now, this seems hard. This seems impossible to have to go to a machine shop and start machining stuff, or borrow somebody's lathe and do all this. But it's not. It's just a bump in the road. Once we do it once, we're going to see how easy this is. I'm going to take measurements. I'm going to put in a big guide, say exactly what you need to tell your local machinist to do. You give them these instructions. They can take care of it, and boom, you'll have a 6-speed swap. Or don't. Just don't go through all this effort like I'm doing. Or do it, but do it with a BPG. Just do the hydro to cable conversion stuff. Be a lot easier than all this machine work.
Yeah, I love doing stupid stuff, and I wouldn't do this personally.
But we're doing it, Steven.
We're doing it for you, not for me.
You're a little entertained.
Be more entertained if it was a KL transmission.
Well, it's right here, buddy.
Well,
it hasn't gone anywhere.
Well, I guess we still need to do the diff grinding to even get to fit in the KL stuff.
Right. There's a chance that Fusion might have the other ring gear if it was like a mid-year change. Because like Joe was saying, the car part shows 2010 is different than 11 and 12, which is different again than 13 up. So there you go. Those are the modifications that are required and that we will be doing to make this thing fit. So if there's anybody in chat that has questions or compliments or just wants to call me an idiot for attempting to do this when it really isn't necessary at all, besides Steven, he's made his concerns known.
Mazda Tribute was also G5.
That's an Escape.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But it's a 4.42.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Because Charlie had or had one.
Oh, and it's a 8.0 fifth gear. The tires must be huge.
A .80?
0.80.
You said 8.0. I was like, what?
That's double. That's like half first.
Yeah, that's 0.1 out of a 5-speed.
I'm gonna be a terrible machinist.
0.80. Yikes! Extra yikes.
Yeah.
Actually, there's one other mouse trans that's almost that bad. I'm getting a ring in here at 10:30 at night. It is my wife. Hello, wife. Oh, okay.
Well, it sounds like it's the perfect time to be ending the stream.
What do you need? Okay. Why don't you send me a couple pictures, exactly what you want, and I'll go get it. It'll be 10 or 15 minutes from now. Alright, love you. Bye. Let me pull up the document real quick. We can show it to chat too. Great. Good. Very good. At least a diet. Brick. It's everywhere. Wow, I'm really good at spilling stuff today. It's unusual for me. I'm not usually a spiller of things. Anyway, you said it had a 0.8 fifth.
Yeah,
That's insanity.
that's brutal.
But there's another Mazda one that's not good.
right, so this is the thing I was talking about yesterday. Wait. What window is it capturing? This? What if I minimize that? Oh no.
Are the 4-wheel drive version still a transversely mounted engine? Or I always get them mixed up. Still front-wheel drive setup, but just with the
Yeah, like the GTX would have been.
okay. The 4x4 one is the one that has the terrible diff.
Oh, okay.
The non 4x4 one is 4.13. Still terrible.
4.13.
Yeah.
It doesn't match any other Mazda. Okay, so everybody, can I view full screen? There we go. And we'll do F11. So this is like almost every Mazda front-wheel drive ratio listed out for people who are curious about what we're doing. And I've actually made a calculator to show you your maximum velocity in each gear depending on your tire size and your maximum RPM. I did all the math on this. This is all me doing a lot of hard math. It wasn't that hard, but doing a lot of math to figure out how to convert gear ratio and RPM and tire size into inches per minute times miles per hour, etc. Point is, here's some information. Now, Steven, you said something had a 0.8 fifth.
Yeah.
The KLDE Hydro G is 0.795. So yeah, so that one. The one we're taking apart right now, that fifth is apparently awful.
One of them allegedly had a 0.37 or 837.
Fifth?
Yeah.
That's bad.
That was also with the Mazda Tribute Ford Escape.
Now so the Sport ZX2, that should be a good one.
ZX2.
Should have been 717.
They got a different Escort and 2-liter probe. I don't think this list. It's Wikipedia.
What year 2-liter probe?
Doesn't say. This is literally the entire list they have for the G5.
So yes, that was the 717 we talked about getting before. So the probe one, that's one people usually get. That's the early. I think that's the F2T stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, looking at this, depending on how they did their rounding on that one, that 0.8 is the same thing that's in the. Actually, yeah, that's the same that's in the Capri too. Capri, Esport GT, KLDE all use 0.795, which is why the 717 is such a huge upgrade for us. And even that 7.5 would be a good upgrade.
You know how different the other Mazda transmissions are? They have like an S and an R.
No idea. So there's the H series, which was the older 6-speed back in the day. And then the A series of stuff from the Mazda Speed.
That's rear-wheel drive.
That makes sense.
So R makes you, rear-wheel drive. What's S mean then? Brings me back to the list of transmissions. Let's get rid of the Mazda. Does anybody call it by the S15 or whatever?
Does it say what it came in?
Of course it doesn't.
Wikipedia doesn't say.
Well, let's see if I can click on it. Is it clickable? It is not clickable.
Right. Is the H on there? The H series?
No.
Is the A series on there?
No.
Okay, that's weird.
It's almost like it's a terrible list because it's Wikipedia.
Yeah. So the A series is Mazda Speed. Mazda Speed 6, Mazda Speed 3 use the A series transmission.
That one brings up like PC parts.
And that's the stuff we can't use. It's way different. It's like a 3-shaft system.
Okay, that actually looked a lot like ours. Internal parts.
SSY. Okay, so yeah, S series part number. What's that part number?
Well, I'll wait till you're ready for it.
Back to the head again. Okay. SSY 1.
Where'd it go? SSY1-17.
Yep.
-620.
Okay. Part soup's like, what is that? SSY1 17620.
Nicholas Seward said, How is everything going so far? Are we to assembly yet?
You just missed the whole explanation in your sign off.
So no, we're not. We ran into problems that we have to actually have machine to fix.
I got nothing on that part number. SSI 1 17 620.
620C. I don't think the C is gonna make a difference though.
Nicholas Suardiek said,
Mazda B6
Yo.
Festiva.
The BT50 is the Ranger.
Oh, so yeah, no. That's gonna be rear wheel drive.
Finally, it's something I know. Yes, BT50 is the Ranger. The later, it split off the Ranger and got uglier.
Oh, also, if you change that part number just a little bit, it becomes an air filter. That's also super expensive.
Nicholas Suardiek said, what type of problems, Steven?
We just discussed them in depth. I'd recommend going back to that so I don't have to repeat them. But yeah, the shaft and the diff need machined a little bit to fit the old style case. These problems don't exist if you're using a big G case, as in the hydraulic one from a BP Escort, or in my case, the KL Trans for the Protege. They don't have that same issue, except they kind of have the same diff issue, but they don't have to machine the shafts. So if you're already running a BPG and you have the old school Festiva store hydraulic to cable conversion kit, this swap would be a lot easier. But since I really need to have the cable trans case, which has a different depth of the gear, I have to machine the shaft to accept the bearing steepness. Does anybody have any questions that aren't related to the thing I just said or talked about already? If so, we can talk about them. If not, I will sign off for the night since it's late and go take care of Michelle. And cry a little bit. I thought it was be in the car. Not in the car. But I did think it'd probably be like assembled and like shifting on the table.
I don't know. I personally thought it was a little ambitious, and I think I was right.
It was ambitious, but I have faith in us. I still do. It's just going to take a little bit of extra work.
Too ambitious for everything else we have to do to B2
It's too ambitious for tonight. I'll put it that way.
for this year.
I'm about to call Nate too. Doing this.
I texted him in the chat. He hasn't responded, so he's probably sleeping.
Yes, because he's smarter than us. It's 10:35.
Between pretty much by the time we're working on B2, he has some free time. So he might sneak up there 1 or 2 days.
Do we need this table to start more stuff on B2?
Not really. I mean, most of the stuff we're going to be doing is the main part's going to be wiring and mounts.
Right, and the force support mod.
Yeah.
Which I don't think we're going to need this table. Right, because I'd like to not have to clean this up right now.
However, if we
But every night, this is what happens every night. We end in some sort of thing that makes us have to end progress, and it's upsetting. And I leave everything behind, and I come back out of the garage, and it looks like this.
Well,
I'm like, well, shit.
if we do core support stuff, you're going to have to get a tarp for that table.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Because you don't want all that metal dust and everything all over all that
Yeah,
nice and sticky.
yeah. All right, let's clean up then. That's right. We're cleaning up on stream because every watch hour is another hour that gets me nearly paid by YouTube. So all 10 of you stick around and watch us clean up our mess, or else I'll find you. I'll say mean things to your Ring camera doorbell. You done this milkshake?
Yeah.
Nicholas Suardiek said, well, since we are at these problems, what's your plan for B2 then? Are you going to keep attempting the 6-speed swap then?
Oh, hell yeah, I'm going to keep attempting it. But for now, we're going to build B2 with the G5 on it. The only difference is we are going to... Oh, you know what we should do, Steven? We should bolt the aluminum end cap onto my G5. That way we're making sure we have enough clearance on the frame rail, because you should generally clearance the frame rail for any G series. I think this end cap is a tick taller. F it. Let's just measure it real quick.
Well, maybe.
Let's just measure it. We'll find out before I make some shit up. Oh, that had more stuff than I expected. I think the G5 end cap's in there.
I was just gonna do it visually real quick.
How would you do it visually when we have the technology?
We have the technology. We can
I mean,
build.
it's still gonna be visually because I'm just eyeballing the second measurement.
Nice, 69.
Beautiful. I expect the little one a bit thicker.
86-ish.
Oh yeah. So there's the standard offset, and there's the extra for the bearings. So we need to clean up my frame rail that much more than normal.
Just need a bigger hammer.
I'm cutting it, doing it. I'm gonna put it in quotes. Right.
I personally think cutting it looks ugly. I've not seen anybody that does it that makes it look not ugly.
I like the way James did it. I like the way Charlie does it.
It works. Doesn't make it not ugly.
What makes it ugly?
It's just such a sharp angle going in. I mean, most people just cut a little notch out. There's like the way everything's stamped is smooth flowing. There's no sharp.
Charlie
edges.
does 45 in flat and 45 back out, which looks great. James did a big semicircle coming up right here and then filled it. So from the top, it actually looks stock. Hello. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Yep. I got it. You checked in the thing? Oh, you checking that too then? Alright, sounds good. Yep. Bye.
Okay. Well, I need them in the truck so I can get my glasses.
Yeah, I need to get Michelle some stuff from the store real quick.
So it sounds like this is the end of the stream.
Fine, but I still do need to clean up tonight before I go to bed. Alright, we'll call it the end of the stream then, because I have to go run the store. So, as always, thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you all learned a lot.
We
learned a butt ton of stuff, and we're going to use that to make this happen. I'm not giving up on this. But, starting this coming week and this next weekend, we'll be back on track to the, regularly scheduled V2 content where we will be doing the stuff that I talked about in the last stream, like cleaning up the engine bay, doing the core support mod, finishing our mock-up engine, getting the mock-up engine in the engine bay, start doing our mounts, and get everything smooth and ready for paint. And hopefully John Glenn will come down and help us with some of that.
R2D2 Nosy Tall said, "What a great stream, thank you guys."
Thank you. And then I guess at some time this week I'll probably need to edit the stream, because next time somebody asks me about the information we found today, I don't think they're going to want to scroll through a 7-hour and 7-minute stream to find said information.
Oh, we're 10 seconds away from having it 777.
I should have just said goodbye, everybody, and clicked it in. Anyway, I'll get this edited at some point to be a bit shorter, but all of our live stream recordings are always available, so if anybody wants to come back and check out some of the stuff we did before, or see more stuff for the build, where I talk about the parts we're doing for this engine, for this car, so the cool
Rygar the Destroyer said, "Thanks, learned a lot. I actually took notes, lol."
Oh, good. You're doing better than I am, because I took nothing. So, yeah, there it is. There's V2. I can't see my own screen, but I'm sure it'll update eventually. V2's there. Oh, God, the camera! You tripping, son.
I'm going to probably just go ahead and head out.
Alright, well, there's the car. That's what we're building. Go check out the past streams where we talk about what all is going into this, what all we're working on. Check out the stream where I talk about the wiring harness and the ECU stuff we're doing. Some very trick stuff happening here. As always, thank you guys so much for watching, and I hope to see you next time. See ya!